Hey, Maniacs.
Hey, Midsomer and Mystery Maniacs.
It's both. Welcome to number 1, Cold Case Binge. Burr, burr, burr. I want one of those like horns those air horns. Burr, 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 burr. This episode covers all of our podcasts that cover Midsomer Murders Season 1.
This is not the episodes of the television show.
No.
No, this is our episodes.
This is all the podcast episodes.
Now, if you're here for all the episodes, stay because you'll enjoy this.
From Badger's Drift all the way to Death in Disguise.
Yes.
It's all here for you in one binge, smash cut, Uber listen.
And we started in 2019, so the first episode's released at the end of July 2019. I'm always amazed listening to these old episodes, how much was there from the very beginning.
We were having fun from the first minute.
Yeah, favorite corpse and all that stuff was right there right away.
All that good stuff.
Yep.
Well, and you can't go wrong with Midsomer Season 1.
Yes.
Because it's like, these are the episodes I have seen the most times.
It's like banger, 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 banger.
The show was crazy from the get-go.
From the very beginning.
So it's no surprise that we were crazy from the get-go.
Absolutely.
I remember recording these episodes, and after we were done, my face hurt because I laughed so hard with you.
Yeah.
I hope that listeners laugh that hard.
Yes.
If you haven't listened to these podcast episodes since they released, there's going to be some stuff you don't remember. I look at the titles of our episodes and I don't even know what we're talking about half the time.
That is my favorite part.
What the heck is a goat tsunami? I don't even know what we're talking about.
Tsunami!
But it must have been funny at the time. So the most face-hurty moment I remember from this series is episode 2, Written in Blood, Brian Clapper Sweat Soup. Enough said.
Brian
Mic drop.
Makes reference to going to the bath in the episode.
But he is so gross sweaty the whole time.
And then we took easily 20 minutes to go over British people and baths and sweat
and what is wrong with his shower?
And humans.
So much so that I wound up making a t-shirt that looks like a Campbell's soup can, but it says Brian Clapper Sweat Soup on it. It's on the merch store still.
I know if we do a live episode, someone will bring Brian Clapper Brian Clapper Sweat Soup.
What is your face hurting moment from this series?
My face hurting moment is Jesus in a puffer coat and go Tsunami! Because I remember yelling that and you just laughing and laughing and laughing.
I don't even remember what Jesus in a puffer coat is a reference to. It's from Death in Disguise, which is the 5th episode.
Yeah, one of the guys who looks like Jesus has a puffer coat on at one time.
Oh, some background actor?
Yeah, I think so.
And oh boy, okay.
And we even talked about Barnaby getting high or...
Oh, and the bunny cakes.
The bunny cakes or... The Rainbirds, there's just so much here.
Oh,
enjoy it all.
What is it? Mutton dressed as lamb?
Yes.
That's what they say about Elfrida?
Yes.
Oh, there's so much, Maniacs. Enjoy.
Well, you have to tell the bees when somebody dies. Otherwise, they just clear off.
I see you've got a right constable there.
Just like poor Annabella.
Welcome to Midsomer Maniacs, the podcast for people who are maniacs for Midsomer Murders. I'm Sarah.
And I'm Mark.
And we're maniacs for Midsomer Murders. Well, British murder in general. It's not that we don't like British people, but we like to watch them die on TV.
Fictional murders.
Right, fictional murders.
Not actual murders.
That's a different show.
It's a completely different show. Yeah. And there's a lot of people who do that podcast, but we're not one of them.
And we like those too.
Exactly. And they're great people who do great work.
But on TV, we like to watch fictional British people get murdered in interesting ways. And Midsomer is our favorite.
Absolutely.
Yep, and has been for a long time. So our goal with this podcast is to, one episode at a time, elucidate the craziness, the awesomeness that is Midsomer Murders.
And we will go through each episode in order, all the way from the very beginning to the very present.
And what's it been on TV, like 30 million years?
It was first on television on the 23rd of March, 1997.
1997. Where were you in 1997?
In 1997, I was still living in Canada and working for a company in Canada as a trainer.
I was in college. He's a little older than me.
I'm much older than her.
But it's okay.
Okay.
But we simultaneously somehow found Midsomer here in the U.S. I think I first found Midsomer on our local PBS station.
And I remember the first time I saw it was on A&E in the afternoons on Sundays. It was like the perfect Sunday afternoon television show.
Yep. It's like all pretty cottages and flowers, and then somebody gets their head almost cut off, like you do.
Yes. So, as mentioned, it was originally the first episode, which is The Killings at Badger's Drift.
Dun, dun, dun.
Was originally broadcast the 23rd of March, 1997, and filmed in September and October of 96.
Now, we should probably say, before we get too deep, this is full of spoilers. If you haven't seen episode 1 of season 1 of Midsomer Murders, first of all, if you haven't seen The Killings at Badger's Drift, you're missing out on something really good anyway.
And you should go watch it right now.
You should go watch it right now.
Stop.
And then come
Stop,
back.
And then go watch it.
Yes.
And then come back.
And then come back. Because we are going to spoil the episode for you if you haven't seen it.
The killer is.
Yeah. That's not going to be a mystery for very long. And one of the things that makes us really excited to do this podcast is that for a long time here in Indiana, where we live, we have felt like we are the only two people in the universe who understand all the little in-jokes that we have, having watched these episodes many, many times. So if you are like us and you secretly love Midsomer Murders, we are your people.
And I got to tell you, I've told a couple of people about this, and they're all like, oh, I love that show.
See,
and hopefully they're listening.
Everybody I mention it to looks at me like, what? What are you talking about?
It's a long-running ITV series in England that's translated into 1 billion different languages, including Swedish, where apparently Midsomer is huge all over the world.
Hello, Swedes.
Hello, Swedes.
So, without much further ado,
let's get
talk
into
about Badger's Drift.
Badger's Drift, which is our shorthand for it. We don't really go into the whole thing, though Badger's Drift does appear several times later in the series.
It does. It is a reoccurring village.
Midsomer Murders is a cozy whodunit murder show in which a detective superintendent. Is that what he is?
No, he's a DCI.
DCI. He's a, what is that? DCI. Chief Inspector. Detective Chief Inspector.
Yes.
So and his name is Tom Barnaby.
Okay, these people have watched it. They know that.
Okay.
Right?
And
everybody loves Barnaby. This is Tom.
Yes, Tom. And he has a DS, a detective sergeant named Troy.
Yeah, this is Troy, the original.
And he's married, and he has a wife and a daughter, and there's a pathologist, and that's kind of the reoccurring characters.
Right.
In the first season. Now, this was actually a pilot. It wasn't an actual first episode of a series.
And this is a pilot, right?
Yes.
So on the back of Badger's Drift, 20 seasons of this show were made. Like, this is the original that started everything else. And boy, does it set the tone.
Absolutely. This may be the penultimate episode of...
No, penultimate means next to last.
Okay.
This is the quintessential.
Quintessential.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
It is the quintessential.
Midsomer episode. Before we get into the exact episode, I want to ask you what you love about Midsomer. The whole thing.
In general, like all of it?
The whole thing. And we've seen everything multiple times.
Yeah, we've seen it. I think what's always made me love Midsomer is how Barnaby, whether it's Tom or later John, is kind of like in contrast to the craziness that is happening around him. Like he does not become sort of broken or nutsy when all around him these cricket players, cookery class people, watercolor painters, whatever, are doing all kinds of horrible things to each other. He just kind of rolls his eyes and goes on. He's like a little island of sanity.
And he's not drunk.
No.
He's not cheating on his wife.
No.
He doesn't usually have fights with superiors.
No. He doesn't have any superiors as far as we know. We see like one time we see a superior officer.
It's nothing like that at all. So what I love is that the show takes all these life-affirming, positive values. It's funny. And at the same time, it has one of the highest body counts ever.
Yeah. Well, and it's sort of a parody of the British cozy, which has been a tradition for a long time. It goes all the way back to Marple and Ellery Queen and all kinds of folks, way back. Agatha Christie laying out what that cozy British murder looks like, where it's not a serial killer. It's not some guy in a hockey mask. It's like a normal person who, if you saw them on the village green, you would never think had just axed somebody, in their cottage.
Plus, the deaths are fantastic. But we will get to that.
Yeah. Badger's Drift is such a good episode to start with because it really sets the tone. And I feel sorry for anybody who watches Midsomer and didn't start with Badger's Drift. You have to see it. If you see it first, it's a different experience of the whole series because it is like a primer to everything else that's going to happen in all the episodes. And
I totally saw them out of order the first time I saw them. So I'm not even sure when I saw this episode. But I remember thinking, that was a really good episode.
You've got a right constable there, don't you?
Indeed. So, speaking of, a little disclaimer off the top. One of the things I want to say is that if you're listening to this podcast and you let your kids watch Midsomer Murders, they can listen to this podcast. Yeah. We're not going to go into any territory that isn't in the show. If you don't let your kids watch Midsomer Murders, then they're probably not going to listen to the podcast anyway. They're probably going to be watching some video of somebody playing video games. But if they are interested in the podcast,
if they're grown up enough to watch the show, they're grown up enough to listen to the podcast. We're not going to get blue or anything like that.
Absolutely. Let's start off with this episode.
Badger's Drift is the best kept village for how many years? The first thing we see with the name of the village is that sign that has all the years that it's been the best kept village in Britain.
So now I'm totally interested in all the minutia of this show because we've watched it all. The sign that says Midsummer's Best Kept Village, the years are 90, 91, 93, 94, 95, and 96.
They're not going to win it for 97.
What happened in 1992? That's what I want to know.
You want to know?
I want to know what happened in 1992 that they didn't win, and they're certainly not going to win it for 1997.
Well, we kind of know what happened 5 years ago, don't we?
Kinda, exactly. Well, maybe that's why they didn't win Best Kept Village. And what, like, best, is it like Best Kept Secret? Best Kept Village.
It's neat and tidy.
Except for all the blood, apparently.
But that's later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We're introduced to our first character, Emily Simpson, played by Renee Asherson. And she is awesome right away.
Yeah.
This is an old lady on a trike. I'm like, I'm in
She's
right
got a
now.
basket. She's on a tricycle.
It's fantastic. The doctor says hello to her. Everything's going right, which he later lies about.
Yeah.
And then we see...
And she's also the first victim.
Yes.
So the first person we see is going to be the first person to die.
And all that, we don't get anything before the show except for a Midsomer Murders plate with the words on it, and that's it. We don't even have credits yet.
No, and let me say, so we get the show title with the black screen with the white letters that then become drenched in like watercolor blood, right?
Yes.
But then when they do the credits, they show those little quaint village watercolor pictures that don't match that bloody title sequence.
Get to the credits. We got the whole cold open to do
All right, but we don't have to go through every second of the show.
No. So she runs across the char lady. She meets up with Lucy, who is her friend. Lucy
Bellringer.
The bells. The ringing of the bells is a whole thing.
Bell ringers will die later.
And they have like this nice little interaction where they're teasing each other about finding this flower.
It's not a flower. It's an orchid.
She sees this old lady who is like gaudily dressed with all these baubles on. We're not sure who this is. We find out. She takes her bike, she goes into the forest, and she finds the orchid, not a flower.
The spurred coral root.
Spurred coral root. So the idea is that she has this bet with her friend, and she has to take a picture of it with one of her pointers.
And they haven't found it in 7 years.
And so
They've been looking for this thing every year, and they've only found it once in 7 years.
if I found something that I've been looking for 7 years, I might have done a little more of a dance than she did.
Yeah.
She's pleased.
So they have these little markers, right? They're like sharpened popsicle sticks with a colored ribbon tied around them. And that's how Emily is supposed to mark the location and take a photograph, right?
With the oldest camera known to man.
It is a very old camera, but she's an old lady, right?
Okay.
So, because we find out later, she's what, 86, something like that?
86, something like that.
But she carries her markers in a fishing krill. Is that what they call it?
I guess so.
A fishing krill? It's like the basket that when you fly fishing.
Gigantic.
It's as big as the basket on her bike to hold 3 of these little markers. 1, which she sticks in the ground, and 2, which easily fall out when she's startled by what she sees.
Now, what does she see? Well, first of all, she hears the bonking.
Yes.
Right.
As Troy would put it, the bonking.
Obviously.
But it's not ass bandits.
We'll get to ass bandits. Obviously, it's a male person. We don't know if it's more than one person.
He doesn't have any shoes on. We know that.
He has no shoes, and we know that he is in the throes of pleasure.
Yeah.
So she sneaks up and sees it and just freaks out.
Well, she screams, she drops her basket, she runs away.
Birds are startled.
No, she doesn't drop her basket. She dumps the basket out accidentally, but carries the basket.
Yes.
Back to her trike.
The naked feet find the pointers. Mm-hmm. She goes home. And when she's biking home, there's some really good acting there.
Yeah.
Like, her face is all crunched up with all sorts of things going on at once. And there is some really good acting there. She gets home. She doesn't lock her bike.
She doesn't padlock her tricycle.
She goes into Beehive Cottage and she makes 2 calls. Now, you might not have noticed this, but there is a very important book right on the table, right in front of her. But we'll get to that later. Then there's a knock on the door. Right? Knock on the door.
She's dead.
We get the first killing, right? We don't actually see anything, but we know she's dead. Right? And we know that there's foul play because there was a knock on the door.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we get the old credits, what I call the old credits, which are the first season credits. And I think that's it. I think it's just the first season credits, which are these light black colored.
They're quaint watercolor
drawings.
portraits of a nice little English village.
Now, there is a black cat in every single one of them.
Every single one. And I wonder if those harken back to the original book covers.
So this series is based on a bunch of books by a woman named Caroline Graham.
And this one actually follows somewhat closely, not exactly, one of the books. Later, we're out of books and they start writing their own stories.
All sorts of different stories.
Now, while we're on the topic, though, of the writers, this episode was co-authored by Carolyn Graham, who wrote the books, and Anthony Horowitz. And Anthony Horowitz is important because he wrote the whole Alex Rider series, which is like over a dozen books. But lately, he's been writing these new Sherlock Holmes books, like The House of Silk. Mm-hmm. Oh, they're awesome. If you like mysteries, you should read these.
Mystery novels.
But he also writes the new James Bond books.
Oh.
So he's kind of broad in what he writes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And no like small writer to have been brought on to write this first episode.
No, I think the writing matches the story, matches the quality of the acting and the whole production really well.
And I don't know if, I assume it was his influence because he didn't write the original, but he sort of tamed the story down.
Yeah, now I haven't read the whole book. I have the book. I've skimmed the book. Sarah brought a passage to me, and I want to wash my eyes out after reading it. And we'll get to where that is exactly.
If you think Badger's Drift is shocking with all of the incest and the almost beheading and the slitting of throats and all that stuff, it's got nothing on the book.
The book is... But I will tell you, like, the first chapter of the book is almost beat for beat the exact same thing.
It is.
That the cold open is.
Yeah.
Okay, so they arrive at the scene of the crime, which we don't know is crime yet, with a bunch of cops and constables putting up tape and everything, and Troy, Sergeant Obvious.
Oh, yeah. With his mid part and his hair. And could his ties and shirts match worse?
I don't know who picked the
orange
color.
shirts and like pink and purple ties, and it's just bad. It's bad.
Crazy. And he goes, "This is the place." And Barnaby's first line is really, "I'd never have guessed."
Yeah.
Like, he's snarky right out of the book.
But Troy is being stupid. So, that's the response he should get.
So they go inside and we meet with another principal character, which is Dr. Bullard. Now, he's only referred to as Dr. Bullard in this episode, but his first name's George. He's a reoccurring character. He was on the show for 10 seasons, I think. It could even be more. He is the quintessential Midsomer Doctor until...
Played by Barry Jackson, who, if you didn't know, played a Time Lord on Doctor Who.
Oh, that's fantastic.
He was Drax, a rebel Time Lord for he was on Doctor Who from 65 to 79.
Oh, so
for a long time.
I didn't know he was. I thought he was a guest star, but he was
a recurring character on Doctor Who.
Wow,
and not a small one.
No.
Yeah. So here he is in his blue bunny suit, right? Checking out the body.
No, I don't think he has the bunny suit at the beginning.
I can't imagine him without the bunny suit.
He's
always
just
got
got a
on
certain
the blue
tie.
bunny suit.
I think it's just a shirt and tie. The Rainbird's killing.
That's
I think
different.
he's in the bunny
That's
suit.
different.
Then.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he says when he sees Barnaby, and I love this, and again, we've seen this episode so many times, but when you watch it for a purpose, when you watch it to make notes, you pick up these little things. When he sees Tom for the first time, he says, "It's been a long time since I've seen you. I only ever see you when there's a corpse." So we have to assume that there hasn't been a murder in a while.
Well, there's going to be.
There's going to be a lot for the next 20 years. There's going to be death aplenty in this little county, right?
Then, and this is something, if we continue this podcast like we want to, this is going to be a reoccurring theme. She does a good dead body acting right there.
She does.
She does.
She does. And later when they show the murder, the flashback reenactment of what actually happened, as a dead body, she gets flung around a little bit too.
She takes it, and she's no naked guy in a crop circle.
No.
We'll get to that.
No.
But she does a pretty good job. One of the best lines I like is, "Who would like to bump off an 80-year-old spinster?" I'm just like, are they in a gangster movie all of a sudden?
They're bumping people
off. Tom, of course, thinks it's murder. He gets kind of giddy when he thinks there's a possibility of murder there. And they find out that the person who found her was Lucy Bellringer, played by Rosalie Crutchley. Mm-hmm. And she's across the way, and they go to see her. And Troy is so nasty to her.
He is. He's a jerk.
He's complete jerk.
She says, "I have to tell the bees," and his eyes roll so hard you can like hear it offset.
So the idea is that you have to tell the bees. And we love this line. I still haven't told the bees.
Yeah.
That is a quintessential Midsomer line.
Yeah.
Right? That quirky villageness.
That kind of folksy, fairy kind of thing. There are all these little traditions that are important in these little villages.
So then they go outside and brilliance happens.
Oh boy.
Dennis Rainbird comes up to them.
Right. Because he's the Undertaker and he wants to know if he can have her body.
So he's a young guy who's an Undertaker. First of all, he takes his card out of his pocket and the Foley on that card is like...
Yeah.
And he says that she's signed up for the satin service and that he's here to take the body.
It's one of their premier funeral packages.
And Barnaby says he can't take the body yet. And he says, oh, I guess you suspect some naughtiness.
It was her neck.
He's so creepy and fun and wild and crazy. And then Troy crosses the line.
Yeah.
Troy insults him, basically implying that he's feminine by saying, sir.
Yeah.
And then he delivers the greatest line of this episode, which is...
You've got to write constable there, don't you?
That is so brilliant. And I cannot believe they got away with that on ITV. I can't believe they get away with it still on it.
And you have to know, so when I first saw this episode... I didn't know who he was. You know, he wasn't, as an actor, he wasn't anybody to me. And then later, my favorite Doctor Who episode, he's in Blink.
He's in Blink. He comes to the door at Blink. He's the solicitor who brings the character something, and he's a great part in that.
Yeah. So if you don't remember, Blink is the Doctor Who with the Weeping Angels that you can't look away from.
First episode.
The first Weeping Angels episode, yeah. But he's he like steals the scenery in this Midsomer right off the bat. He's got the black bow in his hair that's like longer than his ponytail. His little collarless Nero jacket that was so cool in the late 90s. He's got a personalized Porsche.
Yeah, it says Rip 1 on the back of it.
Yeah.
So the Porsche, the interesting thing about the Porsche is the actor had no idea how to drive the Porsche. So he gets in the Porsche and you don't see it. They do a very good job of it. There are stagehands that push the car out as it goes.
Oh, that's great.
And then you see him driving away and it shows the license plate. That is not him in the car at all. So that actor was worried, terrified of driving that car, and it ended up that they had to push it with him in it.
He just bursts on. He's great. And then, so the next folks we go to are the Doctor, right? We go to the Lessiter family.
Quickly, just before that, Troy again says something stupid about, well, I guess you think it's murder. I guess we're going to investigate this. And Barnaby again is like, no, I'm just filling time to tea.
Yeah. He's more sarcastic with Troy than he is with his other sergeants.
He is. So
Troy deserves it.
Barnaby goes off to see the old lady's doctor to see if she had fainting spells or something like that. And this is a trope in Midsomer Murders, which is the weak husband and the horrible wife.
The nasty, nasty wife.
We're going to see this over and over and over again. I wonder about Catherine Graham's feelings about marriage.
Carolyn Graham. Because, so it makes sense to go to Dr. Lessiter to find out if there were any kind of natural causes that might explain Emily maybe falling down the stairs and hitting her head, if that's what happened. So Barnaby's covering the bases, but this is no typical family. So Dr. Lessiter, Trevor Lessiter, he's like a little kind of mole man. He's got real thick glasses. He's kind of nerdy. But his wife, Judith, she just likes to go shopping.
And she's so nasty to him.
Right off the bat, in front of company, everything.
And then the daughter just blows up everybody's alibis, and that's Jessica Hines, who was in Spaced and...
Oh, I'm sorry, I got these mixed up. His wife's name is Barbara. The daughter's name is Judith.
The daughter's name is Judith.
Yeah.
That's right. Barbara, not Bouncing Barbara.
No.
We'll get to that.
But Jessica Hine was in Space. She's in Shaun of the Dead. She was also in 2 episodes of Doctor Who.
Yes.
Like, it's amazing. Well, we often joke that there are only like 12 actors in England anyway.
Well, and this show proves it because we see the same actors playing different roles later on in the show.
Yeah, they play different parts when they come back. But like the 2 main old ladies here, Emily and Lucy, They were both in Lovejoy in 93, in the same season of Lovejoy, different episodes.
They all, if you're an actor who gets work in England,
Yep.
especially in 80s and 90s television, you're going to get on Midsomer.
Yeah, you're going to end up on Midsomer and probably killed on Midsomer.
More than likely killed. So the daughter breaks up all the alibis and then stomps off. And then they go, well, it's because of the boy she's dating. I don't really understand that. Like, because you have a boy that you're dating, it makes you just stomp off? and be
Well,
upset?
Michael Lacey could corrupt anybody.
The killer. Well, one of the killers. We'll get there. Yes, Michael Lacey, the artist, who has his only scene with her next.
Yeah, when he's drawing her. And he wants her eyes a little afraid.
Yes, so sad, soft eyes with a tiny bit of fear. Okay, creep master Da Vinci, I'm out of here.
But, she's living with her dad, who looks like Mr. Toad, and her stepmother, who's just awful incarnate in fancy clothes. Why wouldn't she want to go and hang out with the bad boy of the village?
I'm thinking there might be a lot of arguing in that house, because the next scene is the doctor and his wife arguing, and then suddenly a blackmailer calls.
Yeah.
That's another thing about this episode and this show. It really hums along.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have a lot of waiting around. Mrs. Rainbird calls. That's Denny's mom that we now know, Iris Rainbird, and says she's not going to stay quiet unless she gets 500 pounds. And essentially, the wife gets upset and says, "Go away, Pookie."
Yeah. Now, if I got a phone call and reacted that way, and when you said, "Who was it?" I was like, "Nobody, just go away."
She said no one, and they had a conversation.
Would you just walk away? No, you'd stay there and go, "Wait a minute,
No.
who was it?" But not in Midsomer. In
Because
Midsomer,
number one just walks away.
that's right. In Midsomer, we just walk away. Then we get to the first Barnaby home domestic scene. Joyce, who I actually think is the killer in every episode. I think she's making things interesting
is
for Barnaby.
a theory.
That's one of my theories.
And there's a podcast about that theory. I'll put it in the show notes. But I don't think Joyce does it.
But it is.
But she sees so much carnage
She
over
does. Poor
20.
woman. She should be so traumatized by the time he retires. But this is the first reference to her horrible cooking.
Which I did read in the book. There's a whole 2-page part about the beginning, in the beginning of the book, about Joyce's cooking, which is horrible.
The woman doesn't have a job. It's one thing she could learn how to do. I mean, I know she's off joining like every club and activity in an entire county and putting her nose into any situation where somebody might want to kill somebody else right in front of her. But you'd think in all that time she would have learned how to make some food.
Well, she does take cooking lessons.
It doesn't help her.
She takes cooking lessons from the prostitute who becomes the actress.
But that's in a later episode.
In a later episode.
She becomes a coroner later.
She becomes a coroner in Lewis. So,
but right now, while Tom is talking about Emily's neck being broken, she's serving him neck of lamb.
Neck of lamb with mushroom dumplings. I'm sorry. It sounds and looks disgusting.
And then the frozen vegetables in the covered dish.
Yes. And so she's talking about this famous chef. I forget the name of the famous chef. And says that this famous chef has done no wrong. And Barnaby, under his breath, goes, "That's what I always thought, too."
Yeah. Poor Joyce. She tries.
So then he goes, she asks if it's murder, and he says, "I think it is. I can feel it." And he kind of gets that giddiness again.
But again, if George is to be believed, there hasn't been a murder in a while. I mean, what's he doing if he doesn't have a murder?
Exactly.
So it's probably a pretty boring place.
So then he has to go out because he's Barnaby, and he can never be anywhere where he needs to be on time.
Not if it has to do with his family.
No. And he has to go out to the helpline, which is one of the people that the old lady at the beginning called. So we move now to the helpline, which is, or should be, the helpline that is clearly not about stopping smoking.
No, because everybody there.
Everyone there is smoking cigarettes.
And I love that it's just kind of a generic helpline. It's not a suicide helpline or domestic abuse helpline. It's just the helpline.
And everybody in the episode knows what it is.
Oh yeah, because if you live in Midsomer,
You call the Midsomer Helpline.
This is who you call, right? And you talk to only people who use their Christian names.
Yes.
Terry.
So he talks to Terry, who has the worst sweater in all of
It's a bad
Helpline.
sweater. Yeah.
She says that the old lady called up and basically said these cryptic messages and that they only use Christian names here. Terry's nice, but she gets creepy later on.
Well, the whole point with her is just to know that Emily is so shocked by what she saw that she wants to talk to somebody, but she can't figure out who to talk to. So she calls the helpline and then basically talks to herself while on the phone.
And then knows who to
and
call.
And then figures out who to call. Then she calls directory
assistance to get the number of somebody in Brighton. Now, and we'll get to this at the end, but if I'm Barnaby, I'm calling that number in Brighton.
Well, we don't know because she didn't get the number because she got killed before she could get the number.
Whatever. They should have called way earlier to Brighton.
She says, I need a number in Brighton, and then there's a knock on the door.
Then the next scene we see is Barnaby eating real food at the police canteen. He's getting bacon, he's getting sausages, he's getting beans. It's real food, and Troy goes, don't you get breakfast at home? And deadpan Barnaby again says, no, Troy, I do not.
Cooked breakfast.
And then Troy talks about the phone calls and talks about the photographs that they got from the camera, shows it to him, and they both get up and leave.
Yeah, because it's more important than his cooked breakfast.
And he hasn't eaten a stitch of his cooked breakfast.
No. And this is when they go and they pick up Lucy Bellringer, and they take her into the woods to have her help them identify where the photograph was taken, right? So where is the coral spur root, whatever it's called?
Troy, again, is a bastard here.
Yes, he
He's
is.
like, all these people are out looking for a flower. It's an orchid.
It's an orchid.
She's so nasty back to him. But then, so they discover the spot of bonking.
Right.
And I noticed.
And Barnaby demonstrates his very good eyesight by identifying a fragment of a blanket that is maybe a centimeter by a centimeter. It's black and it's stuck in a weed.
But before that, Troy and this old lady who seconds before were fighting, Troy helps her down the hill.
Oh,
it's so nice.
His mother would be proud.
He would.
He doesn't let her roll down that cliff on her own.
No.
He helps her down.
So then Barnaby goes, I want this whole area gone over. And Troy
just
stands
says,
up and
I want
goes,
this whole area
I want
gone
this
over.
whole area gone over.
Yeah, it just reiterates the same command. But then, we get one of the moments of Troy, right? Because they're walking back to the car after finding this clearing where clearly something went on.
No, they're walking to the Rainbirds.
That's right. They're walking to the Rainbirds because they see her Erie from there, right? And they think, somebody there may have been able to see this, right? They might know what's going on. And Troy, in just a few lines of dialogue, manages to be so offensive. He says she saw somebody bonking, they were at it.
It was adultery or maybe ass bandits.
Yeah, and says something about maybe it was the gay Undertaker.
Right away. And then Barnaby calls him a Nazi.
Well, he says he's less politically correct than a Nuremberg rally.
Which is a Nazi thing.
Did you see Troy's face when he says that? Troy looks confused, like a puppy tipping his head like, what's that? I've been to a rally before. What are you talking about?
So they go into the Rainbirds' house, and again, we are blessed with fantasticness.
They are so over the top. So over the top. And we've only seen a little bit of Iris at this point, but we've seen Dennis, and we know what he's like. So you can only imagine he must have one heck of a mother, right?
Oh, and she is a mother.
And they are prepared.
Did they know they were coming over?
I think
because
they did.
They made a lot of sandwiches.
Well, Dennis, she says, put the kettle to the hob or whatever. And 30 seconds later, he rolls in with a trolley, not only with tea, but with all kinds of little finger sandwiches.
Now, finger sandwiches in the shapes of
Playing card
suits.
Yeah.
Right? And this is like, as a child, my mother did food for card parties for the Anglican church where we lived in Canada and made these sandwiches. I remember these cutouts being at home, that she would make sandwiches that were different types based on the suits. So this seemed absolutely normal to me, other than the fact that they just had this whipped up.
But did she ever make ice sombreros?
So you see them sitting there and you're like, what are they?
Two-tier cart, right?
It's a two-tier
We've got
cart.
a teapot, we've got cups, sugar, cream. On the top, there are like 3 plates of sandwiches, and the playing card ones are only 1 plate. There are other plates.
And
then
underneath.
and then the lower tier is where we have the sweets, right?
Which they have iced sombreros.
They're yellow-looking cakey things that have a dome on top, like a peak, and they've got like red icing on them.
They're both confusing and racist at the same time.
And she offers them one, and every time I see it,
No,
I think,
Dennis offers the ice
that's
sombreros.
right. Every time I see it, I think, why don't they take one? Because I want to know what they are. It's like, please eat an ice sombrero.
And they're talking about stuff. Catherine Lacey, who is Michael Lacey's sister, the killers.
Yeah.
And they say that they saw her in town going to the post office. And Dennis just looks at them like he could not believe this at all, ever. And he calls Troy a constable again.
Yeah.
He doesn't call him a constable.
He
And
gets corrected. He says,
Troy's
"I'm a
like,
sergeant."
I'm a sergeant. And then she says, well, Barnaby's like, this was like 8 o'clock at night. What kind of birds were you looking out your hide to see? And she goes, owls.
Owls? And she's got those giant glasses.
It's just fantastic.
And she
acting.
must wear, 40 pounds of jewelry all the time. She's got these like long beads on, and she's got the chain on her glasses and rings and a printed top and purple opalescent eyeshadow like up to her eyebrows.
This woman is a standard character in Women's Institute fiction, if there is such a thing, right?
So the actress's name is Elizabeth Spriggs. She died in 2008.
Yes.
So we don't have her anymore.
But she was fantastic.
But I can tell you, I know where this character really came from, if you want a little bit of trivia.
Where did this character really come from?
In 87, she was in a Doctor Who that was a multi-part Doctor Who, okay? And she played one of these 3 women who were called Resis, and they kind of lived in this big, it was like an apartment block, right? Like a council block, but it was in space. And
they are.
And they had been, council blocks are always in space. And they had been cut off from supplies, so they were cannibals. Okay. But these 3 ladies are still sitting around this table with their marigold gloves and their aprons, and they're like eating little finger sandwiches that don't really do anything for them because they're not real food, because other people are the real food. But Elizabeth Spriggs in this character, she's called Tabby. She has purple eyeshadow, a printed top, her penny on it, all these jewels and rings, necklaces, but the coup de grace is a lavender snakeskin iridescent headband that's got giant rhinestones all over it.
We must see pictures
that
of this.
she wears, and she's got the same makeup and the same face.
Do you think Graham saw that episode and created the character based on, or she based this characterization on this?
No, I think maybe Elizabeth Spriggs brought her own wardrobe. Like maybe that's just how she dressed. I
think you probably could not tell that lady what to do.
Well, even when she comes back, right, in 06 in a later Midsomer season as somebody else, she's not as all over the top. So maybe,
Maybe.
She also played Bertie Wooster's Aunt Agatha
Yes.
in Jeeves and Wooster. And
Jeeves
she
and
was
Wooster.
fantastically overbearing
Yes.
in that role too. She's just super, super good at being that mischievous old lady who's kind of bossy. But this is but this scene, we see her and Dennis together, and we get that first glimpse of the creepiness of their relationship.
It is.
Right?
Speaking of not creepy, then we meet up with Cully.
Yeah, Cully, the non-creepy daughter, who's at
Oxford?
Oxford?
No, Cambridge. Cambridge. Oh,
yes.
sorry. Darn.
Cambridge.
Which I was like, Cully went to Oxford. Cully went to Cambridge?
Yeah, because when you see her later, you're like, did she even finish college? I don't know if she can focus on one thing for 5 minutes.
Barnaby immediately is like, where's the green hair and the tattoo? Meaning, like, he can't see them. So did she have a face tattoo or a neck tattoo or something?
Well, you know, she's typical college student. She's in her first year. She's thinking about changing majors. But he's most happy to see her. Well, probably because he loves her and she's a good daughter. But she always brings him food.
Yes. And this, again, like, this hammer... Troy is an ass and Joyce can't cook. If that's the two things that we're supposed to get from those characters.
Yeah, those are consistent.
Because Barnaby's eating dinner with Cully and Joyce with candles and the lights on.
Quail. There's not much meat on this chicken.
Not much meat on this chicken. And Joyce goes, well, it's quail.
And when he gets called away, Cully rolls her eyes, knowing this is what happens. And he looks relieved. And Joyce looks sad.
Yeah.
He's like, ooh, I don't have to eat this.
And who's on the phone but Terry again?
Terry.
And Terry...
From the helpline.
Terry she does a great job as an actress. I don't know the actress's name off the top of my head, but she has a thing on her face, and they do a good job of hiding it here. And she says that, remember the old lady, she said, just like poor Annabella.
Yeah. Her name's Corey Pullman, and she was also in a Doctor Who. She was in 4 episodes in 1989.
I didn't know we were going to talk about Doctor Who so much on our Midsomer Murders
It's
podcast.
hard not to. You know, and I could almost say that half of these actors that we've mentioned so far have either been in a Marple, a Poirot, or a Lovejoy as well.
Absolutely.
Which are all 3 awesome series too.
Yes. So then we get the best Rainbird scene ever.
Oh, it's so cringy. Oh,
Dennis has recovered the rug or blanket,
which is
or
what
whatever,
British people call a blanket.
that Barnaby found the piece of at the bonking site. They were trying to get rid of it. He says they. So we know it's more than one person.
And how are they getting rid of it? They had it wrapped in plastic, tied around a rock, and they were going to throw it in the pond?
Apparently.
What did he go scuba diving to get it? How did he get it?
Then he gets it out.
Of course
he's a doer. He's a good boy.
He's a good boy. Oh, gosh, it's so yucky.
In an episode with cringe-worthy relationships all over the place. We have the doctor's cringe-worthy relationship. We have the cringe-worthy relationship between the artist and the daughter. All sorts of other cringe-worthy relationships. We have Dennis and his mother kissing on the mouth, and
who's a good boy?
Oh, it's so creepy, and they do so well.
So in the episode, you get this impression that he's mama's little boy, maybe to the extreme. In the book, it is not hinted at. It is clear that there is some wrong behavior between them.
There is ear nibbling,
ear licking,
and baby talk.
Oh. And hands under clothes. Oh. So again, when I say I think Anthony Horowitz kind of pulled the story back a little bit to make it a little more palatable, I think that's one of the things that they took out, because they are really cringy, but they're not as cringy as they could be.
So then we move on to Troy's secondary trait. Troy's secondary trait is that he is the worst driver in all of England.
Oh, yeah. And he's been on the course 4 times?
Several times. He almost kills a guy on a bike. They go out to Tie House, and the reason why they're going out to Tie House is because this woman named Bella, Annabella,
But just Bella.
was killed 5 years ago, perhaps losing them the Best Kept Village title.
But we also know, because the Rainbirds give him that clue, right? They say you should go to Tie House because of Bella, but also because Catherine Lacey is marrying Henry,
who is
the Lord of Tie House.
The Lord of Tie House. Now, this is another theme in this entire episode in which Catherine Lacey and Michael Lacey are fingered as the killers constantly. Guess what? They're the killers.
Yeah, everybody's like, oh, well, he's a bad seed. He's a poor influence. She's money hungry, money digger, or whatever. And Barnaby just doesn't get it yet.
He doesn't get it. So we're introduced to David Whiteley in the parking lot of Tie House. David Whiteley, a reoccurring character.
Yeah, he'll be back. He's the caretaker.
He's the caretaker of Tie House. And then Barnaby has a suitcase, like a briefcase.
Yep.
Thank God he got rid of this. They go in and they meet up with Henry Trace, played by Julian Glover, who is a fantastic actor. He's been in a number of things, including Empire Strikes Back and Last Crusade. He's the guy who drinks from the bad chalice in Last Crusade.
He's also Maester Pycelle in Game of Thrones.
He's also Maester Pycelle in Game of Thrones.
And the voice of Aragog in the Harry Potter movie. The giant spider.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
So they meet up with them
and a Bond villain.
And a Bond villain. Yeah, really, and a Bond villain.
Julian Glover has so much cred. If you know all these other things that he's been in, when they first show him sitting in his giant drawing room in his wheelchair, you're like, oh, shit just got serious.
It just got serious. And so another thing I noticed here, and you go back and look at all the scenes, Troy is in the background, and they told Troy as an actor that if you're not talking, write notes in your notebook.
Yeah, in your tiny notebook.
Or in your tiny notebook, and make sure you show your pinky ring. Why Troy has a pinky ring, I don't know.
Well, and when he's not taking notes, he's looking dismissively, rolling his eyes and sighing. I mean, really, nobody can say anything that he believes.
He's not happy. So they go over Bella's death. And this woman named Phyllis Cadell is Bella's sister. And she goes shooting with the doctor and everybody else. And then essentially what happens is she hurts her leg, she hurts her ankle, and Michael Lacey is taking her back to Tie House, and she gets shot. Now, that shot where it shows her getting shot and blood erupting from her body would have been, Michael Lacey would have been dead too.
Yeah, because those shots, there are lots of little pellets, right? I mean, you see she gets like 6 or 8 pellets in her vest.
But Michael Lacey, who is apparently indestructible, man.
He's right next to her.
He's right next to her and doesn't get shot at all.
Yeah.
So he runs back.
But those were pretty good effects. Those were like explosive blood packs in her vest.
Yep, there are some good effects.
She is wearing a big hunting vest that's fully well rigged to explode like that. But it's a pretty good shot there.
So he runs back. This is all told in flashback to the house, right?
And calls an ambulance.
And then first appearance of Catherine Lacey, who comes in and says that she lives at Holly Cottage now, but she'll move to the big house when she marries Lord Vader or whatever he was in Empire. And Benji the dog hates Troy.
All dogs hate Troy.
But not cats, as we'll soon find out.
Cats like him. But so Henry has to go see to a generator that's going to disrupt their wedding if it's placed in the wrong place, right? So Catherine says, I'll take you up to meet Phyllis, who is Bella's sister. So Bella is dead, but Phyllis is living in the attic, apparently, of her brother-in-law's home. And Phyllis Cadell is played by Selena Cadell, right? So it's like they keep her last name. Who knows why?
And she's fantastic.
She is one of the best character actors in England.
If the Rainbirds were not in this episode, she would be the standout.
Yeah.
So she's eating bonbons, sitting in her apartment.
Watching a game show.
And Catherine Lacey comes in and says, the police are here to see you. And she freaks out.
You almost said freak the F out.
She drops her candy and she's like, she's just no idea what, she looks so guilty.
Guilty for who knows what, but she claims it's because she was worried that they had come about her car tax.
What can somebody in England explain car tax to us? We understand TV tax.
Oh yeah,
TV license. We understand that, but car tax, like, is that like your licensing fee or something? I don't know.
And we never see her drive. Does she even have a car?
I don't know.
Who knows?
Well, we'll get to the driving situation with that family at some point.
But she's this like super mousy, but absolutely on edge woman, and she's so good at being super nervous.
And sure, her eyes, she does such good acting with her eyes.
Yeah, super flat hair, big long knitted vest thing.
I don't know what
over a denim shirt, over a long skirt, box of bonbons.
I guess.
It's very weird.
If anyone can identify those bonbons, I'd like to know too.
But what we learn though is that, and again, so I was trying to do some math here, right? So she says that she came to the house to help Bella, her sister.
So this is, yes.
7 years ago,
okay.
Right?
And then Bella died 5 years ago.
Yeah, and Bella's been dead for 5 years. So she was in the house for 2 years when Bella and Henry were together, right? Were alive.
Yeah.
I think we can assume that Henry and Bella had been married prior to that. They didn't just get married. And that, so the sister, so Phyllis came to help because that's when Henry had to be in the wheelchair.
Yes.
Officially, he was in the wheelchair. And do they actually say that he had polio?
Yes.
So he caught
Bill
polio.
Ringer says that he caught polio in like the 80s.
1989, he catches polio and is a wheelchair.
No one else in England has polio.
Yeah, everybody else has been vaccinated but Henry Trace, who winds up in a wheelchair. So, yeah. So
does she tell the story of Bella's death here?
No, she doesn't, because they've already got it from Henry downstairs.
Okay.
So she doesn't reiterate it there.
So then they're leaving, and Snarky McSnarkerson Troy says that she was scared shitless, which again, I'm like, whoa.
Yeah. This quaint little show, he's like talking about ass bandits and being scared shitless.
And Barnaby's like, you've got away with words, don't you, Troy? And Troy again looks completely perplexed.
Yeah. So, but let's go back, okay? When Henry is recounting how Bella died, there are some real problems with how she died that are beyond who shot her. The reason why Michael is walking with her is that she's tripped on this route, right? She's twisted her ankle.
They're on the far side of the village.
Right. So
away from Tie House.
Right. So we assume that if Tie House is at midnight, the village is at the center of the clock and they're at 6 o'clock in the woods, right?
Fair guess.
So she's got to like go through the village to get home, but she's going to walk with Michael back somewhere because she's twisted her ankle.
Okay.
But then the camera pans, and not only is Henry on an ATV, he could easily say, hop on the back and I will take you home. Yeah, maybe he can't use his legs.
How does he drive the ATV with polio?
Well, all he's got to do is hold on to it with his legs, right?
Okay.
If he's in the seat, you drive with your hands.
Well, I'm glad he doesn't drive a car until later.
Yeah. So he could take her, but also the path that Michael is walking her on has a vehicle at the end of it, like a Land Rover, right there. He could easily have walked her to the car.
There are some problems with that, and we'll get into it when we get into Phyllis's part.
I just think she's surrounded by people who, aren't willing to take her home. This poor woman has twisted her ankle so bad, and they're like, well, but you can walk to the village. I know that there are all these vehicles, but we couldn't possibly interrupt our shooting party to take you home. And the place, it must have smelled like cordite big time. They're like on top of each other shooting.
Yes.
There's just gun smoke everywhere. It looks so unpleasant.
They go to Holly Cottage to see Michael Lacey.
It's a mess.
Troy walks up to the building and goes, creepy.
Yeah.
What is creepy about it? There are beautiful flowers outside.
Well, it does have that kind of weird twisted wood thing over the door that looks kind of strange.
I was kind of like, why is it creepy?
But as soon as they get inside, you think, God, what a pit. There's dirty dishes everywhere. There's like some kind of still or something sitting on the counter behind where Michael sits with his one Coke. That he gets out of the fridge.
He doesn't offer anybody. I bet you Troy would want a Coke.
But Michael's not the kind of guy who would offer somebody a drink. He's not going to bring out ice sombreros for the cops.
No. There were no ice sombreros here. And this is the first appearance of warrant cards, too.
That's true.
They don't call them warrant cards, but they show
their badges.
They show their
warrant
badges.
Cards. Yeah. So this cottage that they live in is on the grounds of Ty House, right? It's just on the edge of the grounds of Ty House. And they live there because they were wards of Henry Trace. Their parents died in a car crash when they were young, and their parents worked for him. And so he put them in the cottage with a nanny. And Catherine tells us all this while she's walking up the stairs to Phyllis's apartment.
Which is creepy that he's now marrying her.
Yeah, considering we know that she was, 8 or 9 when her parents died? So he's basically been her father, uncle, something or other since then.
The word ward is mentioned.
They were wards of him. Yeah. And they were given this cottage, and it's a pit. They're not taking good care of it.
They're not taking good care of it.
But that doesn't matter.
It's because for Michael Lacey, his work is his life.
His art
is his life. So then he recounts the story of Bella being shot, and this is where we get into the really bizarre situation. So he recalls what happens, and he says that everybody was there. She tripped. She busted her ankle. He was taking her back to Ty House. Okay.
Or the village.
So
or
going
whatever.
from 12 down to 6. Remember our clock metaphor. And then she gets shot. Okay. So now Michael says, I'm going to go get an ambulance.
He's going to run.
So he runs from 12 o'clock, we can only guess, through the village, which apparently has no phones or ambulance service, to Ty House, which is, they say many times, the other side of the village, to get to a phone. And he picks up the phone, dials 3 9s, which is 911 in England, and tells Catherine that Bella's been shot. What the hell is Catherine doing there, first of all? Second of all...
But he's not the fastest runner.
He's not the fastest runner, as we will see later, because the world record holder for running from the top of the clock to the bottom is Bella.
No,
Bella. It's Phyllis, because Phyllis should be on the Olympic team.
Yeah,
she should be on the Olympic team. She's faster than Usain Bolt.
Because she's already been up to her apartment and locked herself in to cool down.
But we don't know this yet, but it comes out.
Right. And then lurked around when she heard Michael come in and overheard him telling Catherine, okay, so we know Phyllis is faster than she can be, but so do they.
So you could say, well, Phyllis just left beforehand. But later on, we'll see that Phyllis did not leave beforehand.
Well, but wait a minute. So we're kind of jumping all over the place now, but they've seen the episode. They know what we're talking about. We say Phyllis is so fast, right? Because she can run all the way from where they're shooting all the way to Ty House and beat Michael there. But we see her run later when we see what Iris saw, and she's not a good runner.
She's not.
She's got the shotgun broken over her arm, and she's running like like a drunk kid.
And
like,
that actress, she's wonderful, but she is not built for speed.
No, she's not built.
But apparently she is.
But if that's her fastest crazy panic run, it's not very fast.
It's faster than Michael Lacey.
That's true. But not as fast as Iris Rainbird's binoculars.
They leave the house, they leave Holly Cottage, and Michael goes and paints angry in red, and we don't see what the picture is.
No.
Oh, we will. The creepiest painting of all time.
But we have another dinner scene first at the Barnaby household.
The Barnaby household. And
Cully wants to take him out to dinner.
Cully, there's a trick that if you're a family member doesn't know how to cook, they say, well, we should do dinner. And you always say, well, maybe we should go out.
Mark says this is a trick because this is his tactic whenever he comes home to Canada because his mother can't cook.
My mother she's cooking challenged. I love her. She's amazing.
But we always offer to take her out.
Not the best cook. Always offered to take her out. And she goes, no, I have pot au feu.
Frozen,
which,
we had to look it up. But it's French beef stew, and it's like a joint. It's not like a pot roast cut up in a beef stew.
No.
It's like a joint of like oxtail or some weird thing with vegetables. And I cannot imagine that it's good thought out. And it probably wasn't good when she put it in the freezer.
No,
She made it, right?
And then they're just on to the next thing, right?
Yeah.
Which is Dennis going lilies and white lilies and satin service.
Yeah.
He's fastidious for being a creepy ice sombrero serving
He's serious about the funeral business. But then we see the crew at Ty House getting in the Land Rover to go to Emily's funeral.
And who's driving?
Henry.
How can Henry drive? Because he has polio.
Yeah, his legs don't work, but he can drive, right? But Phyllis knows her place, and she'll sit in the back seat.
Then we have the longest voiceover, I bet, of the entire show.
Yeah.
In which Barnaby, in a conversation with Troy in the car, goes over all the suspects. And it just fills up time.
He recounts the play. Like, we have this person and this person and this person and this person. He goes through the whole cast, right? And they have the montage of them all standing around the grave for him to do it over.
Including Michael Lacey flirting with his girlfriend.
Well, and Catherine Lacey whispering something in Henry's ear that makes them both giggle, which is creepy and inappropriate.
It's so weird. And then on top of all the weirdness, because Barnaby and Troy are there, bell ringer is like, let's go get drunk.
But don't forget, we also have the two grave diggers.
The worst grave diggers ever. They just throw the flowers on top of the grave.
If you haven't seen this episode in a while, if you've only seen it once, you probably didn't pay very close attention to these two guys that dig the grave. They're fantastic. Go and just watch that scene again, because when they put her in the ground.
This is the scene when he goes drink sherry with Mrs. Bellringer. She says that Henry has polio.
Right.
And that Mary Sharp was
the nanny
who
took care of the Lacey's.
And Troy is in the background like a Bond villain.
Petting a cat.
At first, I didn't know what he was doing with his hands.
Because you can't see the cat. You can just see his hand.
And it's the cat Wellington. And
no, but before we go too far into that scene, just really quick. At the cemetery, when they put the casket in the ground, you can see that Emily was born in 1913 and died in 1996. Now, what we know about Emily in her younger years was that she was a teacher, right? And famously, she was Iris Rainbird's teacher. Iris Rainbird, who is herself an old lady, right? So I did the math. So if she was born in 13, she's 83 when she died. Let's assume she was 20 years old when she was teaching school. That means that Iris Rainbird can't be any older than 63.
And does not look 63.
I think she looks at least 60.
At least 60.
But a little bit older, right? So, I don't know. Maybe she was the youngest school teacher ever.
Well, she taught everybody. That's the whole thing. Everybody's like, oh, she taught me in school.
Yeah.
She was how long did this poor woman teach
And did they have like a one-room schoolhouse where she taught everybody?
I guess
don't know.
so.
Yeah.
I guess so.
Poor Emily.
So now we come to the Rainbirds' coup de grace. The death of the Rainbirds. They're sitting talking about how much money they're going to get.
Yep. With the tea tray.
And Dennis says, he wants another marrow mayonnaise, which is...
Because this is the tray that doesn't have ice sombreros. It has little sailboat.
Yes.
Right? And Iris is eating one of the sailboat cookies.
And it's a confection from south of France consisting of chestnuts candied like sugar.
Yeah.
And Lyon, I did not know this, is famous for its chestnuts. So that is what a marron mayonnaise is.
That's better than what I thought he said originally, because I thought he said marrow lyonnaise. And in England, a marrow is a big zucchini.
Yep.
And to lyonnaise is like a typical, it's like done with potatoes, and they're kind of fried and layered. And so I was thinking this was like
savory.
Fried zucchini in layers, like rotten potatoes. But yeah.
It's chestnuts in sugar.
Soon after that, we get the knock at the door.
Knock on the door.
And
the killer knocks. The killer is very polite.
It's very polite.
Number of times the killers kill people, they knock on the door.
But Iris is so interested in gloating in all the money that they're going to get from their blackmail and the yumminess of the cookie sales from her sailboat that she hardly even notices that Dennis is walking in with his throat slit.
But so again, Foley, you hear the knife go in.
And you hear...
Denny comes in, covered up his neck.
She's like,
falls on
Denny,
the floor.
who is it? And then he falls on the floor, blood spurting everywhere.
Blood spurts out of his collar.
Yeah.
I don't really understand how Catherine Lacey did surgical strikes like that.
Well, somebody behind him was clearly squeezing one of those balls, right, to make it pump out.
Yes.
So not only did they have to push him in a car, but they had to squeeze a little bulb to make blood squirt out of his collar.
Then we see the bloody knife. We get a little bit of killer cam.
We get knife cam.
A knife cam, and then Iris Rainbird bites it.
We see Iris getting stabbed, right? Yeah. And we see her get stabbed several times.
Yes, in silhouette.
Right, but in the torso.
Yes.
But when her body is discovered, George...
Her head's clean right off.
Says that her head is barely attached, right? So we've got this image of Catherine Lacey not only slitting Dennis's throat and letting him fall down, but then walking over to Iris, stabbing her, and then sawing at her neck just for fun.
And again, in the book, this is much more disturbing.
Oh yeah, in the book, Dennis isn't dead. They think he's dead because he's covered in blood, laying over his mother's body. But what he's actually doing is holding her head on, and he's catatonic.
Not good.
No, not good.
They bring in the
death
police,
of two really awesome
mobile
characters.
Police unit.
Yeah,
they hire
on a crane. Yeah.
They bring it in and then never mention it again or never go in it.
No, but the mobile incident unit signifies this is serious now. We have to be on site to do this investigation,
is murder.
Right?
This is murder. This is not some old lady who maybe fell down the stairs. This is some murder.
It's full on now.
The char lady found her. They go inside and find all these notebooks. Years and years of notebooks.
Right.
Where the Rainbirds are taking notes on everybody and blackmailing them.
Everybody.
Right. And they have these amazing maps on the wall, including one that is a Badger's Drift map, which I really want to see. I really want that image.
But it's clear that Iris has been doing this for a long time, right? And they've got a family business, right? They've got the funeral home. They own that funeral home. So you got to assume Dennis runs that, and all she does is sit up there and watch people and blackmail people all day long.
So in the end, the char lady fingers, again, Catherine Lacey. Again, it's them. Oh, I don't know who it is.
Because she finds their bodies.
Yeah.
Miss Quinn is her name, I think.
Yes, I think so.
Finds them. And she's fantastic too. She's got the big glasses, she's got the obnoxious clothes, she's got this headband on, she smokes like a chimney, and drinks and says of Mrs. Rainbird, well, she was odd, but she was always kind to me in her way and always nice to me. And yeah.
So back we go to Holly Cottage.
Yeah, because we've got
more people saying Catherine Lacey.
Testimony that somebody was there. And this is the first time we really get to see not only the cottage, but the studio and the kind of space in between. And one of the things I noticed, and I don't know why. So in the kitchen, there's this big hanging string of onions, right? Like a dozen onions all hung together like you do garlic. But when they go to the studio, there's like 4 more of them hanging out there, but in the space
really
between.
like onions.
They must really like onions.
They are full of incestuous onions.
Or they're afraid of vampires and don't understand.
Possibly. So they're fighting. Michael and Catherine Lacey are fighting.
Yeah.
And they show up. Michael
having
runs
their
out
fake
of the
fight,
house.
yeah.
They're having their fake fight.
I'm not gonna
Michael
get
runs
your
out of the
wedding
house,
gift.
and all I can think is Dexy's Midnight Michael.
Oh, yeah.
Because he's got overalls on. He looks like he should be in the Dexy's Midnight Runner video.
Yeah. And he's not going to get her a wedding present.
So then they take off, and Troy and Barnaby are like, they left the house. Let's go in. No warrant. No need. Whatever. If somebody has a problem with it, it's your problem.
We're going to blame Troy. Yeah.
And they find a messy room and clean room in the nanny's room.
Right. And so it's clear there's 3 beds, but only 1 is being slept in.
So then Barnaby goes back to the crime scene and picks up all the journals and then takes them home.
Yeah, because that's what you do. You take the evidence home.
Okay.
But you put it in plastic bags.
You do. And you read it late into the night. Creepy.
And then Cully comes in. It's in the middle of the night. We know Mom's already in bed. Joyce has long been in bed.
Not cooking.
And now Cully, who's been home for several days, suddenly whips out a sandwich from Marks and Spencer.
Yes, to give to him.
How long has she been holding on to that sandwich?
I don't know.
Like since she got home?
I don't know.
Like 3 days she's been holding on to that sandwich?
Don't know.
It doesn't matter because it's still better than Joyce's cooking.
It is. It's
Because
still better than-
Barnaby is willing to eat it.
And Barnaby goes, she asks him how he felt, and Barnaby's like, I didn't feel anything.
So he sees all these bodies and this really bloody crime scene from the Rainbirds, and he
says he didn't feel anything.
Yeah.
And then they move on to Cully's play.
Well, no, it's interesting because what he says is he didn't feel anything, but then he also says when the Rainbirds were killed, when he found out they'd been murdered, it's like, oh, good, there were more murders, so now I have more clues.
Yeah.
And I can get further along in the case.
Well, he loves the chase. It's clear.
But it's also clear that he's kind of torn. Like, he doesn't want more people to die, but he also wants to solve the crime, and maybe more murders will give him more clues and make him more capable of solving it.
I can see that.
He's kind of torn by it, you know? But what I love is that neither Joyce nor Cully are at all fazed by the fact that he comes home talking about people being beheaded and bludgeoned and in puddles of their own blood and whatever.
Fazed at all.
They're like, oh, want some dinner?
Not phased at all. On to Cully, on to her acting, and the clangor that is, I guess the last act is what really matters.
Yeah.
So now we move into the last act.
Yeah, it's pretty telegraphed there, isn't it?
So they find Catherine Lacey at Ty House the next day. She says, I was at the Rainbirds to drop off mushrooms because Iris Rainbird wanted some mushrooms. So she has another gigantic basket.
It's the second gigantic
with
basket.
maybe an inch of mushrooms in it.
In Ty House, which is this huge estate, she and Henry are both in the kitchen, and it is the crappiest kitchen I've ever seen. There's like 2 cabinets. They're like 1 foot by 2 foot. They're full of mugs. The table is all chipped and gross. It is not the kitchen of an estate.
And so they have like a 3 or 4 minute scene in there, and they go, well, actually, we're here to arrest somebody.
Yeah.
And you're like, I would have led with the arrest.
Well, but if they had led with that, then they couldn't have had that conversation. So they go up to arrest Phyllis because Barnaby has figured out that Phyllis shot Bella.
And she goes, I did it. I'll get my coat.
Yeah. She's much less nervous when they actually confront her because now she's not worried anymore. She's been caught out because all these years, for 5 years, she's been waiting for the cops to come around the corner, right?
Yeah.
Any minute they're going to come and get her. And now they finally got her. So now she's kind of resigned to it.
They come back. They talk to Bella. They interrogate her. She goes, I want to get rid of Bella. It was a crazy day. I decided to shoot Bella. Got some Dutch courage by drinking some vodka. She was walking along. I shot her. And then at the speed of light, I ran back to the house.
Yeah, in her crazy head back, arms flailing run that Iris saw.
Saw Michael Lacey call for the ambulance and then thinks she got away with it.
Yeah.
Until Iris Rainbird calls her up like a week later and says, This is it.
No, they invited her over.
That's right.
She doesn't know why they've invited her over.
Didn't know why.
And then Denny rolls out the infamous tea tray and whips off a cloth, and there's a shotgun laying in the middle of the top of the tray.
And the sandwiches are different suits.
Yes.
There.
But it's like, this is the definitive evidence that they know that she did it. A shotgun from a shooting party where everybody
They should have had
a
running shoes because clearly they would have been burnt or something.
Yeah. But it's like, it's no evidence at all. Everybody was probably using the same shells, the similar guns. They're not personal guns. Like, it really isn't evidence at all. But again, the look on the Rainbird's face
and their evil laugh
when they peel back that cloth and then they look at each other and they're like, "Oh, he was a good boy," you know.
So
like they're just relishing it.
They
right?
take her for $50K.
Yeah, they take everything that she inherited.
Yeah. So then they interview David Whiteley, who is in the journals also with a little red star beside his name, and we find out that David Whiteley is bonking Barbara, right? So now we know the doctor's wife and Michael Lacey are bonking. And he also saw the old lady at the beginning and totally lies about it.
Yeah.
So, and he says, you should look at Michael Lacey.
Yeah.
Again, these people are like, it's Michael and Catherine Lacey. And Barnaby and Troy are like, wonder who it could be.
And so it's not this scene, it's an earlier scene when they go back to the doctor and they say there was no test match. So the doctor's alibi is broken, right, for the day of the murders. Judith has already made the joke about Mrs. Whiplash, this woman that she's saying that her dad is having an affair with. So he goes outside with Barnaby and Troy to talk privately with them.
Like men do.
About where he really was. Like men do. But then, to provide his alibi, he says he was with somebody else and whips out her business card.
With the same Foley, the same sound effect as when Denny pulled out his business card.
I thought you were going to say, like men do.
Like
because,
men do.
All men have a prostitute's business card in their wallet.
Apparently, get the business card.
Yeah, well,
It'll get you out of trouble.
You might forget her number.
Exactly.
Yeah, because Barbara's not going to look for it. She doesn't care. Right?
Again, in the book, it is a clearly different relationship.
Yeah, in the book, they go to the strip club, Barnaby and Troy. I would have loved for that scene to be included in this episode. Can you imagine the two of them in a nasty old strip club talking to this
incredibly uncomfortable they were.
This old dancer. And in the book, she's pretty crusty.
Hot on the Michael Lacey tip, they go back to Holly Cottage and they find Michael Lacey, who doesn't want the house to be searched.
His studio is very private.
It's very private. And Troy, who clueless up until this point, looks around and then goes, "Oh, there's a knife up there."
Now, wait a minute. There were flies buzzing around.
Buzzing around. So they find a bloody knife.
Which apparently Michael Lacey hadn't noticed. But there's something about his studio that I'm curious about. This scene is in the middle of the day, as all the scenes at Holly Cottage are. He's in his studio. He's been working. There are candles everywhere, like in wine bottles and stuff.
And he's in his Dexy Midnight Rider outfit again.
He is. And how does that place not burn down?
I do not know. Because he immediately takes off.
Oh, yeah. Runs like crazy.
Runs. It's a show of horrible runners. Except for Troy. Troy catches him. No problem.
Yeah.
Tackles him to the ground. They put him in the back of the car. Barnaby gets in the back of the car with him.
I think Michael wanted to be caught. I don't think he was trying to get away. He was pretending to try to get away.
And it's implied later on because he wanted them away from the cottage. And so he does his famous thing here of, "I've been framed." He draws a frame when his sister goes by the car.
You have to know that Mark is making the hand gesture in front of his mic as if that's going to help. He's making the frame shape.
So we all know what that frame looks like.
Yeah, with his fingers.
Next, the wedding.
Or is it?
Or is it? So
This is the only kind of weird, like, psychedelic scene I can remember from
it's
A Midsomer.
Barnaby's fever dream.
Yeah, he's having a dream. But this is how the great detective's mind works, right? He has to go to sleep, and then all the clues start to sift and sort, and he comes up with the solution.
So he's in a dream. We don't know, okay? But we have a bouquet with the pointers and the orchid in it.
Yeah, the popsicle sticks with the ribbons around them. And it's kind of like red flowers that are kind of like spilling out, too.
Yep.
It looks kind of bloody.
Then we have Terry saying, "Oh, poor Annabella."
Yeah, she's
over-
whispering to Barnaby from behind him.
Joyce has the basket, the giant basket with the mushrooms. The priest is
God
reading.
help us if she tries to cook.
The priest is reading "'Tis Pity She's a Whore," which is
The play
the
that
play
Cully is
that
in.
Cully's doing,
Yeah.
which is the book that was at the old lady's house when she makes the call in the beginning, and is coincidentally about an incestuous relationship that ends in murder.
With a character named Annabella.
With a character named Annabella. Michael Lacey's doing his frame thing.
So wait a minute, let's just make sure that people get this. So in the very beginning of the episode, Emily is on the phone, frantic, trying to figure out who to call, and on the table next to her is a paperback book that is "'Tis Pity She's a Whore." She has the play sitting there, which is why she's thinking about Annabella. But I don't know. She's a school teacher. Yeah, she's very literate, of course.
But what is
she's-
the coinky-dink of Cully also being in this play?
And she's reading a Jacobean incest tragedy.
Apparently,
For fun?
That's what she does for fun.
Maybe she heard about the production of the play, so she wanted to read it because she was going to go see it.
So Michael Lacey's doing his frame thing.
Yeah,
I keep
in the
hitting my
dream.
microphone when I'm doing it.
Yeah.
And then we have Rainbird zombies,
Yeah.
which are fantastic.
Because they're sitting there in the crowd at the wedding, and so her head is not cut off. That would have been awesome if she looked like her head had been cut off. She could have been carrying it under her arm. That would have been awesome.
And Denny would be,
Yeah, Mommy, maybe he could carry her head around. Yeah, and she could go, "Who's a good boy?" But they do have like dark cheeks and like sallow eyes, and they're just looking forward. You know, they could have done better with that scene.
So-
if they had let me direct that scene, totally would have been carrying her head under her arm.
so it's a dream, the phone's ringing, and Joyce is waking up Tom in bed.
Yeah, because it's the call.
The call that Phyllis has committed suicide. This is the most troubling part of the episode for me. It's really sad, and Barnaby legitimately freaks out.
Yeah, we've been checking on her once an hour. Well, it wasn't enough.
It wasn't.
So she...
And he goes, "What a mess." And I simply said, "Your hair?" Because Barnaby's hair is wild.
He's got bedhead. But what did she hang herself with?
I think she cuts her wrists.
No, because it looks like there's something white tied around her throat.
Bed sheet, something.
Her granny panties?
Maybe. Her sneakers.
Oh, could be. Never
The
know.
laces from her.
It wasn't that giant vest, though, because it was white. It wasn't
Yes.
green.
So then Michael Lacey, who's in prison in the county clink, still in his lovely white jumpsuit,
Yeah.
goes, "Oh, I forgot to tell you my whole alibi."
Yeah, you didn't give me a chance, dude. 'cause
And they
you
were like,
rushing me
"You
out of
should
the
have
house."
told us yesterday." He says, "You should have asked me yesterday." Rewind. They did ask him yesterday. Because he said he was working on paintings
He
all
was
day.
so concerned with getting them out of the studio so they didn't see the canvas
I guess.
that's all he had on his mind, was getting them out of that studio.
Then he says the thing that drives me insane about Michael Lacey. He calls Troy Caped Crusader.
Yeah.
Okay, Troy is not Batman.
No.
He's Robin at best.
At best.
At best. Barnaby is Batman. Why does he even say Cape Crusader? And then Troy comes back and goes, "Better be true."
Yeah. Like, yeah, I told you.
So they go see the doctor's daughter. She confirms the alibi.
Yeah.
And this is where the Miss Whiplash thing happens.
That's right. This is where Dr. Lessiter whips out the business card for his
So
prostitute.
Our list of suspects is getting shorter. It's gone from Michael Lacey and Catherine Lacey and a few other people to just Michael Lacey and Catherine Lacey at this point in time.
Yeah, but they both have alibis, right? We think they do.
Suddenly, somebody gets a brain fart and says, maybe we should go to Brighton and see this old lady that the original old lady was giving a call to.
So they suddenly take a road trip to Brighton.
Which, again, Troy's a bad driver. So they meet up with Mary Sharp, and she tells the story about the kids fighting. And one night, she couldn't get sleep, and she wakes up, and she finds incestuous bonking.
Wow. Yeah. Well, she says
there's nakedness.
She says they were troubled. They were troublesome, but they faked these arguments.
Like she felt that
they were trying to convince her that they didn't get along to cover up the fact that they got along.
Yeah. Boy, did they get along.
But speaking of which, okay,
cowgirl got along, little doggy.
At this point, for the first time, okay, so they've got this cottage. They've had this cottage since they were kids, right? And moved in with the nanny and became Henry's wards. They've had this cottage that whole time. And for years and years, they've lived there without their nanny, of course, as adults. And yet, they go into the woods to have sex.
They're playing the long game, certainly, okay? Because they're driven insane by the incestuous bonking. That is the only explanation I have for the bonking outside and the bonking and the driven insane. The incestuous bonking must drive them insane, must make them go, we must bonk outside. On the grass, on a rug.
We could easily do it hidden in this little cottage surrounded by weeds and where nobody goes but us.
Crazy incestuous bonking. And then they have this whole plan to get money from Henry.
So Catherine is going to make Henry fall in love with her, even though he's been her guardian for years since she was a child.
5 years they waited. They played the long, incestuous bonking game.
Well, maybe they were running out of money because Michael's paintings weren't selling.
Maybe. Because he's really good.
All he did was paint weird paintings of his sister naked. But
so they take it. She says, it's important that Mary Sharp says, I didn't tell anyone because I love them. And so in her last act of love, Mary Sharp calls Michael.
And warns him that they know.
She calls Michael. Michael freaks out.
But the wedding is happening.
Well, first
it's the day of the wedding.
He gets out of his overalls and gets his mom jeans on. And his sneakers. And he runs over to Ty House. Why was he not at Ty House already for their wedding?
Maybe he didn't want anything to do with the wedding. Remember, he said he wasn't going to get her a present.
Maybe.
So he leaves the police station when he's released. They got to let him go. So he changes out of his white bunny suit.
Into his mom jeans.
And puts on his mom jeans. But he can run.
He's running. Not as fast as Phyllis.
But he runs all the way from Holly Cottage to the house, into the house, up to see Catherine where she's putting on her wedding dress.
This is the first real wedding day. They figured out that he was a beater, and that was why it was weird that he was walking with Bella.
Yeah, because his job would have been to be 100 yards ahead of the shooting party with a stick, stirring up the quail so they would fly out of the trees. So he really shouldn't have been back with the shooting party. Not if he was doing his job.
Meanwhile, Phyllis is like the Flash.
Yeah, but before they can arrest Michael and Catherine.
No, there's sheep first.
Yeah, well, yeah, because the sheep slow them down.
Why are they not taking the A1 or whatever highway?
Because they're just in a little village.
And they pass a rock that says Badger's Drift, 7 miles.
Well, were they in Coston before?
And Troy says shooting, bludgeoning, stabbing, and poisoning. Anything goes for those two. I'm like, yeah, you forgot about the incestuous bonking.
Yeah, there is that too. So they rush back to Ty House. The wedding is about to start, but Catherine's still upstairs. Michael runs into the house, and then by the time Barnaby and Troy get there, David Whiteley is there to say he doesn't know where she is.
Maybe they're at Holly Cottage, and Barnaby says,
no, it's too late.
I think we're too late.
Yeah.
And again, a fit of insanity brought on by the bonking.
They go back to the very same
They go
spot.
back to the bonking ground and shoot themselves.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess. So then, what does Barnaby do? Barnaby doesn't, investigate the scene or...
No, they're dead now, whatever.
Or talk to Edward.
Yeah.
Nothing like that.
Or Henry?
He goes and finds the bell ringer lady and takes her to Holly Cottage to look at the horrible painting.
Yeah, I don't understand. So we know when Michael says, I've been framed, that he's he's sending Catherine a message to say, you've got to take that canvas, that you've got to take the canvas out of the frame, because if they see it, they'll know, right? Because they don't want anybody to know.
So they find the canvas, and it's Catherine Lacey, naked as the day is long.
But kind of in a weird, twisty perspective.
Yeah.
Weirdness. I don't know.
Very strange.
It's very weird. And then, of course...
Creepiest painting ever.
Yeah. And then, of course, we find out that, Annabella is the character in Cully's play.
So because they go to Cully's play.
Yeah, that ties everything up.
And they find out that Annabella is the character in the play, not Bella. It was just Quinky Dink.
Because Cully's on stage playing Annabella, kissing her brother in the play, right?
And then Barnaby has this creepy smile.
Because he's put it all together.
He's put it all together.
It's the satisfaction of all the ends being tied up.
And then the episode ends.
Right.
That's it. Credits. We're done.
So can we talk about the Lacey's motive?
Okay. So talk about Lacey's... Sum up Lacey's motive.
Okay. So... we know that they've been having this forbidden relationship.
Incestuous bonking.
The nanny has gone away. And we assume that they've been living in the cottage for 5 years, right? At some point, they must have got the idea that Catherine could seduce Henry.
Well, no, they had that before because they killed Bella.
Well, yeah. So
they've had this plan, again, long game.
You're right. So they've had this plan for a long time. So without knowing that Phyllis was planning on killing her, which would have made their plan even better, right? Without knowing that, Catherine shot Bella in the woods, knowing that in 5 years, she would try to marry him.
Yes.
Right?
5 years. That's a long time.
Yeah. But that has nothing to do with hiding their relationship. That's just about them getting their hands on some money because Henry has polio. And so he's bound to die at some point, right?
And they kill the old lady at the beginning because they're seen bonking in the forest.
Because she's seen them, right? So if she exposes them, Catherine won't marry Henry.
Meanwhile, the woman is in Brighton who's like, oh, I love them too much to talk about their bonking.
Well, I think they trust her, right?
I don't know
because she's
why.
not said anything for all these years, and she loved them, and they know that, right?
I guess.
They've already killed Bella. Then they waited some time.
5 years.
To get Henry hooked up with Catherine, right? Then Emily sees them. They can't have that happen because she might tell somebody, and that would endanger their plan of getting their hands on Henry's money, right? Yes. Then the Rainbirds
try to blackmail them.
But what did the Rainbirds actually see? They saw
they saw them trying to get rid of the blanket. Now I don't know why the Rainbirds knew that was the bonking blanket.
Or what they thought was going on with the blanket.
No.
Because what they really saw was somebody at Emily's door. They know that Catherine had her dog and her dog would bark, so it couldn't have been really her. It had to be somebody else. So they've got suspicions and they know they're trying to hide evidence, but they didn't know anything definitively.
But the Lacey's kill him anyway.
But the Lacey's kill him anyway. Well, Catherine...
They're driven insane by the bonking.
Incestuous bonking. So the whole idea is that they can't have anybody endangering the plan. The big plan. Which is them, I guess, living in Thai house together?
No. So let's consider this. Say they don't kill the old lady at the beginning. The old lady at the beginning is fraught and upset.
Emily, yeah.
Now everybody believes her because she taught them all in school, right? But they could easily say, she's an old lady. She doesn't know what she's talking about. I was doing this and he was doing this. It wasn't.
They didn't have to.
The first thought is kill the old lady.
Yeah. Well, and what would Mary Sharp have told Emily if she'd gotten through to her? Mary would have said, I know it's wrong and what?
I guess they shouldn't be doing it, but I guess she still loves...
Yeah, but how's Emily going to take that story? She's going to go, oh, well, if you love them and don't think it's a problem that you can face, then I'll just forget about it. I think she would have told Bellringer. I think she would have confided.
Bellringer would have caused the
She would have confided in Bellringer. And I think that if they hadn't killed the Rainbirds and got caught for that, she would have been next.
Yeah.
They would have had to kill Lucy Bellringer.
Well, and Bellringer says she thinks it's Catherine Lacey, and then she talks herself out of it.
Yeah.
Like everybody else in this episode.
Yeah. That is the killings at Badger's Drift. The beginning of what will become one of the longest running, best British cozy murder mystery shows out there.
Absolutely fantastic episode. We picked it apart down to what Troy is wearing in the background. But it is still an absolutely fantastic episode.
And all these years later, was it 32 years? Is that right? It aired in 97. 32 years later, it is still so watchable, so great. And around our house, we still say things like, you got to write Constable and I have to tell the bees.
I hope you've enjoyed this. Absolutely, this was a blast for us to do. I've had so much fun getting ready for this and really enjoyed this. The plan is to do one of these every week, and the next week will be Written in Blood, which is the real first episode from the first season and has
Scumbag scum.
Scumbag scum.
And if you've seen it, you know what we're talking about.
No, exactly. And that damn dragon book.
Oh.
If you like this, let us know. We have a Twitter feed at Midsomer Maniacs. If
you've ever tried to make ice sombreros and you have a picture, we'd love to see them.
Ice sombrero recipes. Please send us your ice sombrero recipes.
And if there's a favorite moment in the Killings at Badger's Drift that we didn't point out,
yes, please let
tell
us know.
What was your favorite?
And with that, we will see you for Written in Blood in a week's time.
Bye, Maniacs.
Bye, Maniacs. They managed to make it full of humor and joy and life-affirming values, while at the same time
our dog, who's normally absolutely silent, is in the next room going crazy.
Hey Maniacs, before we get to episode 2, Written in Blood, Brian Clapper Sweat Soup, we just wanted to say thank you for all the kind words and posts people have made. Especially on the Midsomer groups on Facebook and the subreddit, you have all had some very kind words for us, and we just wanted to say thank you right off the top. Also, we are very pleased to see that we're getting listeners not only from the UK and the US, but Canada, Germany, Norway, and Australia. We are touched and blown away by your insightful comments and love. It's nice to know that we're not the only maniacs out there. And now on to episode 2. Enjoy.
Scum! Scumbag, 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 scum! The repetitive beat of the inner city drum. Scumbag, scumbag, scumbag!
Welcome to
Scum.
Midsomer Maniacs.
Hey Maniacs!
The podcast for people who are maniacs about Midsomer Murders. I'm Sarah.
And I'm Mark.
Caught in the middle of a drink.
Yep.
We're here for week 2.
Week 2, Written in Blood.
The first season of Midsomer has probably some of the best characters in the whole series. Like how I qualified that? Probably some of maybe. When I think about all of the funny quotes that we have around our house, all of the little things from Midsomer that have stuck in our minds, it's amazing how many of them are from this first season.
And so many things, you look back and you're like, oh, I wonder what episode this and this and this are in, and it's all the same
from the same episode. They crammed so much in.
So just before we begin, just a reminder that if you let your kids watch the show, they can listen to the podcast. But if they're too young for the show, they're probably too young for the podcast.
Pretty good rule of thumb.
Written in Blood was filmed in July and August of 97. This is almost a whole year after the pilot, which is why Troy's hair is so different.
It's not any better, though.
No.
It's like it's still split down the middle, but now it curls more.
Yep.
Like they told him not to get a haircut.
And he didn't. Then it was broadcast on the 22nd of March, 1998. So basically a year after the first episode.
And that gets us started on what is truly a Midsomer. Based on a book by Carolyn Graham, of course.
But this book in 1994. So this is not the second book in the series.
Oh, so they skipped over some? Mm-hmm. I wonder why.
No idea. Once again, directed by Jeremy Silberson.
And co-authored by Anthony Horowitz again, like the first episode, like the pilot.
All the players are back that we know. Barnaby, Troy, Joyce, Cully, and Dr. Bullard.
Dr. Bullard.
But we have some amazing guest stars in this episode.
They stand out, right? So rather than going through the plot completely, we're going to say, if you haven't seen this episode, as usual, pause right now, go watch it, then come back. You will be able to follow this a lot better if you've seen the episode. And if you saw it when it aired originally, you're really old. No, I was in college, at least when it aired the first time. But you should have watched it recently, or if you've got a good memory, you'll be fine.
Before we get into the stars or the plot or anything, I think the stars that we need to talk about with each episode are two things. One relates to this episode and the other doesn't relate to this episode, but will eventually. The first one is, this is a different village, right?
Yes.
So this is Midsomer worthy.
Mm-hmm.
Usually, when we cover these episodes, there will be a pub that is somehow related to the story of the episode. But first two episodes, no pubs.
Yeah, later on, they fall in love with pubs. There's always some kind of aptly named pub.
But not this time.
Not in Midsomer Worthy. It's a place for writers' circles and bingo games and fetes.
Yes. We start off with the title card, like we did the last time, with the sort of watery blood. And we are presented with bucolic fields of Southern Ireland in 1955 near Doro.
And a little boy picks up a shotgun, walks up to his dad's room. Oh, his dad is so gross. You don't even have to find out that he was sexually abusing that little boy later. You just know it because he's just so nasty.
Well, he also named his child Liam, which I gotta say, it's not the best name.
We might have listeners named Liam.
I'm sure we do, but it doesn't fit this character.
Well, he changes it.
Okay.
So it's okay. Liam shoots his dad with a shotgun and then runs away.
Kablamo. Like right away. Cold opening. What cold opening?
No.
It's a hot opening.
But we don't get to see his dad dead. We
Nope.
just know that he's like, Liam. There's no doubt about what the little boy's name is.
Nope.
Because his dad shouts it at least 6 times.
And this little boy has blonde hair and
Blue
fair skin and
eyes
blue eyes. And we'll see later on why that's important.
So then we cut to the village.
Yes.
Right?
And there's no titles. Again, there's none of these cute little village illustrations.
No, they moved away from those, which I think is good because they certainly didn't match that title card.
I thought they were the whole first season.
No, they're just in the pilot.
I thought it was the whole first season. I may be wrong. I looked on 4 different streaming services to see if there were those credits, and they weren't there on anything.
They're not there.
We enter the village of Midsomer Worthy, and we see a sign with the village information on it, which includes the writer's circle, which we'll come back to, and their first meeting. Well, not their first meeting.
Their next
meeting on the 14th of June, 1997. Also on this board is a sign for Keep Fit for the over 50s.
And a Gilbert and Sullivan Society.
They are performing Pirates of Penzance. There's bingo at the Village Hall on the 11th of July. But so they made these 4 great signs, and then they kind of got lazy because the last sign says jumbo sale here.
No date, no nothing. Now, I have to tell you guys, so of course, we've seen the episode many times, but when we're prepping for an episode of the podcast, we each watch it and we watch it together. And this is the kind of Midsomer nerd that Mark is. He pauses the show so he can read the flyers on the village sign.
Somebody worked very hard for those flyers.
Not on the last one.
Not on the last one. But the Pirates of Penzance one in particular is very well done.
It has a pirate flag on it, Jolly Roger and everything.
Very well done.
Yeah. And then
And the people who created the material props for this episode worked very hard.
they did.
So,
And then we get this kind of montage of the main characters. They introduce all of the writers to us.
as they're writing.
We get to see them in situ as they write.
So Gerald Hadley's cleaning lady leaves the house, and he's typing away on his old computer with the giant monitor, tick, 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 tack, tack, and he's writing a spy novel. So it's got gunplay, and there's all sorts of interesting things.
Okay, so speaking of gunplay, in my little research to find out interesting things, one of the things that I found out was the caliber of bullet that he claims this guy shot. The bad guy shoots at the good guy and he misses his shoulder by like 2 inches. I think he says it's a .35 millimeter, which is like elephant shot.
Oh,
Like it's so big, it couldn't miss you by 2 inches. I think the bullet is like 2 inches
I don't know about
across.
that because like a police gun's a 38.
Yeah, but that doesn't. I don't know a lot about guns, but
And a 22 is a small shell.
right. But I looked it up and it said that whatever caliber he said, it was big. I
Okay.
should have made a better note of it.
Okay.
But anyway,
So then we're introduced to our next character, which is Laura Hutton, and she's writing her romance novel.
she's walking down the street imagining the silk nightshirts and stuff.
And the excitement of the kiss and all sorts of things like that. And then we are given another gift. Brian and Sue Clapper.
Honoria Lydiard is incredible. Second only to Honoria
Yes.
is Brian.
Yes. So Brian begins with his dramatic reading as he's typing. Now, I've written some things. I've even taught creative writing classes. And at no point have I said, as you type, say it. But he's writing a play, so maybe.
Yeah.
So he says the following: scum, scum, scumbag, scumbag, scum. The repetitive beat of the inner city drum.
As he drums on the table.
As he drums on the table. And then he finishes off with scumbag, 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 scum. And he
may as well be describing himself.
very pleased with himself, though.
But then Sue, his wife, who's wonderful. She's writing a children's novel about a dragon named Hector. And she's just so happy. And she has gigantic glasses.
And she's made Hector like a paper mache version, and she's doing the art of the book. She is by far the greatest creator we've seen so far.
And she leans over his shoulder to read what's on his screen. And she's so delightful because she's like, scum, scumbag, scumbag, scum. It's a little repetitive, isn't it?
Which is the most critical thing she says to him the entire time.
He's so mean to her all the time. Now, before we go on, though, we should say Brian is played by David Troughton. Is that how you would say his name?
Yes, David Troughton, who is the son of the second Doctor.
Yeah.
More Doctor Who. And he was on Doctor Who a whole bunch.
Yeah.
Probably some nepotism there. I understand. But and his sons he has 2 sons that are actors and one son that's a cricket player. His son that's the actor, I think his name is Sam, that you probably know him the best for Chernobyl and The Forest, and he's been in a couple of things.
But so David Troughton is playing this despicable, sweaty, greasy, pedophile teacher. I mean, he's just so thoroughly gross. And played by an actor who is so talented. Like, he is one of the preeminent Shakespearean actors in the UK.
Absolutely. He's a very good actor. And I watched an interview with him about a play he's doing about home children that he saves as a widower in the north of England. And he's just the most wonderful, warm man you could ever imagine.
Which means he's just a really good actor because he grosses you out.
He's like, I'm surrounded by such talent. They all pull me along. And like it's not fake sincerity. It's real sincerity. He just seems to be a very nice man who in this particular version of Midsomer, he's in Others. He plays quite the scumbag.
Scum. He's one of several bit parts in this episode who then return in other episodes playing different characters.
Yes, definitely.
And very different, very different characters.
So the next person we're introduced to you is Honoria.
Oh, Anna Massey.
Honoria Lydiard.
Lydiard.
So Anna Massey is just fantastic. Every show that you could ever imagine she's been in, especially ITV shows. She's in Lewis and Morse, and I mean, yeah. Has she been in Endeavor yet? Not that I can remember. Okay. I think because she died in 2011. She's very few people. I think only Thursday is the only one who's been in Morse, Endeavor, and Lewis. Yeah. So. But she's so great. And she's so thoroughly nasty again. But she's a different flavor of nasty. She is. First of all, she has a giant typewriter. Now, you're going to learn. I'm a typewriter nerd. My Twitter handle is typewriter. I like the typewriters. I have too many typewriters. And I was desperate for her to, I was like, push the camera in so I could see that type. No, they don't. So I don't understand something about their house. Okay. Later on, she says she's working in the study. Mm-hmm. But this is clearly a dining room. Yes. And she is at the dining room table. So does she have multiple rooms that she writes in? Well, their study may have a big table in it. A lot of old houses what is it called? Gresham Hall, where they're at? Yes, they're at Gresham Hall. Yeah, a lot of old houses like that had big studies that were libraries, and they had big tables in them like you would in a library. But this, there's a place to put dining stuff in the back. Like a buffet or something? Yeah, like a buffet. So I think, I don't know. But to say that the house is disarrayed or in disarray, never mind the fact that there's a body upstairs. Oh. But Honoria's typing away. Anna Massey, another interesting thing about her that I can't ever get over is that she was married to Jeremy Brett, who in my head is Sherlock Holmes. When I think of Sherlock Holmes, it's Jeremy Brett's face I see. He's in the long-running Sherlock Holmes series that is very true to the books. He's quintessential. And yeah, they were married for 4 years. Yeah. That must have been fun. That must have been quite a ride. So we meet Honoria, and then we meet her. And she's writing a family history of the Lydiards. It's the Lydiards, and she lists off a bunch of Lydiards. Above reproach. A bunch of Lydiards, and including her favorite, her brother Ralph. And we meet her sister-in-law, Amy. And this is where, when I was watching this the first time, and we'll get into Honoria's insanity later on. But this is where I noticed Ralph died. They have no children. Mm-hmm. Honoria isn't going to marry anybody. No. And Amy is not going to marry anybody again. No. So the Lydiard name is dying with these two ladies. Yeah. It's over. There are no other siblings. Honoria and Ralph were it, right? As far as we know. That's as far as we know. And I think that plays into her insanity later on. She's playing crazy. You can give it whatever reason you want. I don't think anything explains it, but I'm sure it contributed to it. So now we're moved to the writers group, which is really an amazing and beautiful, inciting incident that is the biggest red herring ever. The whole writers group thing it's not needed. And I think it's great how they make us concentrate on the writers group.
Yeah.
But in the end, it's of little value to the main crime. There's lots of crimes going on here.
But it's a weird mix of people. You've got somebody writing a romance, somebody writing a family history. Amy's not writing anything as far as we know, except maybe some poetry that she mentioned.
She just goes.
But probably because Honoria makes her. Are you going to tell Honoria no?
Yeah, no, I'm not.
And then you've got Brian and Sue. They're just this weird mix of people. And Gerald, who in a small village, I'm sure, I guess you don't have as many people to choose from about who you're going to hang out with. And it's clearly an open writers group. Anybody's welcome to come. They've got the flyer on the sign and everything. But wow, could you get a more unlikely mix of people?
So now I want to get to something that really upsets me.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Brian is horrible. He's horrible to his students. He's a lech.
He's horrible to his wife.
Lies to his wife. He tries to get it on with teenage girls. He is problematic. Okay, I'm not saying he's not. But I have to tell you, the biggest problem I have with him is how he sits in this scene.
Yes.
I just want to scream at the television for him to sit up.
Well, the couch is eating him.
I just, sit up! Sit up!
He can barely drink out of his glass of wine because he's so slunched over in that chair.
Honoria needs to get the finger out and be like, sit up!
Proper posture, Brian. So they're looking for a guest writer to bring.
So, and they throw out all these crazy names like Max Forsyth and a whole bunch of other people. And they settle on Max Jennings. And Gerald freaks out.
Yes, he does. He's like, no, I won't have him in my house. I mean, there's no subtlety here at all. And everybody else is so dense and self-involved that they're like, well, let's just vote. I vote for him. Obviously, Gerald's
Except
traumatized.
for Laura, who's completely in love with Gerald, who's like, anything Gerald says goes.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So they vote to contact him because Brian has to get home to do his marking. What exactly does he mark in his little class?
I don't know. All they do is shake it out and improvise.
Sticky tape. We'll get to that.
One must assume that he teaches classes other than the one that we see.
I would assume so. We're transported.
Yeah, because they write the letter to invite Max Jennings'
house instantaneously.
He's married to Mrs. Hudson.
And she is phenomenal.
Of course she is.
First of all, I have a question. Carolyn Graham wrote this with, what's his name? What's the other guy's name?
Anthony Horowitz.
Anthony Horowitz. These are known writers, okay? Mm-hmm. They understand the publishing game, okay?
Yep.
How many books has Max Jennings sold? Because he lives in like a $5 million house.
Well, I think we're supposed to think that he's a best-selling author. Like a Grisham kind of author.
But still, he only talks about one book.
Well, because that's his most recent. Was it Faraway Hills?
I guess so. Yes, Faraway Hills.
He's married to Selena, who's played by Una Stubbs, who is, she's Mrs. Hudson in Sherlock. And she's an absolutely over-the-top, insane, jewelry-wearing, swimsuit-wielding alcoholic. He says, isn't it a little early to be having a drink? She goes, well, I'm awake.
She's absolutely fantastic. He gets the invite on the Midsomer Worthy Writers Circle. Stationery.
Written by Brian because Gerald refused.
Which is the following.
Oh my gosh, you looked at that?
Midsomer Worthy Writers Circle, The Bungalow, Midsomer Worthy, near Coston, Midsummer. And Gerald's name is listed as chairperson.
Yep.
And so now he's like, hey, I'm on this because I want to talk to Gerald. And we don't know why. And Selena's guzzling tomato juice and vodka. This scene, there's a comic by XKCD. I'll put a link in it in the show notes, but it's created a shorthand among us that when you talk about technical details of filming, like I do sometimes, because I teach some of this stuff, it's called Greenland.
Yeah.
Okay? I'm going to go Greenland here
so
for a
Mark
second.
will ruin an episode or a movie by talking about some tiny little filming technique that nobody else notices. That's Greenland.
Okay. So we're in Greenland right now.
Okay.
This scene is so dark. The entire thing is just...
Well, the whole episode is kind of dark.
The whole episode is kind of dark. Then he goes, she goes, why would you even want to go there? And he goes, as a matter of fact, I do. And then he goes into his study.
And speaks to himself.
As
a matter of fact, I do. Dun, dun, dun.
So now we're whisked away to the Barnaby's home, which looks nothing...
No, wait.
What?
Okay, because we just talked about Max Jennings, and I can't not tell you. So you look on IMDb and you look up these people's names, right? The actor's name is John Shrapnel.
Yep.
Which is an action name if there ever was one.
John Shrapnel.
Okay, so I thought, that can't be his real name. Who's got a cool last name like that? Lo and behold, it is his name. His parents were named Shrapnel as well.
There's the Yorkshire Shrapnel.
Yeah. But it does have an origin.
Okay.
The reason why his family name is Shrapnel is that he has an ancestor who invented the exploding cannonball.
Wow.
And changed his own name to Shrapnel.
That's fantastic.
Like, you invent something and then you say, you know what? I'm going to change my name.
He has told that story to young women at parties.
And they have swooned.
It
just made me think, like, what could I invent that I would change my last name to? You know, be like something so lame, like App. And then forever, our children and our grandchildren, our great-great-grandchildren would be App or something. Yeah.
Well, it kind of happened with my family, sort of, because I'm only tangentially related to Alexander Graham Bell, but...
Yeah, but his name was Bell before he invented things that included bells.
But then the company became Bell.
Yeah. But Shrapnel, that's fantastic, isn't it?
And that's guts, too. That's like, I'm going to change my name.
Mm-hmm. It's like Colonel Sanders becoming Colonel Chicken Wing.
Captain Chicken Wing.
Yeah.
Next, we're on to the Barnaby house that looks nothing like the Barnaby house did before.
No. And Cully shows up unexpectedly with a mute.
No, hold on. Joyce says, if somebody doesn't get murdered soon, you're going to get tetchy.
Yeah. Which,
in her new hair,
contributes to the theory that she's the one who arranges all these killings just to keep Tom busy and engaged.
So Cully and Brad show up. And okay.
Brad's a director, but doesn't speak. Okay. I think they just didn't want to pay him.
Clearly, Brian is a lech and a horrible person, but Brad barges into the house before Cully, and it drives me insane.
So one guy has bad posture and the other one cuts in front of people.
Oh, I cannot imagine doing that. It's just so horrible.
You're so Canadian. And they bring Kelmowski, the kitten.
Yes, Brad in his shorts. Did you notice he was
Well, they're about to travel. So Joyce and Tom are going to take care of Kelmowski.
Yes. The idea is that Cully will bring him some vodka.
Yeah. Because he's such a drinker.
I guess.
You never see that, but...
Honoria heads off to the antique shop.
The very dark antique shop.
Thing is dark.
Owned by Laura. It's just full of, pie crust tables and...
Laura Hutton crying her eyes out. It's just allergies. No, Tom is allergies. Your unrequited love.
Yeah, get it straight. Well, because, she's seen the prostitute going to Gerald's house the night before. She's still upset.
But she doesn't say that to Honoria.
No.
So she says she has some new newspapers from the 70s for Honoria, including the Navy News. Now, the Navy News...
Does it exist?
It does exist. Oh. It was founded in 1954 and is still going today. It's a very well-respected Navy newspaper.
I didn't know.
It's the official newspaper of the Royal Navy.
Well, Honoria likes it so much, she steals one.
She just takes it.
And goes straight to Gerald's. Knock, 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 knock. He's not home.
Now, Gerald's house is Pulver's Rest. And a pulver...
That was plover.
Plover's Rest. A plover is a plump-breasted bird of the shoreline bird family.
I'm glad they're plump-breasted.
So it's like robin's nest or something.
Yeah,
right?
Plump-breasted, kind of like Gerald later.
Yes. So Honoria goes over, knocks on the door, and Brian, who's getting back from annoying his students, is like, the meeting doesn't start till 7:30.
Yeah, because all of a sudden we are on the night of the writer's circle that Max Jennings is coming to. We have jumped time somehow.
So then we switch to Brian, who goes in the house and does nothing but criticize his wife.
Yeah, he wants to go take a bath.
He criticizes
He needs a bath.
the dragon. He criticized her for reading while he's out, and you should bring me some tea in my bath. Who? Okay, I don't know.
It's a Brian thing.
We're not UK people.
No.
We're not. But do you rush home after a day of leching at school to have a bath?
You're talking to a pretty narrow audience there. Attention all lechers. Do you enjoy a bath right after work?
It's just so
this is
gross.
one of the things I've never understood about UK homes, and folks can tell us in the comments, tweet us, whatever. But what is your problem with showers? Why is it always a bath?
Well, it's because there's no water pressure in the entire country.
Who has time to fill a bathtub every time you need to get clean?
Brian, apparently.
Maybe that's why he's so filthy and gross all the time.
Brian soup. Ugh.
Oh, that may be the grossest thing you've ever said. Brian Clapper soup. Clapper soup. That's a thing now. So it's the night of the writer's circle. Max Jennings comes and
hold on. Gerald meets with Amy and says, "Don't leave me alone." with Max."
Right. And then Max maybe delivers and we only get the tail end, but it may be the most boring talk we've ever experienced. Like, this is an exciting writer. He writes like thrillers and these big sweeping novels that are so moving. And yet his advice to them about writing is that writers need stamina and luck. Like Snorefest.
And it's very practiced. It's like, da-dun, 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 da-dun.
Well, I'm sure a writer like he is probably gives a lot of talks like that at signings and whatever. But it's not engaging. I can't imagine sitting around, surrounded by people on sofas
Well,
and
it
stuff.
certainly didn't get Brian to sit up.
No, he's still slouching.
And then he takes out a cigarette and starts to smoke.
Which Honoria is going to hate.
Yep. So there's so much going on under the scenes in this scene.
It's not really under anything.
No,
it's
that's
super
true.
overt and awkward. There's like any questions, and there's crickets and staring and shifty eyes. And then I have a question. No, you don't get to ask the question because Honoria is going to say, "I'm writing a history of my family, the Lydiards."
Like, she totally interrupts. So there's a point
So
later
rude.
on, and we'll talk about it, where she says that person is so rude. She's rude.
Oh, she's rude. She and Brian can have a rude-a-thon. A rude out or something. I can see who's
She's
ruder.
like, Amy, home.
Yeah. Well, and the whole like leaving, right? So Amy has promised that she won't leave Gerald alone with Max, and she practically shoves Max out of the house.
She does the right thing. If Amy had succeeded, if Max had not forgotten his gloves,
People would still die.
people would still die, but
Maybe not Max.
it would be Gerald who would be in. No, Gerald would survive. So okay,
Gerald would live.
If he
Max would live.
Yeah, everybody would live.
No, not everybody.
Who wouldn't live?
Well, Gerald would still be dead because Honoria kills Gerald, not because of Max, but because of the newspaper.
So Max would be alive, but not Gerald.
Right.
And then she would try to kill Amy like she does at the end. But that would be like
Only
that
Max
takes away
would be
half
saved.
Of, yeah,
Yeah.
Max would be saved.
Yeah. Well, don't forget, though, that we get another Brian rant at the writer's circle where he says that writing is elitist, and he's always like rapping and improvising and snapping his fingers and clapper
just
soup.
Like, Gerald wants everybody gone. Honoria is so mean. Gerald and Max get left alone together because he comes back for his gloves.
His gloves in July.
July
the 1st of July.
Yes.
He needs gloves.
I guess.
That is so awkward and intentional.
And then, so he comes back in and he asks for a chance of a nightcap. And it actually turns to be that it's like they're almost tender to each other here.
Well, I think Max wants to apologize for what he's done.
And I think Gerald wants to kill him.
Gerald wants to kill him. He's like, well, if you're here, I guess I have my opportunity. Because he really did want to kill Max.
Yes.
And he wanted Amy to prevent that from happening. They give you this feeling that Gerald's afraid of Max, but what Gerald's actually afraid of is what he'll do to Max.
Later, he leaves drunk.
He looks
stumbling
drunk.
around.
Yeah.
Gets in his car. And how we know this is because Laura, the creeper...
She's skulking around.
I happen to be outside of Gerald's house every night.
She's out. Brian's out. Like, really, everybody who lives on the square is out skulking around, hiding from each other in the middle of the night.
And Brian comes home. It's really late, and he's trying to be quiet. And then somebody goes by the car on the other side.
We don't know who it is that goes by. We assume it's probably Laura since she's out skulking, but we find out later it's not Laura. And then we cut to the next morning with poor Mrs. Bundy.
And the housekeeper arrives, and this is the first of many housekeeper findings of bodies.
Did you notice she didn't change clothes between the first time she cleaned his house and the second time, which is like a month apart?
She has one costume, and that's what she has.
It's that green polka dotty, leafy top, whatever it is.
She notices a couple of weird things.
The wedding photo.
Goes down, the light is on. She walks by the portrait on the wall, and this is the first time we see the portrait, which, if anybody's paying attention, goes, oh, it's Liam.
Yeah. And then she sees his naked feet.
Yes. Ah! And then the candlestick, and then the empty wardrobe, and then she loses it.
Troy asks her, well, did you go in the bedroom?
Wait.
Of course I didn't go in. I'm sorry. I love it. She screams at you.
The interview itself has to be dissected. But before we get there, so the Midsomer Constabulary arrive.
Yeah.
Now, they have a logo on
You're
their
such
car,
a nerd.
right? They have a logo on their car, and what animal is in the middle of that logo?
A badger?
It is a badger. That is a Midsummer trivia question.
There you go. You could win a prize with that one day.
And I thought, oh, Barnaby's going to be less snarky in this part. No, as soon as they get inside, Troy's like, it's just in here. And Barnaby's like, oh, with the blood and the police photographers.
I wouldn't have noticed. Yeah. Yeah. And then Mrs. Bundy freaks out.
No, we got Bullard in his white suit. And then there's people in green suits. I don't understand the white suits and the green suits. They go over the details of the movie. Then they interview the cleaning lady.
Yeah.
And
But Gerald is naked.
Naked. Starkers.
Now, one of our favorite things to talk about, because we watch a lot of murder shows, is corpse acting. And he certainly got a break, because all he had to do was keep his feet still.
His feet and his sort of one butt cheek.
No, it didn't even go up that high. I think it's like calf, maybe.
Maybe.
And they might not even be his. They could be somebody else.
They could be.
He might have had a foot double.
It could possibly not even be Gerald.
And you can hardly see that there's blood on the carpet because the rug is so busy.
Yes.
I was like, is that blood or is that the pattern? It's obnoxious.
Barnaby and Troy asked the cleaning lady what happened. And then she says that she found him. And Troy says, did she go into the bedroom? And she goes, of course I didn't go in. But she clearly goes in.
Well, like a step. Just far enough to see his feet, and then I think to follow the line of his feet up, because she sees his head is obliterated.
Yes.
They can't even initially identify the body.
Room. You have to admit she's in the room. She crosses the threshold.
Okay.
A double check.
She's in the room, but if she didn't, she couldn't do that line.
Yes.
And it's...
Of course, I didn't bloody go in. She overacts all over the place here. It's all fantastic.
It's just one of those infamous lines, though. It's a Midsomer thing.
Yep. So they establish it's not robbery and that there's no car.
Even though all the clothes are gone from that wardrobe that's standing empty, that Troy points out to Tom in case he missed it. Of course he didn't.
Of course he didn't.
Yeah.
Okay. It's more to make sure that the viewer didn't miss it. Next, they interview Mrs. Clapper. And
Sue.
Sue is fantastic.
She gives him coffee.
First of all, she has coffee.
And giant glasses.
And she gives them a whole bunch of exposition.
Yeah, she
included foreshadowing exposition. She says, we don't go to the Lilliards since Ralph died because the place is like a morgue. Which it is.
Hint.
She gives them a ton of info, and then she totally lies for Brian and lies very badly.
Yeah, she says he went to bed and he didn't get back up again, which we know he did.
But she does solve what happened to Gerald's car.
Yeah, it was stolen in Coston, like a week before?
Yes.
Right, on the infamous big-breasted night.
The infamous big-breasted night. So off we go to Coston Comprehensive, which I tried to find a link or a description of the school somewhere. But if you know where that school is, I'd love
what
pictures.
School that they use.
Schools it actually is. Troy says he went there from 83 to 90, making him a child. And then, this is another Troy bad driving incident, but this is not bad driving. Bad driving is being slightly upset or tense or full of anxiety while you're driving. He drives on the wrong side of the road.
Yeah, it's a little over the top, eh?
And they go and talk to the janitor for like 2 minutes, and then we never see the janitor again.
No.
I don't know why the janitor scene is there.
It was just to establish that Troy went there to school and he's remembered there.
I guess.
And then we see Brian in his class.
Is it in a gym?
It's like a gym with a stage.
I guess.
Like multi-use
He's got lots
room.
of risers.
Yeah, he's got the risers out. And he's doing like shakeout exercises and voice exercises with his students. Typical drama teacher.
Yep. Shaking it out.
Yep.
Pretend you have sticky tape on your fingers.
Yeah.
He's sweating profusely.
We have to talk about the laugh.
Well, we'll get to the laugh.
Because he's already done it, but it's when he uses it in combination of reference to Edie that it gets really creepy.
Before that, he's sweating. And then he says, you have to reach out and reveal.
And then he says, get into a dramatic pose.
And Edie, who...
The young blonde student, short skirt, midriff, all that good stuff.
I have to say, the kids in this scene and all the kids' scenes, they act very much like actual teenagers in class.
You'd know because you teach high school.
I teach high school, not like Brian. And the way they talk, their cadence, the
way they taunt him
and stuff is very much like actual high school students. They did a very good job there. He also has his t-shirt tucked into his sweatpants.
Yeah, why is he wearing sweatpants? But he already has a sweat stain when they start the scene, right? Like mid-boob sweat stain.
Yeah.
But when he tells them to get into a pose, Edie throws her leg up around the waist of one of the male students and he kind of swoons. And Brian turns around and he's like,
Yep.
Good.
Brian Clapper,
nice
boob
pose.
sweat soup.
Nice pose, Edie.
It's so creepy. But then I gotta tell you, he does a little bit of decent teaching.
Yeah, he does.
He does.
With a coup de théâtre.
Coup de théâtre.
He clearly knows what he's talking about. It's his execution that's so gross, right?
And they all get into character, and Edie kind of taunts him again, and he loses his guard, and then it's just chaos.
Yeah.
And then that's the moment when the woman from the office,
The principal, secretary, whatever. Yeah.
shows up and say that the cops are here. And he does some good acting there.
Yeah.
Right? And
he tries to kind of play it off like you would in front of your students. You don't want them to be alarmed.
When they tell him Gerald's dead, he actually reacts like a person who did not kill Gerald.
Yeah, I think so too.
But then he says the weirdest thing. He says, when Troy asks him something, I forget exactly what, and he goes, my yay is my yay, and my nay is my nay.
Because he's answered the question already, and they're asking him again.
And he turns to say inspector to Barnaby, like, I'm done talking to you.
And my yay is my yay, and my nay is my nay is a reference to Matthew 5:37.
Oh, it's a biblical reference.
Yeah, from the King James Version. He's well read.
He is.
He knows French theater terms like coup de théâtre. He knows his Bible.
But he seemingly doesn't care about his wife or anything but his own sort of...
Gross lechiness.
Yes.
And his rapping and improvising.
Yes. So his wife sends a message, but it's too late that the cops are coming.
Yeah, he doesn't know whether she's lied for him or not and given him an alibi. But then we go to Gresham House and we get to see Honoria in her home environment.
And she is a little bit prickly.
She is. They walk up and she thinks they're soliciting something or other. And she's like, "Can't you read my sign? No hawkers, no circulars." Now, the sign is maybe, 5 inches by 5 inches. It's like a gray with gray lettering on it. And her giant bob haircut is blocking it anyway. I don't know how they could have ever seen this tiny sign on this big house.
She says, "Go away or I'll call the police." Barnaby's like, "We are the police." And they go inside and talk. She says, "I didn't know Gerald. No one knows Gerald."
Amy says, I made us cocoa. We had cocoa and went to bed.
She is nasty to Amy immediately. She treats Amy like a servant, even though it's her sister-in-law. And I have a question. It later comes out that Amy has no money. Mm-hmm. I don't understand why Amy has no money. So she married Ralph, who was the older brother of Honoria. Mm-hmm. So he would have the bulk of the estate.
So you think he would have inherited everything and she'd have the money and Honoria would be mooching off of her.
And they have a place in Spain, which is where he dies.
Well, they were trying to make a life in Spain, she says.
Houses in Spain don't come cheap.
Well, you don't know. They could have been in a shack in Spain. Do you know for sure that Honoria is younger than Ralph?
It wouldn't have mattered. It's the male heir.
Well, that's not always true in every family.
I would think that even if he did die, he would have left some money to Amy.
He's pretty young.
Suppose.
When he died. She's been living there for a while.
I guess. So then she says to Troy that, she just gets up.
Oh, yeah, she's just done.
I'm done. And Barnaby's like, "You got to stay around and answer some more questions." And she says, this is her pitch.
Yeah.
So she says the Lydiards are part of the very warp and woof of England. They are beyond reproach.
And leaves.
And Troy goes, "The warp and what?" And she goes, "Woof," and leaves. How they filmed that without laughing, I do not know. Because Anna Massey chews up that whole scene.
She does. She's so good.
She just must have been crazy. Amy says it's all her fault. She was supposed to keep them apart from each other.
She promised.
The main suspect now is Max, and Max is nowhere to be seen. Honoria watches Barnaby and Troy leave from the window of a locked room that we will investigate later. Next comes the last, and I think the better scene with Selena Jennings. They go to see Max's wife, and they do the best interview of a drunk housewife ever, because
she has an entire bar sitting next to her.
She has a booze cart. It's on wheels.
Yeah.
Right? She says Max is big in Denmark. Mm-hmm. Okay. She slurs her words so well. Like she knows what drunk people sound like, and introduces
Bouncing Barbara
Neal. And when she says Neal, she kind of looks on the ground like, oh, she kneels.
But then Troy does the handling melons every time he says Bouncing Barbara, his hands out in front of him.
Right in the middle of the interview, she basically says, "I don't know what this has to do with me." She gets up, takes off her wrap, and dives in the pool.
Yeah, in her jewels.
Barnaby and Troy head back to town. They need to stop and buy a book. Barnaby says, "Stop here." And Troy doesn't pull into a parking spot or up on the curb.
Or even slow down and put on his blinkers. He just slams to a halt.
Guy goes around him. "You idiot!" And they will go buy the book that Max Jennings wrote at the bookstore.
So Joyce can read it.
Yes.
Because Barnaby's not going to read it.
No, Barnaby's not there. Not going to read it. And we go back to a candlelit dinner at the Barnabys. They eat with candlelight a lot.
Where Tom comes down with cooties.
Is this a normal thing in England?
I don't know.
Eating.
Well, Cully's there. No, Cully's not
Nope,
there.
Cully's in Poland.
Maybe they're
with
for the cat.
Brad. Maybe.
But this is the first time that Barnaby's got the crazy cootie itch thing going on.
But so there's a great Barnaby characters thing here where he says there was no photos of the woman, Gerald's wife, anywhere in the house, just the one photo. And Joyce is like, well, how many photos do you have of me? And he goes, I have 2 in my wallet. And you just, he's just the nicest man in the world. Where's the cat? They go off to bed. I'm
Cat's
not
in the
ever
bed.
going to let the cat sleep in the bed. And then there we go. Joyce is reading the book and the cat's in the bed.
You know what's funny about the cat is that Cully says it's part Russian blue. We also have a cat who's part Russian blue. Her name's Telly. But Russian blues are known for being kind of hypoallergenic in terms of cats.
Yes.
Like if you have some allergies to cats, that's what they suggest you get. If you don't get one of those crazy, ugly, hairless cats, those Sphinx cats, Russian blues are second best. So it's funny that Kilmowski gives him a rash.
He's allergic. So we return to Sandalwood Cottage, which is the Clappers, and we see a lot of Brian's skin.
Ugh.
It's just,
I don't want to see Brian's skin. I don't want to think about Brian's soup.
I'm going to give you some marriage advice to all the people listening. If the person you're married to is going out after you're in bed and not telling you where, this is a bad thing.
Yeah. Maybe she's just happy to see him go.
She's like, where were you? And he was like, I was out. And so he mentions, he asks about Barnaby here, and he calls him Dixon of Dock Green.
Yeah, so what's that a reference
So
to?
it's a reference to a television show in England in the 50s to the 70s. It lasted a long time, about a constable in London who was named Dixon. He's a constable who kind of solves all the crimes and, his superiors aren't exactly sure what's going on. This is what I got from reading.
Because doesn't he say Dixon of Dock Green and his fascist sidekick or something like
Yes.
that? Yeah.
So that's what happens, and that's what Dixon and Dock Green is. Brian goes out again. We never actually find out where Brian is going.
Not those 2 times.
No.
Not the night of the murder or that night. He's going out for a walk.
Walk.
Wah, walk. It sounds like wank, but
No, he actually says wank later on.
yeah.
Next day, police canteen. Gerald's missing car has been found. Max Jennings is
Missing
still. Let's go talk to Bouncing Barbara. Right? So you have to
you do the hand
You have to do the
gestures.
hand gesture. And they go to talk to Barbara Neal, who
Is young and beautiful and clearly sort of terrified and bad at lying.
But I'm glad they didn't do like she's got a low cut top on.
No, she's not
looks like a
vivacious or
professional
anything. No.
person.
Yeah.
She says Max was afraid of Gerald. So now we're like, wait a minute.
Okay, Gerald's afraid of Max. He doesn't want to be left alone with
And
him.
Max
No,
is
wait a
afraid
minute.
of
Max is
Gerald?
afraid of Gerald. And then Troy says, maybe they were afraid of each other.
Yeah.
In his wisdom.
Troy asks if Laura and Gerald were banging each other, to which Barnaby's like, you have such a picturesque turn of phrase.
Well, this is the second episode in a row. He said banging.
Yes. No,
Or
it was
bonking,
bonking.
sorry.
This is banging.
Sorry.
They've moved on to the more 90s term of banging from
Yeah.
bonking. And then Barnaby says, I'll drive.
Yeah.
Next, we're talking to Laura Hutton, who gives up Honoria right away.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
That she stole the newspaper from June 78.
And says she wasn't banging Gerald. She passes the house in the middle of the night.
Because she couldn't sleep.
She's a bad sleeper.
It's what you do.
She's a creeper. She's not a bad sleeper.
She's a stalker.
Okay.
I mean, if I can't sleep, the last thing I'm going to do is get dressed and go outside and walk around
To my boyfriend's house.
to look in his window.
Multiple nights. She sees a woman get out of a cab, goes up to the door, has a key to the door, goes in.
Clearly a prostitute. You could tell by the way she walked.
Clearly a prostitute.
Because they have that walk.
They have that walk.
Even though it's a giant prostitute.
A
Like
gi-
a
like-
6'2" prostitute.
It's Gerald in high heels, and he has to bend down to go in the door. And then she goes, and this is a weird bit of writing. She goes, I was aroused. Well, not aroused. I'm like,
Alert or something like that. Curious.
Why was that even in there?
She didn't want to sound like she was interested.
And then she goes, no, I was not angry.
In the most angry tone that she can, she says she wasn't angry.
She goes, a matter of fact, I saw Max Jennings leave drunk. The light went out upstairs. And then she saw Brian Clapper. This is the next night. And she goes, I don't want to be seen outside of Gerald's house in the middle of the night. Then don't go there.
People might misunderstand it.
Because you're a creeper. They go to interview Brian Clapper. And he gives up the name of the play. That's the best piece of information he gives up.
This is another, it's a Brian gem.
Slang Wang for 5 mute voices.
It's only a working title.
Just a working title.
Slang Wang.
I guess.
Yeah.
No, it's Slang Wang.
Slang Wang?
That's what I thought it was.
That's what I thought it was too.
Okay. What is a Slang Wang?
I looked it up. I couldn't find any references to Slang Wang except a guy on Facebook who has a very unfortunate name.
So this is where when he says, Troy says, where were you? He goes, I went for a walk.
Yeah. So they guess that he's off looking in Edie's window or something.
Brian has another class. Edie talks to him after class and gets all creepy.
Yeah. She needs to talk to him. But then he puts his arm around her and touches her bare skin, and it's just
not touching students.
Ledge alert.
Back to the Barnaby house. Joyce loves the book. It's about a young Irish boy. He connects to the beginning of the episode.
Right.
There's sexual abuse. He runs away, and he's painted in a historical dress, which leads us to the painting.
By an artist who's rescued him. But then the phone rings to interrupt Joyce's reading to say that Max Jennings is dead.
Yes.
And has been for about 2 days.
They go to find Max Jennings in the cottage by the sea, and they find Bullard. Barnaby calls him out and says, what are you doing here? Yeah. And George is like, well, it's my case, and I fancied a day by the sea.
Well, because it's one of those, kind of tropes of a show like this that you just wonder, are these the only 2 detectives in the entire country? I mean, I know that the county is big, but there've got to be other detectives in the county other than Tom, but apparently not.
Some very good dead body acting here.
Very good, though he breathes.
He does.
But he keeps his eyes super still, and that's hard to do.
He does some good dead body acting. He's a professional.
Yeah. Shrapnel.
They go over the case again as they're driving.
Barnaby does that mid-game wrap-up like he did in Badger's Drift.
I'm glad they've stopped that.
Yeah. It seems too early, too, to be here are all the players. One of them is the killer.
Exactly.
But they go back and see Barbara and they confront her. They take her to the station and confront her. And she admits that Max was waiting at the cottage for her.
Maxie.
Maxie. He wasn't going to Denmark after all. That was just a lie for Selena. And that Barbara was supposed to meet him at the cottage so they could have some time alone together because they've been having an affair. But when she got there, he was dead. And so she left. She ran away instead of reporting the body.
Yes. He threatens her with obstruction, and next we're moving on to Gerald Hadley's solicitor, which is the fantastic character James Joycelyn.
Well, but between those two, so Barnaby's got this rash, right, that's getting worse and worse. And he's always so calm, but when they're leaving, it's just the itch is too much for it. And all of a sudden he kind of bends over on the path and yells, God damn it, what's wrong with me?
Wait until he has some of the marijuana.
Oh, the brownies.
The brownies.
Yeah, in the later episode. That's funny. Yeah, they go and see Jocelyn, the lawyer. Now, I have to say, okay, he's an awesome actor. And he is the only recurring character who appears in 3 episodes playing the same character who isn't part of the cast, the main cast.
He plays the same character?
He does. He plays the same lawyer in Written in Blood, right, which is in 98, and then in Death's Shadow in 99, and in Orcus Fatalis in 2005. Ooh. And he's all the same lawyer. He's the lawyer of Coston, apparently.
I guess so.
Yeah. I have to tell you this. I was very excited to find this out. So Timothy Bateson, the guy who plays Jocelyn, the awesome eccentric lawyer, he was the voice of the worm in the labyrinth, the little one with the little blue scarf that says, "Come in, meet the missus."
Yep.
Does the voice of that. And he also does the voice of the guards in the labyrinth, where Sarah's in front of the two doors, and they're kind of like playing cards almost, with heads top and bottom.
Yeah.
One of us always tells the truth, and one of us always lies, and they give her the riddle.
Yep.
He does the voice for them too.
Oh.
Labyrinth was one of my favorite movies as a kid.
As it should be. So we find out that Gerald's stinking rich.
Yeah.
He's got like £2.5 million in cash. He's got a bunch of paintings.
He's richer than that, okay? Jocelyn says that we know he's got an apartment in London, and Joyce has already told us that this apartment looks over at the Albert Hall, right? We get that reference from the book. So Jocelyn says that he's got this like $2.5 million that he's giving for scholarships. That's like the bulk of his estate, right? So I went on the old inner tubes and tried to find an apartment that was as close to Albert Hall as that apartment later is revealed to be.
Yes.
5.5 million.
5.5 million pounds.
In 1998.
In 1998.
Yeah. So
Gerald had some bling.
he had some money and apparently got undercut for this apartment because it was worth about twice as much as they estimated it to be.
I would have thought he would have got some better lady clothes then.
Yeah, you'd think that butterscotch colored dress and bad wig.
He needed better.
There's no accounting for taste, though.
I guess so.
He might have had a lot of money and no taste.
So he leaves the painting for Lauren, and then he leaves Amy 100,000 pounds.
Booyah!
Booyah!
She can get away from Honoria.
So we're off to Gresham Hall to tell Amy she can get away.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, she's so happy.
She's going to be rescued from Honoria, even though Honoria nursed Ralph back to health. We don't know what happened to Ralph.
She didn't successfully nurse him back to health. She took care of him until he died.
No. And we learned that Honoria was in the study, not in bed.
Right.
Like she said.
On the night that Gerald died.
She says that she hates it here, and then they call Honoria out on stealing the newspaper. Honoria very carefully shows him the paper, which has
the HMS Leicester.
The HMS Leicester on it.
Ralph's boat.
Yeah. Only shows that to him.
And, Tom is good. Tom is smart, and he's observant. And why he doesn't notice that she so carefully and deliberately folds it over and then hands it to him in a way that suggests, "Thou shalt not unfold this paper."
Well, he does. He gets in his brain. He just,
but he doesn't realize it until later.
Allergies. He's not thinking straight.
He's got the cat cooties, I guess.
He's got the cat cooties.
Yeah.
So then they leave, and Honoria's insanity is really shown here.
She takes over cutting the vegetables for dinner.
The vegetables.
Whatever that thing is.
What was it? Daikon radish.
That's the closest thing we guess that she's cutting. But she starts talking about blood and bone.
Blood and bone.
Okay, because Amy is cutting vegetables for dinner, lets Honoria take over. And then when crazy Honora has a gigantic knife in her hand, that's the time Amy decides to tell her, "I've just inherited a lot of money and I'm leaving.
By the way, I'm out of here."
Yeah. Because Honoria's not going to be mad.
No.
No.
Like, you're not the boss of me.
And we see the psycho light in her eyes for the first time.
Absolutely.
Blood and bone, bone and blood.
Barnaby and Troy find the cabbie that drove Gerald home. But we don't know it's Gerald.
She was an ugly woman.
But she had awesome legs.
Yeah.
She had lots of makeup. At this point, the penny drops for Barnaby, and he figures it out.
Yeah, because they know where the car was stolen from, and it just happened to be near a certain club.
But Troy does not understand what's going on. He's like, so this woman went to his house and stole all his clothes? Why would she do that? So they go.
Well, because they haven't been able to figure out why Gerald didn't report his car missing as soon as it was stolen and why he reported it later. And now we understand why he didn't report it right away, because he was in drag and didn't want to call the police while he was in drag.
Exactly. So they go to the gay nightclub. First of all, the moment they step in the gay nightclub, the theme of Midsomer is being played in a sultry saxophone.
Yeah. Which is awesome.
There's HIV and AIDS flyers, clear condom information, and statues of bare-chested men. Okay? Then the barman that's how he's referred to in the credits, shows up and says, we're not open. Clearly a transvestite.
We're not open.
It should have been, as
Eddie-
you said, it
Eddie
should have
Izzard.
been Eddie Izzard.
Yeah, he would have been great in that little bit part.
So, transported to the Barnaby's bedroom, and Tom thinks that Troy may have had a seizure.
Yeah. Did they ever tell us what the name of the club was?
Nope. Name of the club is not given.
That's an opportunity missed.
Yep.
It must have been great.
Brian Clapper's boob sweat. I don't know what it's called. So,
But we go back to Joyce and Tom going to bed, and where's the cat? Well, the cat's in his bed. Kilmowski's trying to kill Barnaby.
yes,
With the allergies.
he's absolutely trying to kill Barnaby. Brian. So, this is where it gets cringy.
Let's cover it fast because it grosses me out.
It's so gross. Brian goes to the estate to see Edie in her house, which is a total setup.
She's mixing him drinks. She's got a short leather skirt on.
It's a total honey trap. They take a bunch of pictures of him.
Who takes the pictures? Who is that man outside the window? It's not one of the students. It's a grown man.
And then a package arrives the next morning with the pictures in it, and he realizes he's in trouble here.
And Sue's talking to him about all kinds of other things, and he suddenly says, "You shall shut up."
He's just so mean to her.
Well, he's freaking out.
He is. Bullard reports back that Jennings died from the wine.
The wine which had thallium sulfate in it.
Yes.
Right?
So, and that wine that he drank at Gerald's house.
Yes. Because, okay, so thallium sulfate, if you don't know, it used to be used for rat poisoning. But in the U.S., we banned it in 1975, and the U.K. did about the same time. Because, quote, it's indiscriminate killing.
Oh, nice.
It's flavorless, it's tasteless, it's colorless, it quickly dissolves, and it has this nice delayed effect.
And we see Gerald keeps it in his cupboard with his spices.
Yeah, so it would have been outlawed in the UK 20 years before.
Well, you know, as a gender bender, maybe he needed it. Gender bender, as Troy says.
As Troy says. The other thing, though, so I was kind of nervous even looking up thallium sulfate, like.
And the death of your spouse.
Yeah, like how many mysteries have we watched where somebody's Google history has been used against them? Well,
I'm not drinking wine. Right?
She's conveniently looking things up the night before. But the thing about thallium sulfate that's interesting is that. So it only takes about 1/8 of a teaspoon to make somebody sick and about 1/4 of a teaspoon to kill them. So it doesn't take a whole lot. But the way that thallium sulfate, it kind of became sort of the cyanide of its time in terms of fiction. Mm-hmm. It became super, super popular as a way to kill people because it was colorless, tasteless, odorless, and for a while wasn't really detectable because of the symptoms being so delayed, and then they look like a lot of other things when they start. So it's like stomach upset, neurological problems, headaches, you throw
stumbling.
up. Yeah, stumbling.
Bonking,
all that kind of
Betty,
stuff. Yeah.
Barbara.
And it actually was used to kill a few people in real life. And a lot of people point their finger and blame Agatha Christie for that.
Oh.
Because do you remember The Pale Horse?
Yep.
Which is the book that Christie wrote in 1961. Where
That's
there's
the one with the witches.
The witches, exactly. They're using thallium sulfate to poison people because it looks like witchcraft. Because all of a sudden these people come down with these mysterious ailments and it's delayed.
And I bet you they can cure them instantly.
There is, I can't remember what it is now, but there's a chemical that you can give somebody. If you know for a fact that they've been poisoned with any kind of thallium salt, there is an agent you can give them that kind of nullifies the impact pretty quickly because it takes it up like potassium in your body. That's how thallium tricks your body.
Yep.
But after Christie published that book, which was, of course, hugely popular and it was everywhere, there was this big increase in thallium poisoning.
Oh.
And everybody said it was her fault. Niall Marsh put it in a book before her, but it wasn't as big selling. Yeah. So we can blame Agatha Christie for Gerald. Maybe he was an Agatha Christie fan.
Maybe.
Yeah, he was a writer.
He was.
Maybe he had the thallium as a fan thing. You know, because you do.
Agatha Christie official thallium sulfate.
Poisoning kit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Brian heads off to school. and it's not good.
No, that's that whole scene.
They demand $5,000 because he's a middle-class dude. I don't.
They pretend the honey trap was part of their coup de théâtre.
They have his boxers though. So the pictures only show him topless, but he must have. And so this is where it gets into problematic terms, because what did Edie do with him? Okay.
Enough that he was naked.
Enough that he was naked. And that's a long way to go for a joke.
Yeah. Or even blackmail that she'll then have to share with everybody else.
And he yells at them, calls them scum.
He loses it.
And they say, we're going to have to go to plan B. And they post the pictures.
To the same sign that we see in the opening scene.
And Brian does his weird laugh. And that is the last we see of Mr. Brian Clapper. And, you know, he's horrible. He gets his just desserts. But what happens now? Like, I hope Sue publishes her dragon book and goes on to be a bestseller.
And leaves his ass.
Leaves his ass and finds a person of indeterminate gender who loves her.
Yeah. And Hector.
Yes. So we head off to Albert Hall and park right out front.
Yeah, so I did some research here. Where they park their car, that's not a place where you can drive at all.
No.
You really can't drive up to the Albert Hall at all, except on one side where they like load things.
But they're driving all over the place.
Oh, yeah. They pull right up on that little bridge with the stairs.
Because it's an emergency.
It's an emergency.
To get into this empty apartment.
Yeah.
So they go in. Barnaby's like, go this way, go that way. They're trying to figure out what happens. They realize that it's from the book and that Barnaby's putting this all together. And then the show kind of shows its age in two ways here. The first way, Barnaby says he's a transvestite or a transsexual, whatever the term is. Those are all very different things than homosexual.
Yeah.
And whatever Gerald was, it's Gerald's choice, and we respect that choice. But transsexual and transvestite are not the same thing.
No.
And they are not the same thing as homosexual.
But they also don't have Gerald to ask.
They don't have Gerald to ask. And I just was like, oh, Tom, you almost did it.
Yep.
And they figure out that Max Jennings essentially stole his life story.
So Max was a psychiatrist before he became a writer. And it's clear that he based this book that's currently a bestseller on Gerald's life that he only knows about because Gerald saw him as a psychiatrist.
So
and
then
it's just such a breach of confidentiality.
Yeah. Troy says, I'd kill him if he did it. And then a constable shows up with more drag and they go, what a surprise. Now, Troy loosens up a little bit because he tries to drag on.
Well, he doesn't try it on. He holds it up to him.
He holds it up to him. So at least he's helping. And they find the Navy News, the exact same Navy News.
Yeah.
And with a badly photoshopped picture, we see Gerald and Ralph.
Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun.
Suddenly the connection is made. So one thing that confused me in the apartment, and we're nitpicking, that's what we do. We're maniacs, so we watch really, really closely, right? They say that these portraits that were done of Gerald by this artist who sort of rescued him are really, really valuable, right? So Gerald has one, the portrait that we've seen over and over again that's clearly Liam.
Gives to
Laura, yeah.
Yes.
He bequeaths it to her. But there are like 4 more in the apartment.
Yep.
So how many did this painter paint if he had enough to sell that were worth so much money, and yet still 5 of these portraits?
Gerald had the bling. He had a lot of money.
No, I'm just wondering, like, as an artist, how much of a career can you have if you only ever paint one person in different costumes and you keep 5 of them?
I don't know. And where does the artist go? That is a huge
He's dead.
But how does he die? And like, I wondered what happened with the artist.
In his Rococo apartment.
So one of the things they say as they're going into the apartment is it's storming, or there's a storm coming.
Yeah.
Because we're now back at Castle Frankenstein.
In Gresham Hall. Yeah. We got to go confront Honoria.
First of all, earlier in the episode, Troy asked Barnaby if he's seen Frankenstein. Who has not seen Frankenstein?
Yeah, Barnaby says no.
And then later on, now, is it Tom or the new guy who is the Hammer fan?
The new guy.
It's the new guy.
It's John Barnaby who's the Hammer fan.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it might be okay, but he's not seen Frankenstein. But then, okay, Frankenstein, not a lot of it happens in a castle.
No.
There is a castle with he's alive, right? But a majority of it happens in a windmill, and like it's not a movie with an eerie castle. But
Troy's not real smart.
No.
It's not like he's,
No.
I mean, he could have said it looks like Dracula's castle, but there's lightning.
Yes. So back we go to Castle Frankenstein, Gresham Hall.
Where Amy is making a run for it.
And she finds Gerald's stuff.
Right. The suitcase that Honoria has packed the night she killed Gerald with all of his drag clothes because she doesn't want anybody to discover
that Ralph and
Gerald were gay and that they had a relationship.
We're doing the gay stuff in Turkey.
What does Gerald say? He had me and I had him.
Yeah.
Which is like, you go, Gerald, you tell her.
He's like standing up for himself.
And then she whacks him with a candlestick.
This is where the lighting makes sense with Honoria in the store.
It being so dark, yeah.
And she calls him my darling Ralph. She goes to see Gerald. This is all told in sort of past tense. So disgusting. She goes nuts and kills him. And
then strips him naked.
And then says that Amy should have died too.
She stripped Gerald naked.
Yeah. And
after bludgeoning him in the head with a candlestick so much that they hardly recognized him, she took off all his clothes.
Which I don't understand. Like, as a person, it's difficult to take off clothes of somebody who's asleep. Not that I have any experience doing that, but I would imagine it's
difficult as a woman to take off an evening dress and tights and everything else when they're on my own body.
I bet he had hose on too.
I know he did. They showed that he had pantyhose on. So never mind taking them off somebody else. But, if you're going to go to that extent, you may as well put some shorts on him so that it doesn't look so suspicious.
So Gerald had all these women's clothes.
A whole wardrobe full.
And what he had on. And yet she takes the middle suitcase and puts it all in it.
Yeah. Well, she's a good packer.
I guess so.
The Lydiards are above reproach.
I guess. What follows is the slowest chase of two old ladies in the house ever.
Because Honoria loses her shit.
So Amy takes off and Honoria follows, shuffling along. They're both shuffling. It's not the best filmed chase scene.
Yeah, because Honoria is doing the slow, steady walk of the killer. Like, it doesn't matter. I don't have to hurry because you're never going to get away from me.
And for some reason, Amy goes, no, I'm not going to go outside. No.
The many doors that must lead out of that house.
Instead of going outside, I'm going to go to the locked room and find the secret of the locked room. I don't.
When a killer is chasing you, never go up.
Yes.
Go out.
Go out, and weave.
Yeah, zigzag.
Back and forth, zigzag.
Like a crocodile's chasing you. But it's just Honoria.
She gets the key. She opens the room. She goes in, shuts the door, and finds the shrine.
To
really,
Ralph. It's Ralph's bedroom.
Yes, and we find Ralph.
Yeah.
Which, now, that's a pretty good fake dead body.
It's not bad.
It's not bad. We only see him. We see his hands and his skull. The rest is covered in clothes.
It's like, it's Psycho.
Yes, it's very much like that.
It's Bates. It's Mrs. Bates.
We can only assume that Honoria brought the body back to England and didn't take it to the undertaker or a doctor or anything. Put it in this bed and has been caring for it ever since. Then Honoria breaks the door right out of The Shining.
Yes, she does. Because, it's this great big manorial house with doors made out of cardboard.
And she goes through it like wet paper.
Yeah.
With what?
A knife.
I don't know.
She's got a knife.
She sets something down. I don't know what it is. It's not an axe. But then she sticks her face in the door, like clearly.
Here's Honoria.
Here's Honoria.
And she does look really scary.
She does.
She's got those eyes.
So she reaches in, she opens up the door, and she says to Amy, you're going to jump out the window. This is what's going to happen.
Yeah. Amy's like,
And
no.
Amy's like, no, I'm going to fight. There's going to be scratches. People will know. And Honoria says, I don't care. I'm going to kill you.
Yeah.
So then.
Like, all bets are off. Honoria has lost her shit.
This is it. This is the big fight. Amy makes her dexterity check, dodges Honoria, who goes straight out the window.
Yep. Onto the ground.
Onto the ground.
In the rain.
In the rain. Amy suddenly teleports downstairs.
But wouldn't you?
I guess.
Because now the police are there.
Just as Barnaby and Troy show up.
Like Honoria's head hits the concrete, bonk, and Troy pulls up. They just missed it.
And we get the final penny, which is Ralph had AIDS.
Yeah. Well, if you read the subtitle, he had eggs.
He had eggs, yes.
Which is why all this time Honoria keeps saying it's your fault. You should have died to Amy, because Amy didn't contract it, obviously, which tells you a lot about their relationship. I don't think it was a true marriage. I think they were partners. And
So maybe Amy and her $100,000 and Sue Clapper should just go off and make the book.
yeah,
That would be a
They
fantastic
should just
ending.
go off and be happy.
Exactly.
I've got a question for you.
Yes.
Which corpse is the best corpse in this episode? Is it Gerald, Max, or Honoria?
Well, okay. So,
Because Ralph is out of the running, I have to say, because Ralph would be the best corpse.
yes. And Liam's father doesn't count because
No,
we
because
don't
see
actually
him.
see his corpse.
Right. So Gerald, Max, and Honoria, who's the best corpse?
I got to say Max.
Why?
Because his eyes. He does the eyes.
The
so well.
bloodshot, nasty.
He does the eyes so well, and he doesn't move like a stitch.
Yeah.
He's not dead guy in a crop circle, but he's
That's
pretty
later.
good.
Yeah.
He's pretty good.
Yeah. I agree with you. I think Max is pretty good. Though I got to give the foot double some cred.
Yeah, the foot double was pretty good. Honoria just lies there. Like she
And
could be-
breathes. She also breathes.
She could be, well, you know.
She's probably still breathing because
Yeah.
she just fell. If they'd gotten there 30 seconds later, maybe she would have fallen on Troy.
Could have been.
That would have been interesting.
Gender bender.
She would have fallen on the hood of the car.
We end up at the Barnaby house with the big reveal that Tom
He's
is allergic to cats, which we all knew already. They just leave the back door wide open.
People do that.
Okay, are there no bugs in England?
Apparently not. If you watch all the home improvement shows in the UK, they're constantly putting those big accordion bifold doors in their back. And like, look, this room is half inside and half outside. Like, yeah, and so are all the bugs. They don't seem to mind.
Apparently the cat goes in and out. I did notice that Barnaby has a Boots bag. So he's been to the pharmacy.
He's
been to the chemist.
He's got the medicine.
Yep.
Because he's got cooties from the cat.
That's the end of that episode, which I gotta say is not as strong as the pilot.
But it's got scumbag.
It has Brian Clapper.
As unnecessary as Brian's whole storyline is, it is iconic.
It is. It leaves a bad taste in my mouth because yes, he gets his desserts, but I want to know what happens to Sue.
Okay, you're so sentimental. But the reason why it leaves a bad taste in your mouth is because Brian is so thoroughly gross, and that's because of a great actor playing a really well-written part.
Fantastic actor.
Yeah, he is thoroughly scumbag.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, whenever we see him, we yell out scumbag. Like, not on the street or anything.
We don't see him on the street,
But when we see him in other shows.
we go, scumbag!
Scumbag!
We say it lovingly.
Yes. Yes.
And Anna Massey goes on to play another role in Midsomer where she's not a psychopath.
Now, Anna Massey is in Morse. She's in Lewis. She hasn't been in Endeavor yet.
She's been in 2 Midsommers. She won't be in Endeavor because she's dead.
Oh, she's dead?
Yes.
I didn't know she was
died in
dead.
2011.
She's dead.
It would be weird if she was.
Oh, yeah.
She'd be playing the Ralph role.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Ugh. Anna Massey's dead?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's sad.
I thought she was still alive.
No, she had a long career.
But she shows up. It's interesting that the next episode she shows up in, I forget the name of it.
Secrets and Spies.
Secrets and Spies also has another doctor in it.
Oh, there's a teaser for us.
There's a teaser for you.
So if you disagree with us about who the best corpse was, or if you notice anything else interesting about Written in Blood, feel free to leave us a comment.
We will fill out the show notes with all the things that we mentioned, so have a good look in there. And
What's our next episode?
our
What's it
next
called?
episode is Death of a Hollow Man, which Joyce is a rough one. Joyce has been pretty good so far. She's made some bad food.
That one's been in the news too.
Yes, and that's been in the news.
Yes,
So,
yes.
Death of a Hollow Man is next week, and I will say goodbye, Maniacs.
Bye, Maniacs.
I gotta stop saying that. I gotta stop saying so. Yes.
Yeah.
And Troy, in another moment of good copmanship, good cop personship, good copship,
Good policing.
good policing.
Welcome to Midsomer Maniacs. This is episode 3, Death of a Hollow Man.
Hey, Maniacs.
I'm Sarah.
And I'm Mark.
So if we count the pilot as episode 1, this is the third episode
This
of
is the
Midsomer,
third.
but really is the official first season episode 2.
Yes. First season, episode 2.
The Razor episode.
The Death of a Hollow Man episode. So this was filmed in August and September of 97, which was right after the first episode, and then broadcast the 29th of March, 1998. So a week to the day after the first episode. This is, again, Caroline Graham book, but this is the second Barnaby book.
Ah, okay.
While last week's Written in Blood was like the third or fourth one. And the title probably comes from the T.S. Eliot poem, Hollow Men, which is not a happy poem. Well, it's T.S. Eliot, so it's not going to be happy anyway. But
Tiger, tiger, burning bright.
no, that's not T.S. Eliot.
It's not? Who's that?
That's
Blake.
Blake.
I'm
Yes.
glad I have a PhD in English. So Estlin is the Hollow Man, yeah?
Yes, I
Yeah.
would say that Eslin's the Hollow Man. Eliot said that came from a combination of things. Other people says it's from Julius Caesar, but it's not. Eliot said that it was from Kipling and this other guy. So
this is a pretty low body count episode. There's only 2 murders,
it's
2
certainly
bodies.
probably one of our lowest body count episodes. And the next episode's a low body count too.
Yeah. There's kind of the extremes. There's episodes where there's like 1 or 2, and then there's like 12 million people have died. One vicar killed them all, one at a time.
The entire village wiped off map.
And nobody noticed except Barnaby. We've got Barnaby and Troy back together again, of course.
So this is directed by Jeremy Silberstein, who directed the other ones, and written only by Caroline Graham.
Though we've got to give some credit to the author of Amadeus, since so much of that play is included in this episode.
Amadeus!
Assassin. As always, if you haven't watched the episode recently, we recommend that you go and rewatch it, because there'll be references like assassin that you might not remember if you haven't seen it lately. And as usual, if you don't let your kids watch Midsomer, the podcast probably isn't appropriate for them either, but we're not going to drop F-bombs left and right or anything like that. So you're pretty safe. If your kids can handle a guy taking a razor to his own throat, they can handle being a maniac.
On stage, no less.
A maniac on stage? That makes me think of Insane Clown Posse.
Yes,
I'm
exactly.
a maniac killer. I think I'm the only person on the face of the planet who has a PhD, likes Midsomer Murder, and likes Insane Clown Posse. Me, I'm unique.
If you like Midsomer, have a PhD, and like Insane Clown Posse, we need to hear from you.
Yes, you are my best friend, and I haven't even met you yet.
The episode opens in a very Morse-like way.
Yeah, it does. The cold open.
The title card happens, and we hear opera music. This is very common.
It's not opera. It's ecclesiastical music.
It's a very common Morse, Endeavor, Lewis trope to start the episode like that.
It's Agnus Dei is the song.
And we're introduced to Agnes Grey. Oh,
coincidence.
See what we're doing there.
Interesting.
Who's looking at a holy relic and then gets bonked by a crowbar.
She gets hit by a crowbar.
That's true.
That's a very different scene.
There's no bonking with a crowbar.
That was a couple episodes ago, and there was no crowbar involved in. Somebody hits her from behind while she's kneeling and praying at the mother and child
and
relic.
The death sort of noise is not here, but in the recap later, when she gets hit, she... no,
there's
it's like,
splattery.
There's like a noise. She cries out.
It's more of a bonking noise. But she's dying. Anyway, Agnes is in a dark place praying to the mother and child, and she gets
crowbar,
killed.
Back of the car, into the water.
And then it's like, never mind. Anyway, on with the rest of the episode, right?
So we're introduced to the Costin Theater Company. Now, this episode is not a village episode.
No.
It all happens in town.
Yeah.
And there's also no pub.
Still no pub.
Still no pub.
You're in pub withdrawal.
Aptly named pub will arrive soon.
Yeah, it will. So it's at the Corn Exchange Theater that most of the action happens, which is a relatively small theater. I think it probably seats, 50, 100 maybe, something like that. Yeah.
That's one of many trivia questions is what is the theater in Costin?
It's the Corn Exchange.
The Corn Exchange. And we're introduced to a whole bunch of players, including the players on the stage and the players behind the stage. We have Deirdre and David, who obviously like each other. Like 5 minutes in, you're like, oh, well, they should be doing something together.
So Deirdre is the stage manager.
And David is an actor as well as helping her.
Yeah.
He's very helpful.
He has white jeans.
He's very white.
He wears white jeans the whole episode when he's not in costume for the
I don't
play.
know why his father's not mad at him for wearing white jeans.
Yeah, because his father's also involved. Yeah.
He's upset later because he's not dating people, but maybe the white jeans have something to do with it.
He also has a brown jean jacket.
Hopefully.
It's an outfit of its age.
Yep, it is. And then his father, Colin, and Tom Barnaby, are working on sets and getting props ready.
Because this is our first episode where Joyce's hobbies cause problems, right? Later, she water paints and goes to cookery classes and all kinds of other things.
One of many hobbies that lead to death.
Because Joyce doesn't have a job. She occupies herself.
She's in this production. Joyce is in the production, but she has no lines.
Right, but she's also helping out with costumes.
Yes, she's helping out with the costumes.
She's ironing them specifically.
Then we have Avery and Tim. Avery does the sets and Tim does the lighting. They're a gay couple who run a bookshop in town.
Called the Blackbird.
Yes, the Blackbird Bookshop. And then we have a number of actors, which include Kitty, who is Eslin's new wife. And we'll get to who Eslin is. We have Rosa, who is Eslin's old wife.
Yep.
Nicholas, who becomes a major player later on. He marries Cully.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does.
No, she marries somebody else. She marries a different guy.
No, she doesn't.
Yeah, so this is tapping into one of the things that I discovered, because in my head, she also married Nico later.
No, she marries Nico.
No, she doesn't. Nico is only in one other episode, and it's the episode where he is studying for a police role in a TV show and follows Barnaby and Troy around for a day.
Well, then who the hell does Cully marry?
Somebody who looks a lot like Nico but isn't Nico. And we'll have to talk about it later.
Does he play Nico the character? Is it just is this a new Darren?
No, it's not a new Darren Bewitched situation. He's a completely different character.
Well,
and
then
I
I'm
pointed
an
out because I also had that alternate narrative in my head. I thought, ooh, this is exciting. Every time you see Nico and Cully together in a scene, there's like little, Tweety birds around their heads and stars and hearts floating around.
Love you.
And you think, oh, this is where they meet. But no.
Okay. Well, I'm wrong. I can fully admit why I'm wrong, and I guess I'm wrong. So
I was also wrong.
And then we have Eslin, who is the lead of the Amadeus, who is Salieri, because Nico plays Amadeus. And Eslin plays Salieri, and he is an accountant who thinks he's the greatest actor in the world. Also, sort of changed in the old wife for the new wife. Kitty is 20 years younger than Rosa, maybe?
Probably. I would guess that Eslin is probably in his early 50s and Kitty is probably in her mid-20s.
So obviously, midlife crisis. He has a car with no top on it.
He has a wife with barely any top on it.
Yes.
And while we're talking about, we missed two very important members of the behind the stage set, which is Harold and Doris.
Well, yeah. So Harold and Doris are the Harold is the director and Doris is his wife. And we had to look because it is unclear what their relationship is.
Yeah, there's no reference to them being married in the episode itself. They do have the same last name, but he talks down to her so much and mistreats her so much that you might have thought maybe she was his little sister and they've lived together all this time.
She is the Amy Lydiard of this episode.
Yes, she is. But I checked the book and everything else, and everything says that she is Mrs. Harold Winstanley. So,
and Harold is, well, he's a fatuous asshole. There's really no way around it.
So we learned pretty early on that he's in import-export. He's quite wealthy. He drives a very nice old car.
Lives in a big house.
But he also has some kind of history with the theater as well. He's really good for like dropping names of big historical theater people. Like he mentions
Peter Hall.
He mentions Peter Hall, who started the National Shakespeare Company.
And he kind of looks like Peter Hall.
Royal Shakespeare Company.
With the scarf.
The scarf and the hat.
I couldn't find a picture of Peter Hall without a scarf.
Yeah. And he makes reference to Sir John, which I think is probably Sir John Gielgud, right?
Probably.
And a couple of things. But so he's, he is the most self-inflated character I think I've ever seen.
Now, I have a question for you. It is, let's see, what year is this? This is 1996, 97? 97. So it's 1998, it's broadcast. How much would you, Sarah, pay for a night of Amadeus? Now, it starts at 7:45. It runs Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and there's a show on Saturday.
How much would I pay for a ticket?
How much
Such a nice historical intimate theater to see a performance of Amadeus. I would pay...
It's got to be 2 acts. There's an intermission.
Yeah, interval. I'd pay $20.
$20. At this time, the Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday performances are £3.50.
What?
Which would be $8.
That explains why there's no really set.
Yeah.
There's no... Like, we see Barnaby early on painting this beautiful backdrop that's supposed to look like Vienna or something, and I don't think we ever actually see it on stage.
It's never on stage.
It's always just blackness.
But Saturday is £5.
They must make all their money at the concession stand like movie theaters do.
Now, one thing they do on the poster, is they have a phone number on the poster.
Okay. So you can call the ticket office and reserve your seats?
Yes.
Oh, high class.
I didn't call. I got too nervous. I didn't want to phone somebody and ruin their day.
Was it a 555 or something? Like one of the fake numbers?
It's a British number. I don't think it's a fake number. Like in America, in North America, the 555 prefix code signifies to the phone company that it's a fake number.
Right. There are no real 555 numbers. Speaking of phone numbers, like the phone number on the flyer, the Midsomer Maniacs has a phone number, and you can find it in the description of the episode below. And if you ever have a comment or you want to do an impression of your favorite Midsomer character or something like that, we will be more than happy to play that in one of our future episodes. Maybe that will dissuade people from doing it. I don't know, but we would love to hear from you.
The number is 1-812-720-4594, and we can take texts and or voicemails.
Fancy and schmancy. Okay, back to the story.
Harold arrives at the theater. Where are my actors?
My actors.
Eslin and Kitty arrive. The thing I want to talk about here is how Eslin is being masked by Nico.
So they're going through a walkthrough of a scene. Eslin's in a chair as Salieri, and Nico as Amadeus is giving like a soliloquy, and he keeps accidentally walking in front of Eslin and blocking the audience's view of him in the chair.
And we learn Eslin is an accountant, and we learn that Nico, who I thought married Cully, but I was wrong, really feeds into the ego of Harold here. We find out that Kitty is pregnant and Rosa is upset. Is there a point where Rosa is not upset in the episode?
When she thinks she's given Eslin his comeuppance, she's rather pleased with herself.
But
for a small amount of time.
It's very short.
So Rosa is in the audience because she also has a part in the play. But she's doing some embroidery or something like that while she's waiting for her turn for the walkthrough. And Eslin and Kitty come in and they're late and they're all like so over the top and everything else.
Eslin pats Kitty's bum right in front of Rosa.
Definitely rubbing it in. Joyce comes out with Kitty's costume, wants her to try it on. It includes a pregnancy pillow to make Kitty look a little chubby. And Kitty says, well, soon I won't even need the pillow.
Kitty is
which again is rubbing it in Rosa's face.
Yeah.
Cully marries a guy named Simon. I thought his name was Simon, but I wasn't sure. I looked it up.
That's right. I was completely wrong.
But he looks a little bit like Nico.
He does, but Simon is a completely different guy.
Yeah, he's a musician and everything.
Some kids find a dead body. They find Agnes.
Yeah, so we're in the theater, and then we just cut to 2 little kids on a little boat. And they're like fishing and splashing in a little pond.
There's a lot of direction, intercutting of scenes simultaneously.
Yeah, there's some sun dappling. Yep. And they find a body floating in the water. And of course, Tom gets called. Now, before we jump to that, though, we should also note that, of course, Cully has come home yet again.
Well, Cully's come home even more because
now we find later she's dropped out of school.
She's dropped out of Cambridge.
Yeah.
I don't know if my child...
She's come down.
Yes, come down from Cambridge. You know, your children are adults. Cully's an adult.
Yeah.
And she can make her own decisions. But as a father, I might want to have a 5-minute conversation about maybe going back to Cambridge.
I can only assume that with only one working parent and that parent being a civil servant, that it wasn't easy for them to send her to Cambridge.
Well, you see, in the United Kingdom, everything is free because they pay taxes.
No. It's not just free.
No, I imagine Cambridge is quite expensive.
Yeah.
So there's a crime scene, and Barnaby says this weird line where he doesn't know who she is, but he knows who she is.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
Well, he recognized her.
He's seen her at the theater.
Yeah, he's seen her at the theater, but he doesn't know her, like, personally.
Okay. He
That's
doesn't know her, but he can identify her.
And her cousin, her dear sweet cousin.
Her only living relative.
Is
Is Eslin, the asshole.
Eslin. And she does some fantastic dead body acting here. Though I think in this instance, they may stop the film.
Well, but you got to remember, there's also the scene of her underwater, and you clearly see her face, and there are no bubbles.
No, she
and the
does
water's
very well.
moving, so it's not a still.
She does very well with that also.
I think we should call him Eslin the accounting asshole now. Does that break our rule?
Yeah, kind of.
All right,
So.
I'll stop saying.
We find out Agnes had cancer. Troy and Barnaby are off to the house. They go the front door, then the back door, and then a monumental thing occurs. Barnaby pulls out a cell phone.
The first cell phone in
First
Midsomer.
cell phone in Midsomer.
And it's funny because when we were rewatching the episode, I wondered, because Tom's at the theater when they find the body, and they somehow reach him at the theater. And I asked, I wonder how they got him. I wonder how they knew where he was. Because before cell phones, if you were on duty as an inspector, they had to know where you were all the time. You'd have to call in and tell the control room where you were going so they could reach you.
You either that or you wore a beeper.
A beeper. A bleeper? Bleeper. A bleeper thing. A pager.
A pager.
So they get in the car, they go over to Agnes's house for the first time, and it's ransacked.
There's a part in that where Troy says the bastard cut her clothes. Okay, Harold is the killer.
Yeah, spoiler.
Why did he cut up her clothes?
I don't know. I can only think he's a maniac, and not a good one like we are. He's a crazy person. Maybe he was trying to throw them off and make it look like it was a robbery or something, but she was found in a pond. That's not where she was killed.
Like she's wrapped in something, I think, like plastic or tied up in a rope or something.
I don't know, but it's
certainly
clearly
foul play right away.
Made to look like somebody has ransacked her place looking for something, but they can't figure out what that is. The neighbor says, "Oh, I thought she was off to Austria or something," because Agnes travels a lot. And then, they get back in the car. Troy comments on how Eslin responded to seeing Agnes in the morgue and how he was a cold devil.
Yep.
Because it's not like he's got a lot of affection for Agnes.
No, he doesn't. He calls her a loser.
Yeah.
And a plain little soul.
Yeah. Like that's a nice thing to say.
A loser.
She was kind of a loser.
So they talk to Eslin more and find out she was into art history. She was retired from the BBC.
It sounds to me like she had a pretty interesting life.
But lonely.
Yeah, maybe she was lonely.
They go back to the house and find the weird situation that there's no beautiful things there. She's an art history major.
Yeah.
And then Troy, and I got to say, what?
No, go ahead.
I got to say, in this episode, Troy is the best cop that he's ever been.
Yeah. He's got his up moments in this episode, at least.
Because he says maybe she felt she didn't deserve nice things because she had no confidence.
That's pretty insightful.
And I'm like, way to go, Troy, in my notes.
Yeah. He's pretty smart.
So you were going to say something.
So then they get in the car and Barnaby says, "Do you want to have lunch?" Which might have been in a pub.
It could have been.
But they didn't.
Well, they slowed down near a pub.
Because Troy needs to buy a book for his mom's birthday.
And he goes to the Blackbird.
Yeah.
And Avery freaks him out.
Well, because Troy is so homophobic. It's like he thinks being gay can be transmitted through breath or something.
He scratches his neck like he's about to become gay-affected.
Yeah, like he's going to get cooties from the gay guy.
Gay cooties.
Which, to give Avery his credit, he seems to enjoy kind of taunting Troy and kind of rubbing it in. So Troy's mom is into some heritage Edwardian lady stuff.
Which I didn't understand either.
I tried looking it up. I couldn't find anything, but apparently she's already got all the books and the pot holders and the wall clock and everything else. So it must be like collector's items around a series of books.
I guess.
He ends up getting her a car vacuum even though she doesn't have a car. So
I have a question about Avery.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean
He's
this,
fantastic. He wears vests and bow ties.
I mean this sincerely. So, 4 Weddings and a Funeral, one of the characters in that movie is gay. Well, 2 of them are gay.
Okay.
And he wears fantastic waistcoats. Mm-hmm. Is fantastic waistcoats and bow ties, because he also wears bow ties, an actor that appears in Midsomers in the future. Mm-hmm. Is that the gay uniform in the 90s in England?
Or is it like code?
I don't want to say code, but is it code?
Well, the costume people are making that decision, so they must think, if I put this character in a fancy waistcoat and bow tie, people will know, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, he's a gay.
Right away.
Well, Troy doesn't need to see it.
No.
Troy reacts so extremely. I had to rewind one part because I could have swore I saw Troy wipe his hand off after touching something in the bookstore. He didn't, but I wouldn't have put it past him.
He is clearly uncomfortable.
Yeah. Then we go back to the police office and find out a little bit more about Agnes because she had a key around her neck.
A key to something.
A key to something.
Big padlock.
Yeah, they don't know what, though.
Don't worry, they'll forget until like almost the end of the episode.
Yeah, because, it's just the first murder. It happens in the cold opening, so we don't have to think about it again until like later. So you've already talked about Eslin's office and them going and talking to him and her working for the BBC and everything, but there's something about Eslin's office that I need to know. And if any of the listeners have an idea, please share it, okay?
It's always a good moment in a Midsomer in which one of us says, what the hell is that thing?
Rewind. Go back. When you're in Eslin's office looking at Barnaby and Troy from Eslin's point of view, his office is in kind of like a Tudor conversion. There's a lot of exposed woodwork on the inside, including some pretty low rafters. And there's a rafter that is kind of immediately in front of his desk. And it's just above Tom and Troy's heads.
And on the rafter.
On that rafter is a linear camshaft.
Exactly.
So a camshaft is like if you could imagine like a cylinder that has a series of gears or cams on it that are different shapes and sizes and are in different positions, so that as it turns, if something is riding on it, it would move up and down or back and forth, right?
I guess.
So
I'm not the most mechanically minded person.
I am. So old looms had camshafts that drove the heddles up and down.
But this is clearly from a car.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only explanation I can think of. And camshafts of that kind aren't real popular in cars because they're not as reliable with movement. I don't know. If it's from a car, that's great. He does obviously like cars. Maybe somebody can tell us. But it took me quite a while to identify what that thing was.
So we have a question.
And why would you put a heavy metal thing right above people's heads? I don't know.
That's roundish.
That could easily roll.
So we have a question. If you're living in the UK and you have an accountant and you've gone to their office, do they have a camshaft?
And a secretary who they run out of the office on short notice. You can have the rest of the day off. My boss has never busted in my door and said, you can have the rest of the day off.
No.
Never happened.
Back at Agnes's house, they start going through her mail. Troy finds gold.
Yeah, the donkey letter.
He goes.
It's a letter with a donkey on it.
He goes, it's a letter with a donkey on it. Barnaby's like, I'm working with a child here.
But then Troy reads it.
Starts to read the letter, and we find out that Agnes has given £150,000
to a donkey sanctuary.
To a donkey sanctuary. And the donkey sanctuary on the letter is entitled The Donkey Sanctuary.
Well, what are they going to call it?
I don't know.
The ass house or something? They could.
Avery's ass house.
There you go. Do they all wear bow ties and vests? So she clearly has way more money than they had assumed that she has, because she lives in these really modest rooms and yet has 150 grand to give to donkeys.
And the letter actually says, thank you for another donation.
Yeah, like she's given him that much before.
The next couple of scenes all meld together in that kind of intercutting thing.
Yeah.
Right? We have Eslin going to the lawyer.
He leaves Kitty behind to go to the lawyer.
Kitty is at the house who has a friend over.
Yeah. So while he's at the lawyer, she has somebody over. in bed.
And Rosa is outside creeping.
Yeah.
Her and Laura creeping around the neighborhood. Is this a middle-aged woman thing in England to be creeping? Because
I'm getting close to middle age and I don't feel the need to creep. It's not calling to me.
We've had 2 episodes in which we have creeping middle-aged women.
Well, they're nosy.
I guess.
And they want to know something. So that's how you do it. So Rosa starts out by just kind of spying. But then when she sees Kitty in the window, clearly wrapped in a sheet, because that's what you do.
Okay,
if you're having an affair, go to the window semi-naked.
There's a couple of things we got to go through, right? So Rosa is creeping, and you're like, that's kind of strange. And then she goes up to Kitty's car and starts keying it. Now, when she keys the car, the first time we don't see the key. We see the key, but we don't actually see it on the car.
Right.
We hear the sound. And I was like, oh, okay. They obviously didn't key the car. They just added the sound effect. The next thing we see with Rosa and the car is her actually keying a letter into the car. It's not the same car.
Well, you don't see the whole car in that scene. It may just be the side of a car.
It's the side of some car.
One panel that's been well painted that she's scratching. But she's clearly scratching some letters into it. You got the sound and everything.
She looks up and sees Kitty, who has come to the window in a sheet.
Yeah.
Now,
A floor-to-ceiling window on the front of the house, the street-facing side of the house.
I'm not a woman.
No, you're not.
I'm not a woman. But I would never do that. And Rosa notices that she has company.
Yeah, because some hands reach around her and kind of pull her back into the room. So now Rosa's got the dirt.
Meanwhile, Esland is at the lawyer's office being all high and mighty that he's not going to get anything because he only has 2 legs and no tail.
Yeah, because Agnes is known for caring about animals more than people. So no question that her will leaves all of her money to these animal charities. But she has left a letter behind a package for Esland that says that it's to be opened after her death.
I think the lawyer buries the lead here. Like, should he not be giving that right away?
That's what lawyers do.
I guess.
Especially in will readings. You know? They don't have a lot of drama. He probably got
Freaks Esland out. He runs back to his office.
Kicks his PA out.
The PA out and starts looking at the documents, which are obviously spreadsheety.
Yeah, it's like a bank statement.
Speaking of banks, Troy and Barnaby learn that over the last couple of years, Agnes has put £86,000 through her bank.
Right.
This is $2 million in real money.
There's this interesting conversation with Tom and Troy as they're walking away and talking about how Agnes gave all of her money to these animal charities. And Troy is like, why would you give it all to animals, you know? And Barnaby's like, well, everybody needs something to love.
And animals love you back.
Yeah. Troy says, I wouldn't fancy cuddling up at night to a Cocker Spaniel. And Tom says, don't knock it before you try it, which is weird. And he doesn't like animals in the house. We know from the last episode he's allergic.
He doesn't like animals. But based on what you researched, who is Troy actually cuddling?
Oh, yeah. So this is so weird. Book adaptations, they always have to make changes from the book. They can't follow the plot exactly. But in the books, and especially in this book, we see a lot of Troy's wife.
What?
Maureen.
Oh, it's not a good name.
No. Like, she goes to the play with him and everything. And she's a number. She's interesting. She's just about as crass as he is. It's like Troy in a dress.
And isn't there something like with Cully or something?
Yeah, she thinks that Troy has eyes for Cully. Nags at him about it.
In the end, Esland calls up the murderer.
Yeah.
And says, I don't want to say murder, but murder.
Yeah.
And then puts the document on a floppy. So it's on a computer disk. Then he gets rid of the other copy.
He shreds the paper copy.
Which I don't really understand why he did that or had to do that.
It's evidence.
I guess.
Agnes has left for him these documents only to be opened after she's dead that reveal transactions that she feels guilty about.
Now, she thought she was going to die of cancer.
Yeah.
She didn't think she was in danger of being murdered.
Right. She didn't do it for that reason. It wasn't like, if I'm found dead, open this letter, right? You get the sense that maybe she left it to him because she felt bad and guilty, and he's an accountant, so he would see those statements and he would understand.
Oh, he understands right away.
Oh, yeah, and then uses it to blackmail somebody.
I'm not going to say murder, but murder.
Yeah. He gives him until Monday. In this episode,
The
you
days
never
are
know what
all
day it
screwed
is.
up.
Yeah, you never know what day it is in this episode, yeah.
The time and the days are all screwed up. Eslin goes home.
Then
Crazy
Rosa's-
Kitty is in the bathtub, and Rosa calls him and dishes on Kitty.
Yeah, she's singing opera, and the actress has a really great voice.
I have a note here that I
Rosa can
wonder
sing.
if Rosa can sing.
Yeah,
she sings
she's
La
trained.
Boheme.
Yeah, she's a trained singer. So she calls him, and the whole idea is that she's telling Eslin that Kitty's having an affair in hopes of getting him back. I don't know why she would want him back. He's horrible, but she's kissing his photo and all that stuff. But then the next time we see Kitty,
Which is
he's
next
kicking
scene.
her out,
He's
and
kicking
she
her,
has a bruise on her
and
face.
he's hit her.
Yeah.
Let's cover this.
I already called him Eslin the accounting asshole, but now he's abusive too.
He's abusive. He dumped one wife for a younger woman. And really, the crux of what Rosa has a problem with is she always wanted a child, and Eslin never said he wanted to have a child.
Yeah.
And then Kitty's magically pregnant.
Yeah.
Well, no.
Is she?
It's not magically pregnant. We know
Is
exactly
she
how
actually
she
pregnant?
got.
I don't know that she is. We see her smoking and drinking and everything else.
She
So
indeed does a lot of smoking and drinking.
then Tom and Troy get a call from a friend of Agnes. Her name's Peggy Marshall, who was kind of her church mentor. So we learned that Agnes joined the Catholic Church fairly recently, which is pretty late in life, which is not uncommon. People find out they're terminally ill, they turn to religion. You know, they make this big scene out of Peggy basically saying she was guilty about something, but I don't know what.
It's
That's
a
all we
long
learned from
scene.
her.
It doesn't need to be there.
Yeah.
It also is implied in a couple of scenes through there that Nico is having the affair with Kitty because we don't see who it has.
Yeah.
We know it's a man and he has a hand.
Yeah.
That's all we know.
Well, and Tim and Avery joke about how Nico's never around and he's always slipping in and out of the bookshop. So they think maybe he's having an affair with somebody. And so it's natural to assume that maybe it might be Nico. He's young and handsome, but it's not.
I want to put something else out there. In the shop and in the lighting booth, Tim and Avery are drinking almost constantly.
Yeah, but they also have really good food.
They do have very good food, but they're drinking constantly.
Every time Avery opens up a hamper and offers Tim some food, I'm like, oh, that sounds good. I want some of that.
Opening night.
Yeah. Okay. So
this is
forget
Thursday.
Agnes.
This is Thursday.
I thought it was Wednesday. It was opening night.
No, it's Wednesday. You're right. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Wednesday opening night.
Yeah. So forget Agnes, of no importance anymore right now.
Harold's in the front trying to be a host at front of house.
Darling, how lovely to see you. Sold out as usual.
But it's always all about him.
Oh gosh, he's so senile. He's crazy.
Deirdre's father comes,
Mr. Tibbs.
Mr. Tibbs, and it's mentioned that he was out directing traffic at Badger's Drift.
Yeah, he doesn't even know that area. The great thing about Mr. Tibbs is that he shows up and he just wants to wish everybody good luck. He's clearly senile.
In his pajamas.
Yeah, and he's got his striped pajamas on underneath his jacket and pants.
He's a very
Poor
positive guy.
Yeah, he wishes everybody good luck.
Eslin calls Nicholas.
Yeah.
Because he thinks Kitty
He's
and
having
him
an affair with him. Yeah.
and Kitty and Nicholas are having an affair. There's one thing, it bothers me. It's stupid. I don't know why it's even in there. Nicholas is a theater person. He wants to go to drama school. He's beyond high school age.
Yes.
And he drops a Scottish play reference, which he would have known all that.
He would have known it was bad luck. If he's been in any theater, he would have known it was bad luck, to quote Macbeth.
I don't even know why it's there.
And saying that Eslin is too full of the milk of human kindness isn't even a good fit. Like, it's not even a good line to quote at that point.
But it gives a chance for that guy who's playing King Leopold or whatever.
With the eyebrows drawn on.
The eyebrows drawn on. He has a couple of good lines.
Yeah.
He's not a bad actor.
Yeah.
Troy and Cully meet.
Yes. Barnaby introduces them. They've never met before.
And Troy tries to sit with Cully and Barnaby, but he can't sit with them.
Well, he's got a seat first, and he assumes they're going to sit down next to him.
Yes.
And then they go a couple rows down and sit in center.
And he's kind of like, oh, huh, okay.
Okay. Yeah. Well, because he should be sitting up there with his wife.
I guess.
So there's in all of Harold's like meeting and greeting, there's a scene where he's talking to this little old woman who looks so much like the queen. Did you notice
Yes,
her?
I did notice her.
Easily that woman can pretend to be the queen at public events.
They wish.
What is verissimo?
Yes, they wish Joyce to
Break a leg and a neck.
break a leg and a neck. I didn't know that was a phrase. And once again, Joyce is a crone. How many times is Joyce a crone in this show?
She does tend to play that part when she's in some kind of theater.
Nico and Cully run into each other in stairs. Oh, hearts, stars, happiness.
And Kitty tells Rosa how awful Eslin said it was to be married to her. Just rubbing it in because they're both upset now. Well, Kitty's upset because she's getting dumped and Rosa's happy.
So a couple of things. So the play starts. Assassin. At the interval, Barnaby looks after Deidre's dad.
Yeah,
He's
goes
so
to get him a
nice.
cup of coffee. He's a good
so
guy.
nice.
It's clear that though Coston is a bigger city than the villages that are included in the show, that he's well known, especially among the theater people. They all know him as Tom.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
And Troy shows he's kind of a country copper here, though, because he's like, I'm not used to going to the theater.
He's never been to the theater
Never
before.
been to the theater before. And Cully's like, this is not theater.
Yeah, this isn't really theater. Though we've got a couple scenes with Tim and Avery and their good sandwiches and there's a light out. But then...
Eslin's so mean to Kitty on stage. He is mean to Nico on stage. This is all setting up red herrings,
Yeah.
of course.
Yeah.
They have this meeting backstage that Eslin's out of control.
Well, because he clearly is. He's got a role that is supposed to be powerful and yet ages dramatically throughout the play and then becomes somebody who has no power.
Sort of like himself.
Exactly.
A hollow man.
So I think it's coming home to him. So he turns his ring around and shakes Nico's hand on stage really deeply. He overacts with Kitty and shoves her to the ground and is really rough with her, which the theater troupe all know isn't part of the play. He's not supposed to do that.
Kitty is roughed up, hit, smokes, and drinks. This is going to be a tough pregnancy, if there is a pregnancy.
I don't think she's pregnant. I want to go back just a second
Okay.
to the meet and greet before the play starts.
Okay. So there's Harold, the queen.
Yeah. So, but in the book, there's this. Well, in the book, Doris is much more put together.
Well, we haven't even started talking about Doris.
I mean, Doris is obviously very mousy and yes, okay, Harold. You know, like she's clearly browbeaten and I mean really sad. But in the book, she's a little bit more put together, but she does have that horrible cardigan on, but they don't make any reference to that. What is it? A net that's on her head? That awful kind
I don't
of
know.
whatever that
Is
head.
she cooking in a fry shop later?
It's like a veil, but only goes down to her eyebrows or something. Anyway, in the book, Doris meets Cully for the second time. And I just thought this was great because we keep joking kind of about how Cully's dropped out of college and all this stuff. But in the books, she is so much more rebellious. We had the line about the green hair and tattoo.
Yeah.
In the episode before. When Doris meets Cully, she's struck by how different Cully looks because the last time she met, and I quote, she met Barnaby's daughter, the child had sported a green and silver crest of hair, was covered in black leather, and hung with chains.
This is a different Cully. I kind of am interested in that
Like,
other
was
Cully.
she punk Cully?
Punk Cully.
I guess. But now she's dressed in something much more fashionable and kind of cute, and her hair's black, very dark black.
And not blonde.
Not blonde at all.
Blonde.
Not blonde at all.
Salieri's death scene.
Yeah. If you remember anything about this episode, if it's been a while since you've seen it, this is what you remember.
So the idea is that there is a razor, a straight razor, that is covered in tape.
Scotch tape. Transparent
Don't say
tape.
Scotch tape.
Transparent tape.
Transparent tape. Because Scotch tape is a slur.
It's not our sponsor.
Sticky tape. And the idea is that will make it safe so he can run it across his neck
And pretend to die.
pretend to die. The razor has been switched. There's no tape on the blade. And Eslin kills himself.
On stage.
In
front of a packed audience.
In front of Joyce and David.
And the audience, yeah.
And the audience. And Joyce does some great acting here. She freaks out.
You're not supposed to look out at the audience, you know? And she's playing a silent character who's supposed to be standing meekly behind Salieri. She's his cook. And then that happens. And I remember the first time I saw this episode, way, way back, I felt that moment of panic.
Yeah.
It is one of the worst deaths in Midsomer. And that's saying something.
And really affects Joyce.
And it's he kills himself, right? There's not somebody there stabbing at him, which would be horrible. But the fact that he does it to himself, not knowing.
And there's that look of realization in his eyes after he's done it.
Yeah. And then
they do a very good job of not showing anything.
Right, because with
like
their
there's not a crowd shot with
blood spurting out, right? With their effects budget, they couldn't have done it realistically. But in the book, it's very clear that she knows exactly where Tom is sitting. She says, what seat are you in? And he says, I'm in like C1. And she's like, good, I'll know not to look there, like, because she doesn't want to get nervous. But at that moment, when she realizes what's happened, she turns out to the audience, like mutely at first. And it's clear she's looking for Tom.
And
then she screams.
Tom jumps into
action.
And Troy does immediately too. Mm-hmm. Troy, again, this is Troy's best police performance.
Yep.
He is on the case right away. And he gets there and shuts the curtain, which to me, for somebody who's never been to the theater, he sure knows where the curtain goes.
I think anybody who knows what a theater is knows where the curtain goes. There are pulleys. I mean, he was in school, remember? In the book, the razor it's described so well. Can I read this a little bit to you? Eslin lifted the razor and with one dramatic sweep, drew it across his throat. It left a bright red line. He stood for a moment, frowning down at the blade, unexpectedly scarlet. So he has this like, huh? It's that moment, right?
Because it's so sharp.
You probably wouldn't feel it.
Yeah.
He swayed forward, then jerked himself upright as if with a great effort. The keeper of the cakes, that's Joyce, bustled cheerfully on with the breakfast tray. Salieri took a step to meet her. She stared at him, her mouth shaped in a silent O. Then she dropped the tray and caught him as he fell. Then she screamed. Shrieks of pure terror, over and over again, while the bright blood flowed over her snowy fichu and dove-gray skirt onto the boards beneath.
Joyce, in the book, is covered in blood.
Covered. Because she catches him in her arms. It's an ingenious death.
Yeah.
It's a dramatic death that sticks with you.
For all his nutsy bobo-ness, Harold does a good job at killing him.
Yeah. And then blames him for ruining his play. How dare ye? While we're on the razor, though, it's funny because I've got a Google alert set up for Midsomer, and we both follow the Midsomer subreddit. Hello, Redditors out there. We love you. There was a story a few years ago in New Zealand. Some kids were putting on a production of Sweeney Todd, and you think they would have seen the Midsomer or something.
The razor in that case was supposed to have been taped.
Yeah, they thought some duct tape was going to do it or something. So a couple of the kids were injured, but one of the kids actually had his throat slit 5 centimeters deep. His trachea was exposed. Can you imagine seeing your kid on stage and that happening to your kid? What happened to Eslin on stage? Geez. Okay, so just a tip. If you're going to produce Amadeus or Sweeney Todd or any other theater production which happens to involve a razor, like if you're doing West Side Story and the Jets have their razors out, they can be fake. It's okay. We forgive you.
I'm okay with that.
I'm going to suspend my disbelief and not notice that they're plastic. That's all right.
I'm completely fine with that. And health and safety is also completely fine with that.
Yep. Don't use real razors on stage, kids.
Poor Mr. Tibbs stumbles out of the theater.
Oh, he makes a run for it. Blood of the lamb.
Blood of the lamb. He's just a big red herring in his striped pajamas.
Yeah.
That's what he is.
And everybody's insisting there was tape on the blade. There was tape on the blade, which I'm saying tape was not enough, people. Like the whole time they're insisting that there was tape. Who took the tape off? I'm thinking, why did you rely on tape to begin with? I digress.
Harold is so annoying backstage.
It's the typical, everybody here has to stay put until we've talked to all of you scene, right? And in lots of mystery shows, everybody gets impatient, waiting their turn to give a statement, whatever. But Harold is so obnoxious. He can't even stand that Barnaby talks to anyone before him. Including
his friend, Colin Sim.
Yeah.
And he goes, there's one thing I can't stand. It's high-handedness.
Ring, ring, it's pot calling kettle down in the green room when everybody clears out because they've been told they can go home and give a statement tomorrow. Harold's like, I elect to be seen now. And he sits down and he says, well, Tom, it was like this. And he stands up and Tom is gone.
Yes.
Tom has no time for his bullshit.
None of it. Now, Nico goes and helps Joyce home with Cully.
Well, Harold felt a sinister frisson in this production from the beginning. Because you did it.
You are the sinister frisson.
Yeah. Well, he's more than a frisson. Yeah, so Deidre's run off to go find her dad, and some police help her track him down, and he climbs the top of the senior center or whatever and gets scared and jumps off. The stuntman they have that plays him in the jump looks nothing like him.
Completely different person.
Like they didn't even try to find somebody of similar height.
Now, the two constables, it's a man and a woman. I noticed that.
Yeah.
And there's two of them. While later, a constable that comes out to bust Troy is just one.
Yeah, he's on his own.
It's just on his own.
Yeah, well, they're looking for somebody at night, right? So they go in pairs.
I guess so.
Doris is sleeping in the audience, waiting for Harold. I love this. She gets startled and she kind of startles awake and goes outside to follow him, and he's gone.
He just drives away.
He left her.
How did she get home? How does Doris get home?
They ask a constable.
Oh, that's right. He asked a constable.
Yeah.
Because Tom is a wonderful person.
Yeah. I just couldn't believe Harold just leaves her behind. I felt so bad for her. Now, do you remember when you first saw this episode, who you suspected, and did you think it was Harold from the beginning, or were you fooled by any of the red herrings? Can you remember?
I can't really remember this episode because I think I was doing something else, because Aslan's death is 50 minutes in.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you, I'm getting kind of tired waiting for another death.
Yeah, you're like, murder, come on. It's called Midsomer Murders.
And then all of a sudden that happens. And it's so
yeah, it's such a shocking death.
And I was like, what did I miss through the whole 50 minutes of boredom before this?
So the first time I saw this episode, it was long after it had aired for the first time. And it must have been after 2004, actually, because I had this creeping suspicion that it was Doris the whole time. Well, until we kind of get to this point where Harold kind of ditches her, I always thought she's not as kooky as she pretends to be. She's up to something. And when we rewatched it, I was trying to figure out why I had thought that. And the reason I know that I must have seen this episode for the first time after 2004 was the same actress who plays Doris, whose name is Angela Pleasance, who's the daughter of
Donald Pleasance.
Donald Pleasance.
From Halloween. And every other movie in the 80s. Yeah.
She's in this great Poirot that Tim Curry is in as well. Which one is it? Appointment with Death. And in that Poirot, she plays this nanny who's also very mousy, very quiet, very shy. But then you learn through the episode that she has been at the order of her mistress torturing children, like almost drowning them, beating them with sticks. I mean, doing really heinous things to them. And I hated that character so much in that Poirot that it stuck with me. So when I saw the same actress kind of playing the same kind of mousy, quiet part, I just thought she's a bad guy.
It must have been.
But I had to kind of think it through, like, where did I know her from? And it's from that darn Poirot. But I suspected her, that she didn't do it.
She didn't do it. Everybody gets interviewed, and
well, and Troy, again, in one of his smart cop moments in this one, when he's discussing the possibilities with Barnaby the next day, he says, well, maybe Kitty did it. And Tom's like, well, why do you think that? And she says, well, because they know that he was going to divorce her and she was having an affair.
Which is a valid line of argument.
Absolutely. It makes her a suspect. Well, she could have killed him at home, but then it would have looked like a domestic and she would have been a suspect right away. So she does it this way. She throws shade on everybody else.
Again, well thought out.
And Barnaby says, good point. And Troy has this look on his face like, I did make a good point. Like he looks surprised that he might have figured something out. Poor Troy.
And then he says it may be Kitty's fancy man.
Fancy man.
Which already Barnaby thinks
is Nico.
Yeah. So everybody thinks that Kitty and Nico are doing it.
Yeah.
Everyone gets interviewed, including the gay guys at the bookshop with Troy.
Troy gets sent there by himself and practically shoves his badge down their throats.
And they just make saucy gay jokes at him.
Yeah. They basically taunt him, which he deserves at that point.
It comes to, where is Colin Smythe?
Yes.
So they go to Colin's house.
Colin, who is the older man, who's the father of David, who's in the play. And Colin is the one that Tom is painting the scenery with early on. He's kind of a non-entity if you don't remember that.
He's a nice guy.
Yeah, but he's just not a critical character.
And he confesses to the murder.
Yeah.
And Troy, in another moment of good copmanship, good cop personship, good copship.
Good policing.
Good policing. Is like, catches him in a lie.
Yeah.
Because he says he flushed the tape.
Yeah. And the tape from the razor, and Troy says, we tried that, it floats. So now I have this image of Troy in a toilet, like tearing off pieces of tape from a roll and dropping them in and flush. No. Let's try again. No. Because I don't think there was a forensic Sacco guy, off to the side trying to flush tape. So, meanwhile, poor Joyce is at home, just still in shock. Cully's taking care of her. She's really, really beside herself over this.
Let's finish off Colin. Colin confesses.
Yes.
They know it's not true. David comes
clear
home.
He's confessing on behalf of somebody else.
David's coming home. Barnaby figures out that Colin is protecting David because Colin saw David doing something at the props table.
Yeah.
And what he did was he put Vim, which is caustic.
It's like...
It's Ajax. It's
which is like Comet, right? Like an abrasive thing that you scrub the sink with or something?
Ajax, Vim, and Comet are relatively the same thing.
Yeah, so he sprinkled that on the cakes that Salieri has to eat on
this
stage.
This is poison.
Yeah, but it's not very much. It doesn't kill him.
So it comes out, and Troy has a great exit line again.
Yeah, because it's clear there's like nothing to do here. These two are not guilty.
Don't do it again. All right.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, what my boss said.
So then they go and interview Kitty, and the interview is completely irrelevant. She says some things, but good Lord, what the hell does she have on? It has letters and words that I think are in French, but it's see-through, and there's a bra part, and then a mini skirt.
Yeah. It's clearly like, funeral widow chic.
But so this is the next day. There's no funeral yet.
No, but she's in mourning. She's wearing her widow's weeds.
Yeah, but she's just sitting around at home. Why is she not in sweats and a t-shirt?
Because she's not really sad.
Well, I guess so.
She has a black handkerchief.
But
But
why put on sort of posh, sleazy clothes?
Because she's got to look good.
I guess.
He's a cheeky bugger.
Yes, she calls Troy a cheeky bugger. They feel it's a waste of a day.
Yeah.
But it's not a waste of a day because they got rid of a whole bunch of suspects, leaving really only a few, mostly one's named Harold.
Yeah. Then Tom gets a random phone call.
From the chip van man with the awesome bacon sandwiches.
Yeah.
Because they found the vehicle.
Because remember, there's another body.
Yes, Agnes. Oh, that's right. We've arrived at the almost end of the episode.
The return to Agnes.
Barnaby gives Troy the key and says, look in all these garages.
The key that was around Agnes's neck that all this time they knew was for some kind of padlock or something, but they had no evidence of where that might be.
While you're going to do that, I'm going to sit in the car and read the paper and eat my bacon sandwich.
Well, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Have your lackey go do it.
But Troy, in all his excellent policing in this episode, has forgotten how keys and locks work.
Yeah, it's almost like one of those bad TV infomercials where somebody's purposely doing something awful to make a product look good, you know?
It's like he takes the key and waves it at the lock and is like, why is this not working?
Won't work. Go to the next one.
So then a cop shows up.
Trying a bit of breaking and entering, sir.
And this is the UK and this is the 90s because Troy reaches in his coat, which any cop would immediately go, stop.
Well, but remember, that cop doesn't even have a gun. So what's he going to say? Stop again?
Stop.
If Troy's whipping out a weapon?
Or I'll say stop again. So Troy takes out his warrant card and then the constable comes and they find the religious artifact, but they open the garage and on the back of the garage door is
blood splatter.
Blood splatter. And they walk right past it.
I think Barnaby almost puts his hand in it because they kind of push the garage door open and there's like this big like splatter of blood. They've never known where Agnes was killed. Clearly she was transported to the water and dumped in the water. Clearly she wasn't killed in her apartment. They've checked it. There's no evidence there that she was killed there. So
I'm surprised they didn't find a monogrammed crowbar with Harold's name on
a
it.
bonking crowbar?
A bonking crowbar.
I'm kind of surprised that they didn't open the door, see the blood, and say, stop, we need to call Sacco. We shouldn't go in there. There might be evidence.
You think?
But that would have slowed down the episode, right? So they go in and they find the effigy. They find the mother and child.
And they realize that she's dealing in stolen artifacts.
Yeah. Which explains the spreadsheet, which explains the money, which explains the donkey donations.
Which is why eventually Barnaby puts it together. Troy says they need heavy freight to move this. And Barnaby's like, import, export. Because in the very first scene where Barnaby and Joyce are talking.
The first scene with dialogue.
They're talking. They mention that Harold's an import exporter and he's doing well.
In passing. Don't forget, though.
It's a clue, Scoob.
While Barnaby is at the garage finding the effigy, Cully's at home making a grocery list with shocked Joyce. And we learn for the first time, though we will hear it again, Barnaby likes chunky marmalade.
Chunky marmalade. At first I thought it was peanut butter, but then I remembered the marmalade.
Yeah, because he likes marmalade.
Yeah.
And relish.
Yes.
We hear about the relish later.
Relish
in another
later.
episode. Oh, so she'll be all right. She'll be fine. Cully goes off, and we go back to the bookshop.
Well, she goes off on a date.
Well, she says she's going to go to the grocery store, but she might stop by the Blackbird on her way.
To see Nicholas.
Nico. So we go to the bookshop.
Yeah.
Where Harold may give his most over-the-top performance.
As Dracula's mother. Avery makes a good joke there.
He says, oh, great, here comes Dracula's mother.
No, it's Tim that says that.
Oh, Tim, yeah. They want to lock him out, but they know that he won't go away, so they let him in. We learn that Nico's got a place in drama school, and they're really excited, and Harold has just gotten a lease on a new theater, and he thinks that the world's opening up to him again.
So if Nico's not having an affair with Kitty, who is?
Tim?
Tim.
Some call me
Tim plays for both teams.
Well, we knew that already. Because unlike Avery, he wasn't making sequin jockstraps for Paddington when he was a little boy.
Yeah, we skipped over the sequin jockstrap for Paddington. If you have a picture of a sequin jockstrap on Paddington, I will gladly repost that picture.
Yes. Because it would be fabulous. The question is, does it go over or under the coat? Sometimes I ask questions that you just don't know how to answer.
I just think of Paddington opening up the coat and then...
Then we get that great scene of, because Kitty's getting rid of Eslin's clothes, right? Because she doesn't miss him. She's not sorry to see him go. And she finds the floppy disk.
In her couture wear. Again.
Yeah. She finds the floppy disk in the
and she
pants
has
pocket
no
or
idea
jacket
what
pocket.
that floppy disk is.
She doesn't know what it is. But it was in the jacket that he had on most recently.
No,
so.
I don't think she doesn't know what's on it. I don't think she knows what it is.
Yeah. Like what a disc is?
Yes.
Like, what do you think the label says? Like, evidence or Agnes's bad things or blackmail
Proof that Harold is guilty.
Yeah. Harold murder proof. Anyway, she clearly realizes that it's
.exe.
Yeah, that it's evidentiary. And she goes to the police station, but Tom and Barnaby are just leaving. She tries to get their attention, so she waves it.
She waves it like, look what I have. But she doesn't say anything.
No, they're long gone. So she slips it through the mail slot, but they do find it, so it's okay.
It's weird. She slips it through the mail slot of a busy police station.
Which it would probably get stepped on, and
you would think.
And then Barnaby has his Barnaby tells all moment where he recounts the entire crime to Troy on the way to the
This is where we hear Agnes's death yell.
Yeah, her crowbar bonking.
At the same time, poor Doris finds the razor
in the medicine cabinet
while she's cleaning with Ajax. This episode brought to you by Vim and Ajax.
We know that Harold had a second razor. And the way he accomplished giving a non-taped razor to Eslin, because they always assume that somebody would have to be backstage with like a Stanley knife or something, scraping off the tape. And
not flushing it.
Right, because it would float. It would be difficult to remove it, so it would take a few minutes and somebody would be seen doing that. But Harold's not done that. He's got a second razor. So he swaps the razors ahead of the interval, and then he is able to take the tape off at his leisure and then swaps it back. But then he goes home and takes the duplicate razor and puts it in the medicine cabinet.
Just cuz.
Well, if you actually used a straight razor to shave with, I would expect it to be in your medicine cabinet. But Doris clearly doesn't expect to see a razor in the medicine cabinet. No. She fumbles it and basically knocks everything out of the medicine cabinet.
As he comes home.
Which gets Harold's attention. So he knows something's up because he knows that's where he's put it.
And he attacks her with the razor, and it's scary.
It is scary. She's trapped in a bathroom. There's no way out. He's between her and the door. He has a razor, and all she has is her ugly sweater.
But this is the second episode in a row where crazy person with edged weapon attacking mousy person upstairs in big house. Yeah. I'm just saying there's a pattern.
But Harold doesn't go diving out the window.
No. He does cut her, though.
Yeah. She defends herself with her arms, which I can only imagine if that was actually a sharp razor, that would be some real damage.
It would be real damage. Thankfully, she has her sweater and her pot holders.
Wow. Somebody could do a fashion line of Doris's ugly sweaters, but it would have to come with that thing she wears on her head.
With the hair net.
Yeah.
So Harold kind of enters a fugue state here where he thinks, he's like, oh, Tom, you're here.
Yeah, he snaps in and out of that kind of craziness to his fantasy world where everything's fine.
And he needs his hat because the press is down.
He just has to have gotten rid of anybody who was in his way. They were pesky
Stupid
people.
Women.
Well, and Eslin, right? And now that they're gone, he can go on to his big success.
And he goes downstairs and we see Doris, poor Doris, getting in an ambulance. Thankfully, Doris gets some help.
Yeah, he doesn't want to go downstairs initially, and Tom has to kind of convince him that the press are down there and everything's a go, and he doesn't really believe him. He kind of doubts Tom until Tom says that Schofield will be there. Yeah. And I had to look up Schofield, and it turns out it's Paul Schofield, who was a very well-known actor, long time. He He had a CBE, which is kind of like an OBE. So very well known.
So he gets downstairs, goes in the police car.
Yeah. If you have a chance to watch this episode again, pay close attention to Harold's facial expressions from the door of the house to the door of the car.
Because it's, I'm okay?
Wait a minute,
No.
I'm not. Yes, I am.
Yes, I am.
No, I'm not. Maybe I am. Maybe not. It's really well done. Really well done.
So we have a dinner scene at the Barnabys, which is always a horror story. But Kelly helped cook.
And Nico's there.
And Nico's there. And Joyce is all right. And Barnaby explains the disc.
And that Harold's confessed, but it was one of his last lucid moments. He won't be charged. Well, he won't have his day in court.
And Barnaby says, I can't believe this is all over theater.
I can't believe anybody would commit murder for sake of the theater.
And Cully and
Dad!
and they laugh. And the credits roll.
This episode is, with the exception of Eslin's death, is just not as notable and crazy and exciting as the previous two episodes. It's a good episode, but the two deaths are kind of, I don't know, they're not very well connected. We don't have a whole lot of corpses to choose from, and we've got our best corpse of the episode. It's got to be Agnes, because we don't even see Eslin after he's dead. He does have a fantabulous death, but we don't get to see him.
So I have a couple of problems with the episode too.
Okay.
The first one being, as we mentioned, if you're doing a performance in which there's a razor that slits somebody's throat, use a plastic razor.
Mm-hmm. It's inviting trouble.
I know I can juggle knives now and practice because I put tape on them.
Nico can juggle scones.
Yes. I also think that this motive, again, is a little difficult because essentially it's saying Harold was on edge and he wanted to have money to get a new theater. I understand that.
Yeah.
And he thought this was his way back to stardom. And when that was put in jeopardy, he didn't get upset. He got a crowbar.
And he must have been pretty coherent up to that point, because Agnes was able to do business with him over a pretty long period of time for a pretty large number of pieces of art.
So this is the moment, like, again, like the first episode, oh, you caught us bonking outside, we're going to go on a murder spree.
So are we to assume then that Agnes must have told Harold that she was done? That she wasn't going to do it anymore?
One would assume that.
And that's what made him snap?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, as we mentioned also, there's a low body count in this episode.
Yeah, it's a disappointing body count. The one death is great, but
I would say Agnes's death was good. But
it's not as notable as the razor.
Like the razor death could have happened at minute 25, and then Kitty could have got knocked off, or Rosa could have got knocked off, or Tim or Avery, somebody in there. Like, imagine if Tim and Rosa were found together dead because they found the disc, and Tim said, "Oh, I know what this is. Let's blackmail him."
Yeah.
Like that would have, been much more Midsomer.
You're trying to find ways to kill more people.
I am. I am trying to find ways to kill. Which leads me back to another point of the episode is there's not a lot of likable people in this.
No, it's hard to. I think Eslin's death had to be shocking because otherwise you'd be like, meh, somebody killed the asshole.
So Avery, I like Avery. Makes good jokes. He's fun. Tim he's okay
cheating
except for
on
the
his
affair.
partner. Yeah.
Kitty and Rosa just hate each other.
They're irredeemable.
Eslin's irredeemable. And almost to the point of Doris is so mousy, she's dislikable.
Yeah. Because she's clearly been in that position for a long time.
And she clearly had Ajax. She could have done the deed herself.
Oh, she cooked all of his meals for him.
Including the rhubarb cobbler, which
had to be at least a week old.
We had a 20-minute conversation trying to figure out what day it was and what day the rhubarb cobbler was made, only to figure out that there was no way for us to figure this out.
No.
And that she must be serving him week-old cobbler.
Because he says, what's for pudding?
Maybe. He got ergot poisoning from the week-old cobbler.
No, he leaves before he eats it anyway.
Maybe that was why he was insane, but he left before he ate it.
Because he was hungry.
So, Maniacs, that is Death of a Hollow Man.
If you have any comments or ideas that we didn't think of, or if you
sequin jockstrap pictures of Paddington.
That's true. Or if you notice any other kind of interesting little things like camshafts on raptors, drop us a line, send us a voicemail. We would love to hear your thoughts. Our next episode will be season 1, episode 3, which is
Faithful Unto Death, which is a very...
it's a low body count, but it's a good
low
one.
Body count, but it's a good one. It's got Roger Allam in it, one of our favorite actors.
Yeah.
So. A reminder that our Twitter feed is at Midsomer Maniacs. And you can pick up this podcast at all the regular podcasting places. And
give us a like, give us a comment, let us know what you think.
A like, a comment, and rate and review us on any podcast application that you use. Bye, Maniacs.
Bye, Maniacs.
Not Harold. What's his name? The killer.
Harold.
Okay. Harold.
Hey, Maniacs.
Hey, Maniacs.
Just a message here before the new episode to say thank you.
Our 4th episode, which is Faithful Unto Death.
Dun, dun, dun. Before we start this week's episode, we're really excited to share some of the awesome messages that people have left about the podcast. We're glad you enjoy it.
Yes, absolutely. They come from all sorts of social media accounts, and we'll start with Facebook. Carrie Mason says, loving it. I have found my people.
So have we. These are our people.
These are our people.
Emily Foster, also on Facebook, says, I'm a part of the Midsomer Murders group on Reddit, and one of the contributors just announced that they're starting an episode-by-episode podcast, something I never listened to, but I've now created a Spotify account specifically for this.
You know, I got to say, I've heard that people are creating Spotify accounts just for this podcast, and that's nutsy bobo.
Spotify should be paying us.
I think Spotify should. Suze on Twitter, who is at BeautyAddict17, says, just finished listening to the podcast. I loved it.
All caps.
I'm from the UK and a huge fan of Midsomer Murders, and I've been waiting so long for someone to do a Midsomer podcast.
So were we, and that's why we decided to just do it.
Exactly.
At Little Sister Lee on Twitter said, it makes me want to comment along as I listen. Living in the UK proved that places like Midsomer totally exist, and some have weird habits and people.
Excellent.
Over on Instagram, Balik says, I'm only 11 minutes into this podcast, and I love it already. We love you already.
Yes, we do. Christina Hanner says, so I'm not even all the way through the episode yet, and I've come to tell you how much I'm loving it. I don't know anyone who watches Midsomer Murders, much less adores it like I do. Lifelong fan of all or any murder shows that are British, and Midsomer is my favorite. So your podcast is like listening to friends. I wish I had to discuss the show with me.
That's how we felt for the longest time. That's when we thought we should make the podcast. And, you know, I think it's one of those things that's going to limit how many listeners we have, because all of our listeners are people who love Midsomer but don't know anybody else who loves Midsomer, so they can't recommend it to their friends.
On Reddit, Beverly Cleverly has said, really enjoying the first half of the podcast. Going to listen to the rest on the way home in the traffic with all the constables on the freeway.
Gang on Reddit says, my family give me so much good-natured stick for loving Midsomer Murders. I felt like I have found some allies. Love the concept. Looking forward to the next episode.
Tiamata says, I'm about 20 minutes in the episode and already love it. I keep yelling yes as I listen during my commute to work in the morning. So good.
And Recrowan?
Recrowan?
Yeah, over on Reddit says, OMFG, wife and I are stoked.
And Sorsha4564 says, seriously, I just signed up for Spotify specifically so I could listen to this.
That's so awesome.
We also got audio from Brandon in Texas who says this.
And I love the episodes. I hope you keep them coming. And again, Mark, Sarah, I hope you have a wonderful week. And I look forward to the next episode.
So once again, we just want to say thank you to everybody for listening and commenting. It makes all so awesome to be part of this community and part of a bunch of people who felt like they were alone and had no one to talk to about this show when we're all together now talking about it.
We're excited that you're excited, and there's lots to talk about for each and every episode of the show. And so we hope you'll go to Reddit, Instagram, Facebook, see the show notes, leave us a comment, answer some of the questions we pose, like who should play Troy's wife if he was married in the show, and lots of other controversial topics about camshafts versus crankshafts and all kinds of other fun things. We hope to see you there.
Thank you so much for listening. And now on to episode 4, Faithful Unto Death. Enjoy.
Hey, Midsomer Maniacs.
Hey, Maniacs.
We are back with you this week to discuss Faithful Unto Death, episode 3 in season 1.
Yes. And just as a reminder, our disclaimer at the start of the show, if you let your kids watch the show, they can listen to the podcast, but if the show is too much for your kids, the podcast will be too much for your kids.
You know what's too much for your kids? Simone's horrible clothes in this episode.
Simone's horrible clothes and the corner of lesbian love pictures.
They're just in bad taste. Lesbian love is all good and fine, but those pictures are in bad taste.
It has nothing to do with the fact they're lesbians.
Nope. And everything to do with the bad glamour shot photography. I'm Sarah.
And I'm Mark.
And we're glad to have you back for this discussion of an episode in which we wait 44 and a half minutes for the first death.
And speaking of waiting, the waiting is finally over because this, when we're recording this, is actually the day the first podcast is released. Woo! So we're very excited about that. And we've already got some very excellent, supportive, and very lovely comments. Thank you already. And we will go through them in the next episode for sure.
You know, I thought from the very beginning that we would have peeps out there, the people who have seen these episodes as often as we have, and who also bandy around little inside jokes that only Midsomer fans would get, like, it's not a flower, it's an orchid. And I'm so glad that some folks are recognizing that, and they're also in on the jokes.
We definitely have some peeps.
So it's not just us.
This episode was filmed in October 97 and broadcast the 22nd of April, 1998, a whole month after the first 2 episodes. So there's a year, there's the pilot, then a year, and then 2 episodes back to back on weeks. And then they have to wait another month to get the next episode. I don't know about you guys, but when we get new Midsomers, we're like, we should portion these out.
Yeah. So when they come out on Acorn or BritBox, we're like, ooh, there's a new season. We're just going to watch like 1 a night.
Yeah.
And then 7 hours later,
we've watched them all.
It's 1 a.m. and we're like gorged little piggies on the couch having watched all of them.
Yes.
Because we can't control ourselves.
This is also a Carolyn Graham book. It's the 5th book in the Barnaby series.
Actually called Faithful Unto Death, which is a reference to Revelations 2:10, which I hadn't read. But once I looked it up, I realized how appropriate it was for the end of the episode. Here's a quote.
Does it never end? Because the ending of the episode ends like 4 times.
I know. Here's the quote, a little Bible reading for us. Fear none of those things which thou shalt suffer. Behold, the devil shall cast some of you into prison that you may be tried. and ye shall have tribulation 10 days, which doesn't seem like a very long prison sentence.
I could probably do 10 days in prison. Even angry lesbian prison.
Be thou faithful unto death, and I will give thee a crown of life. So it's that whole idea of, stick it out and there will be a reward for you.
The whole 10 days.
Yeah, you got to stick it out the whole 10 days.
We need some Orange is the New Black pleather raincoat references.
So these references, we forgot to mention, hopefully you'll get because you've recently watched this episode. If you haven't seen it in a long time, we hope you'll give it a watch before you listen so that you'll be able to follow along with us.
It stars a stunningly young Roger Allam.
Mm-hmm. Which you might recognize from Endeavor.
And Morse.
And
Lewis.
And, all of those properties. Plus, he's been in a lot of other things. He
plays Prothero in V for Vendetta, I think one of his best roles.
Yeah, I agree.
Because he's completely naked in it.
He was not in Game of Thrones, right?
Yes, he was.
He was.
He was the guy who took the Targaryen children across the sea.
That's right. He's the one who gives Daenerys the eggs.
He is the guy who has the eggs.
Yes.
He could use some eggs here.
He needs something. Poor guy. Yeah, he's so young in his mom jeans and button-up shirts.
So this episode was directed by Baz Taylor, which is his first time directing for Midsomer, and written by Douglas Watkinson, which is also the first time. I think they realized that a television show is a lot of work. They're really producing 4 movies.
Yeah, because they're 90-minute episodes, right? Or 75-minute episodes.
And so this is the second team. Not to say it's the B team.
No.
But it is the second team. And one thing before we go on, we will be talking about lesbians in this episode. And we by no means are disparaging lesbianism or lesbians. We absolutely support whatever life choices you make and absolutely think it's fantastic. But these particular lesbians are problematic.
They're not the best representation. Though I will say that in these first few episodes, Troy gets an education in alternative lifestyles.
He certainly does.
And
from
Barnaby,
incestuous bonking to lesbian photography.
Don't forget the bookstore gays.
Yes.
And
the bookstore homosexuals.
He gets all of his homophobia and weirdness exposed, right?
He does. Yeah. Absolutely.
But Barnaby is thoroughly modern.
Absolutely. In fact, at one point in this episode, he goes over to one of the characters' houses because he goes alone because Troy really
is too thoroughly male.
He's too thoroughly male. So
Barnaby says you can't choose who you love.
No, not at all. Nobody can choose. I love you.
Oh.
The village in this episode is Morton Fendel, which is breaking the tradition of Midsummer blank.
Yep.
We have our first pub.
And our first fete.
Yes. And we actually have information about the location of the filming of this episode. It was filmed in a place called Little Marlowe's.
Oh.
Little Marlowe, which is... Little Marlowe lies 3 miles northeast of its bigger brother, Marlowe, and comes complete with a small village green, 14th century church and manor house, and 2 public houses, the King's Head and
the Queen's Head.
Little Marlowe became Morton Fendel in Faithful Unto Death, with several cottages and 16th century Queen's Head pub exterior as well as interior, and the village church of St. John the Baptist, all featuring prominently.
Tell us what book you're reading
This is from the Midsomer Murders on Location book, fully illustrated, indexed, and with location maps by Sabine Schreiner and Joan Street.
And it's a really useful book. If you're a maniac for Midsomer like we are, it's handy. My favorite fet line, I've got a coconut and you haven't.
Yes. So for our American listeners who don't know what a fete is, it's a village carnival.
Hey, anybody who watches Midsomer knows exactly what a fete is.
And
They know it's a place you go if you want to die.
Barnaby wins this coconut from George. And then when Joyce comes up and her hair,
Which looks sort of like the coconut.
fresh out of a Duran Duran video, Joyce totally ogles his coconut.
Ooh, he's never won anything before.
No.
The Fete, though, gives us an opportunity to meet most of the main characters. So the Andersons, who are the pub keepers, offer the
Who are the
Barnabys.
only people dressed in Ren Fair clothing and speaking in Ren Fair speech. No one else is.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why, but Cully's not impressed with their a burger of the, no, it's a dog of the hut variety.
Dog of the hut, gadzooks, she says.
Yeah, Cully's is gadzooks. We also get Alfreda Malfrey and her husband Bunny, who's my favorite.
Who is a mutton dressed as lamb.
Yeah.
Which is the very first time I heard this phrase. Now, this phrase means an older lady who dresses as a younger person. But that does not describe Alfreda.
No, that describes Mrs. Anderson later with her leopard skin miniskirt.
And lack of undergarments.
Mm-hmm.
It must be cold in Gray's house.
Yeah, and in the pub and everywhere else you see Mrs. Anderson.
That was weird that they used that and centered on it, and it's not really a good example.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter because Bunny and Elfrida are awesome.
Potheads. The bunny cakes. So we see them. We see George and Kath, his wife.
Yes, so we're introduced to Kath, who the same actress plays Kath in a number of episodes, but she's a recurring character.
Yep, and we get Reg and his wife Felicity and their daughter Brenda.
Buckley's.
Oh boy, Brenda. We'll come back to Brenda.
She has lovely pink eyeglasses that match her lip gloss and not her permanent.
Oh, that perm is so bad. But she gets the bad hair naturally.
She does.
Reg might have the worst hair in any Midsomer episode.
Is fantastically failing and being a comb over.
Yeah, it's like a comb forward.
Sort of.
Kind of like tentacles, greasy tentacles wrapped around his forehead.
The worst hair, maybe. And we'll have to like do a wrap-up episode at the year end. The worst hair, I think, in Midsomer on a man is the episode where Jones goes to the cult pretending to be a tech billionaire. And there's the guy who thinks he's going to sleep with everybody.
Oh, his hair is bad. You're right.
That guy's hair is bad.
We'll get to that one.
We're also introduced to Gray Patterson.
Slut. Oh, did I say that? Sorry.
And Alan Hollingsworth. Idiot.
Yeah, and his wife Simone, who is supposed to be some kind of sex goddess or something.
So,
I'm not impressed with her.
I don't want to go through everything, but why does Simone say hello to George in such a come-hither provocative way? And Barnaby and George have this weird conversation about it.
Yeah. Hello, George. Who's that? That's Simone Hollingsworth. Ooh, she's too exotic for this village.
I don't know. Exotic, i.e. lesbian.
Kinda.
With pleather.
We'll come back to that.
Gray Patterson confronts Alan about the mill.
The mill project.
The mill we never see.
No. Morton Mill, which supposedly is a project that is to renovate an old mill in town and turn it into like a craft center. I'm assuming where local artisans like Sarah, the potter.
And photographer.
Oh, the photography. Will be able to perform their crafts and sell their wares.
But the project is off the rails.
Everybody's invested. All of these folks who we've just talked about have all
including the
made
Bullards.
Investments. Yeah, George and Kath have also invested. And the project's down the tank and bankrupt, and it's all Alan's fault.
And he blames the following: inefficiency, an unhelpful bank, and a project manager.
And the wrong project manager.
You know what they need?
They need George Clark.
They need Restoration Man.
If you
So everybody in England is now laughing, and everybody in America is like,
going,
what is Restoration Man?
What?
Restoration Man is literally a guy who parachutes in on restoration projects to get it moving efficiently, to help with the bank, and to be basically a project manager.
Well, he gives advice for people who are restoring usually listed buildings that are not your typical residence. So things like windmills and power plants and water towers in the UK. So most of them are listed by the Historic Trust. So you can only restore them in certain ways, and you have to get council and board permission for all the changes you want to make. And if you want to do something that they don't approve of, it doesn't really matter what you want. But George Clark, he's a real guy. He's a great architect. He sort of swoops in.
Restoration Man.
He doesn't wear a cape, but he understands how those things go. Yeah. And they have restored a few mills on that show.
And this mill is in serious need of restoration.
Apparently, though we never see it. Yeah. But it's not uncommon for a project like that to be held up in the planning with a local council or a historical society. And they hold it up and they delay it because they have their own concerns about the plan.
So this is a known plot point. They're not stretching it here.
No.
At some point in time later, and we'll go into how this episode again has days that are all screwed up. At some point in time later, the Barnabys are over at the Bullards, and Kath and George tell the Barnabys about the project. Kath says that Gray Patterson attempted to bribe her.
And threatened her.
And
George, who is a coroner with the police,
probably an officer of the court,
just drops it like, oh yeah, they threatened Kath.
Like, if Barnaby was my friend and I got threatened, I'd be calling Barnaby.
You'd be blip, 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 blip. Hello?
Hey, Barnaby.
Hey, Tom.
I'm your friend. You believe me.
Yeah. So they find out that there's some nefarious stuff going on. Now, the whole plot here, right? Nobody's died yet. There's no cold opening with a body.
Nope.
Right now, the only crime we have is one that Barnaby sort of sniffs out because he breaks up a fight at the Fete. Had he not been in the tea tent to break up that fight, the rest of this episode doesn't happen.
I can see that.
Because the only reason that they even get as deep into the crime as they do is because Barnaby is really freaking nosy.
And I think Brenda wouldn't get killed because Troy wouldn't be in her house.
Right.
So really, because they went to the Fete, and this is a common thing in this show, death occurred.
Yeah. I mean, people get shot at fetes. They get bow and arrows. They get an arrow in the back.
Sherlock gets shot right with a bow and arrow.
Yeah. He's not the only one who gets shot with an arrow at a fete.
No, the drama teacher
the
gets shot
actor
with
in a later episode. We've got this crime that maybe or maybe isn't a crime. Alan maybe is embezzling money. Gray definitely made a threat to Kath. Barnaby goes all manly copper on him.
So Barnaby and Troy head off to Gray Patterson's,
Mrs. Anderson is there.
Mrs. Anderson and her lack of clothing is there. And the door is wide open.
Yeah, what's up with that? So we're to assume that they were upstairs with the hanky-panky and they just left the front door open?
Shut the front door.
If you're going to be sleeping with somebody else's wife, yeah, at least shut the front door.
So he threatened, they go over the threat with Gray, who's like, oh, I didn't threaten her at all. Oh, yeah, I guess I did. And that has the great line that Barnaby delivers. Kath is a friend of mine. You're not. I believe her.
I'd hate for something to happen to your face.
And then Barnaby repeats the threat to him.
Yeah. So Gray's been warned off, but who knows? I don't think he really cares. He doesn't seem to care about anything, really. He gets his own way all the time.
Gray Patterson cares about two things, and they're women. That's what he cares about.
That's one thing.
That's it. Women and women.
Money.
Money.
I think he likes money.
Wherever he gets his money.
Yeah.
But we'll cover that. Off they go to Alan's house, and they find him Rat-Arsed.
Rat-Arsed. And so he's drunk. He's passed out on the floor, but he's passed out in such a weird spot.
Like in the corner, like he got up to get some more alcohol and then fell in the corner.
His head's kind of behind a chair. Like, wouldn't you just lay down on the couch and pass out?
I guess.
Not when you're rat-arsed. Apparently, when you're rat-arsed, you wedge your head in the corner.
I have a question, though. Where is his wife? And the answer is, as mentioned previously, bell ringing.
Yeah, which is another dangerous thing. Though she's not really there.
No.
Then we get to go to we get to see Elfrida and Bunny, who they are fearless eavesdroppers. I love that about them. So we have to talk about these houses because the way they're situated, they're like on a little close, like they're on a little kind of not a roundabout, but a little circular drive.
Like a cul-de-sac.
Like a cul-de-sac, yeah. They're all freestanding.
Giant.
They're not semi-detached or anything. They're freestanding brick homes, at least 2 stories, with beautiful old leaded windows. They're like Tudor.
Yeah.
Reg and Felicity definitely live in a Tudor home.
I would say into the upper hundreds of thousands.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if the real estate prices in the UK shows that we've watched are any indication, these are $1 million homes.
Now, Elfrida and Bunny, I can understand. She was in the movies.
Well, and they're selling drugs every day. They've got a steady income plus their pensions, right? But Gray's got no job. Sarah is a potter.
Yeah, and Reg is unemployed.
Reg is unemployed and his wife doesn't have a job.
The Tesco fired him.
Yeah, for embezzling.
Brenda's the only one with a job.
Well, no, they're the Andersons.
They have a pub.
They work at the pub, right?
Though they're never there. You notice that?
No, because there's
Who's running the pub?
Busy philandering around.
The dog is...
Maybe one of Reg's eyes runs the pub while the other one is out about town.
We have to be nice.
Sorry.
Okay. Because the actor who plays Reg, what is his name?
His name is Paul Brook.
Paul Brook is...
And he's a great actor.
He is a staple.
Nigel Anderson.
He is a staple in British murder shows.
Oh, yeah. He's been in lots of
He's
stuff.
a fantastic actor.
But he does have the weird eye.
But his eyes are a little unnormal, so we maybe have a nickname for him, which is Lazy Eye. It's not meant as a derogatory name.
No, it's just a way to identify him. It's our shorthand. But you have to say, though, I really believe that the UK has a broader set of standards of what actors can look like. They appreciate people who don't look like models, and they have roles for them. In the US, I don't think he would be an actor on TV.
I don't think so.
Unfortunately.
No, I don't.
But in the UK, because they only have like 20 actors.
Yes.
Obviously, because they're in everything all the time.
Johnny Vegas is not going to be an actor in the United States.
No. So the Andersons do have income.
They do.
They run the pub. They don't own the pub, but they run the pub.
The brewery owns the pub.
That's how it works.
Yes.
Yeah. Alan, Rat-Arsed, and Elfrida popping up from bushes. And then we see the first appearance of the red herring of the episode, which is Valancourt.
Who we think at this point in time is a diamond geezer, right? He seems to be a heavy.
Yeah, Harry Valancourt. And I think largely because of his accent.
Yes. He's a good actor.
Oh, he's a great actor. He's good in this role.
Yeah.
But when he comes back for the second time and Elfrida sees him through the window at the front door of Alan's house.
And uses her walkie-talkie.
She gets on her walkie-talkie.
So,
I love that. Bunny and Elfrida have walkie-talkies.
And Bunny is in his room smoking up.
Oh, yeah.
Him
He's
and
out in the
Snoop
shed.
are out there smoking and toking with his monocle in.
Yeah. I honestly don't think I've ever seen anybody rolling a joint while wearing a monocle.
And she says, that's not Barnaby. Barnaby's delicious.
You know, he says, oh, is it the cops? Is it the fat one again? And she says, no, it's not Barnaby. And he's not fat. He's delicious. I agree with Elfrida. And then we get this weird scene at the pub, just when you think Gray can't be hitting on more middle-aged women in town.
Before that, really quickly, when the Diamond Geezer arrives, Brenda Buckley gets out of her car I watched this 4 or 5 times.
Oh, yeah, because she's getting out of her car the same time he's getting out of his.
She gets out of her car and touches...
Which is what, like a little Volkswagen Rabbit or something?
A tiny car. She touches it and says, "Hello, princess."
And then just walks around the car.
What does that mean?
It means she has a name for her car.
Princess.
We have every evidence to see that she's kind of stunted in her development.
She's definitely stunted.
She still lives in her little girl bedroom. She's still got her pink plastic glasses, her 4-H ribbons or whatever the UK equivalent is. And she calls her little jalopy princess.
So back at the pub, Gray Patterson's hitting on anything that is a woman and asks if Sarah thinks that maybe Alan did something to Simone.
Yeah. Maybe he hit her too hard. Like there's a level of hitting your wife that's not hard. That's not too hard.
So then there is the bizarre situation of Alan Hollingworth's backyard at night.
The shepherd's pie incident.
So he digs up the money that he's embezzled from the mill. While doing it, Brenda goes past Princess and brings him a shepherd's pie.
Because Simone is away.
At her mother's.
Here's another example of the weird timing in this episode. As far as we know, she hasn't been gone 24 hours, and Brenda is already bringing him meals as if he's been alone in the house for eons.
He then doesn't take the shepherd's pie into the house. He sets it on the ground and runs back to the hole he's digging to get the money.
Okay, I got a question about the shepherd's pie.
Okay.
Later on, when Barnaby and Troy are there and they dig it up and reveal that it's not Simone's body folded in quarters and buried.
It is a shepherd's pie.
It's a shepherd's pie in a covered dish. They open the dish.
Which is nice crockery. Do you think Sarah made that?
I didn't make that. Sarah, the potter on the show, didn't make that. She's making mugs for Joyce, who ordered 6. He takes the cover off the shepherd's pie and half of it's gone.
Sort of.
Like part of
it's like whipped around.
It's like somebody dug into it and ate some of it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But then Alan says he doesn't like shepherd's pie.
Because potatoes and meat.
What's there not to like?
Who doesn't like potatoes and meat?
I don't know.
Even if you don't like potatoes, like my mother, you still would eat the meat.
Yeah. I mean, there's something there to like. But so if he doesn't like it, maybe he turned his nose up at it because she brought him a half-eaten shepherd's pie.
No, I think she made a special shepherd's pie just for him. And I think he ate it and then wanted to appear like he was not involved to Barnaby.
But that means he set it down in the yard.
Okay, he sets it down, dug up the money,
goes and
gets the shepherd pie.
Takes it in the house.
Takes it in the house, eats some of it.
Stirs it up, and then takes it back outside. And buries it in the hole.
You know, Bunny's in the back going, whoa!
Who knows what Bunny sees? He's high as a kite. He's not a good witness.
His monocle's going to fall out. So because of all this nighttime shenanigans, Elfrida and Bunny call the cops.
Yes. They call them and ask them to come over and then act surprised when they show up while they're doing the daily bake.
Which is the way they distribute their illegal cannabis sativa.
Bunny has a bike with a basket on the front. They bake those hash brownies every day.
And sell them.
Bunny delivers them.
Everyone in this town is high.
I think all of the people involved in this would be a lot better off if they were eating those brownies.
Maybe Nigel's eyes would be fully open if he didn't eat so many of the brownies.
No. I mean, this is a classic scene with Barnaby. We never see him drunk, really. He doesn't really have any vices.
Nope.
He's a friendly guy. He's an easygoing guy, but he's not a silly guy until he eats the bunny cakes.
Oh, and boy, does he love the bunny cakes.
And they must be growing some high-end hash because in 10 minutes, he's feeling the effects.
10 minutes.
Before he can finish the second bunny cake. He's like, I just love being around you. You make me so happy. Smiling, giggling.
Those are some powerful bunny cakes.
The first time I saw it, it reminded me of the one time I saw my dad drunk. He was like out in his shop in the yard, and my mom was like, you guys got to go outside and talk to your dad. And we're like, why? She's like, just go out and talk to him. And my dad is not a drinker, right?
No.
But he was good, buzzy, happy from someplace he'd been with the guys, and they dropped him off. And we went out there, and he was everything was so funny.
And Barnaby is the same way. He can't even talk to Alan.
Oh my gosh. He's just giggling.
And just basically says, Troy,
dig a hole.
dig a hole.
Yeah.
He goes, do we have your permission to dig a hole? And Alan goes, no. And they go, thank you.
Yeah. The first time they kind of disregard the law or the rules in this episode, they'll do it several more times. And then we find out
So the whole shepherd's pie thing comes out.
Yeah.
Troy goes upstairs and actually does some more good policing.
The old, where is your bathroom? I need to wash my hands subterfuge.
Yes.
Right? He finds that Simone's clothes are in the closet, but her jewelry is
He
gone.
comes in like a doctor.
Yeah. And wipes his dirty hands on a clean towel instead of actually washing them.
I gotta say, I don't think Simone is much of a house person.
Well, Alan's certainly not a housekeeper.
No, he's just Rat-Arsed.
Yeah. And later, everybody meets up at the pub.
Well, so the best Barnaby High scene is when he meets with George and Troy.
And he's walking on
George
the
tells
wall.
him about the meeting, and he's skipping along the wall.
Yeah.
And George is just like, what is going on?
But doesn't say anything.
Doesn't say.
Because that's apparently what George does. He doesn't say anything.
So off to the pub. Basically, there's a mob going to happen.
We've got our whole cast of characters there.
Bunny is slightly confused, mostly because he is high as a kite.
Yes. Barnaby seems to be coming down. And in that conversation, we find out that Alan is bankrupt because Doreen Anderson has called the lawyer who has referred her to the receivers. And somebody mentions $90,000.
$90,000. So it is implied that this group of people has invested $90,000.
Or that's the total sum that's been invested that they know of in the mill project.
Yes.
So we know Alan has pocketed at least $90,000 or something close to it, right? But then Barnaby reveals to them that maybe they shouldn't go lynch Alan because he thinks his wife has been kidnapped.
And that they're all suspects.
Yeah. And they all had a motive to do that in order to get ransom money from Alan to recoup their cash.
So Reg Buckley's wife says, let's go talk to Reg, which is really code for, I'm going to tell you everything awful that Reg has done.
Let me throw my husband under the bus.
Ba-bum, ba-bum.
In my living room full of stuffed birds.
Yeah, so Reg likes birds. In case you didn't notice, the birds in the living room and the birds upstairs and Troy reading a bird book. And there are other bird books on the book. Birds.
But Reg and Felicity also have something else interesting.
They have a CD player.
A 5, or is it 6?
I would say it's probably 5.
5-disc CD
Okay,
player.
who spends £3,000 on that CD player?
But it plays 5 discs.
I don't care. It's
including Oasis
Oasis
and Dr. Feelgood.
Dr. Feelgood with the album Down at the Doctor's, which is, as far as I can tell, like a 70s psychedelic rock band.
Though when Barnaby plays it, it sounds like classical music. But I love that there's Oasis in the CD player.
We tried to see what all the CDs were, but we could not. So
all I know is that when I saw Dr. Feelgood, I immediately thought of...
Yeah, but
Is it Motley Crue or Poison?
Motley Crue's
Crue.
Dr. Feelgood album has that teal pattern, teal background with the Dr. Feelgood emblem, which is the medical emblem, but with skulls instead of snakes.
This is the kind of nerd Mark is. He didn't have to look that up. And it's not that he's a big Motley Crue fan. If it's musical, he remembers it like some kind of savant.
The plan is hatched that Troy will sit in the Buckley's house.
Yeah, at Reg's birdwatch desk.
And observe what's going on.
Okay, so I've got a note about going to Felicity and Reg's house that just says bundle of fun.
I don't get that.
I think Barnaby says, well, gosh, how could she not love him? He's a bundle of fun.
I think so. And also Barnaby's like, get in the car. We'll take you. Now, Barnaby is still high at this point.
You think so?
I think he's coming down, but it's definitely. Oh, and then we forgot, in the pub, he sings the hymn that he later suggests that they use for their renewing of vows.
Yeah. All ships out at sea or something like that.
It's some crazy old Anglican hymn.
So they put Troy in Reg's bird watching bedroom desk nook thing, but Alan is off to pay the ransom for Simone.
Sarah, we're 40 minutes into this show.
Mm-hmm.
What is the name of the show?
Midsomer Murder.
What have we not had in this show yet?
Murder.
Okay.
But a murder is coming.
Yes.
Right?
So Troy tries to get off after them.
No, but Brenda writes him a note.
Yep.
She writes him a little love note. She even kisses the envelope. Like she kisses Princess. So he can get away.
And he blows her a kiss when he's gone.
Yeah, he says, thank you.
Thank you.
And then he ditches the suitcase of money in a
rug shop,
a carpet booth at Finley Market.
I guess
Finchmere Market.
Finchmere. Now, where this market is, we have no idea.
Finchmere.
I guess.
It's
where the hell that is?
It's near Morton Findle.
I guess.
It's the big city.
But there's no major roads between them because on the way home,
Brenda gets
in Princess
murdered.
Princess kind of gets murdered too.
Yeah, they both get decapitated by a logging truck.
Somebody in a car shunts Brenda's car off the road. I think they were trying to get her to hit a tree.
Yeah, I think so too. Because she saw who picked up the ransom money.
But instead, she hits the most opportunistic placed log truck.
That's just abandoned. There's no semi attached to it. There's no tractor attached to it.
And then Vince gets out of the car and looks and then goes back to the car.
She's dead.
Guess who did it? Vince.
But we don't know that's Vince yet.
No.
Right? Simone's ex-boyfriend. But we do find out that two things. One, this is the first stunt driving we've seen in Midsomer, because there's definitely a stunt driver in a horrible permed blonde wig.
Absolutely.
Driving Princess.
With the glasses.
Yeehaw! Over the hill.
Yep.
But then we find out that Brenda works at the Midsomer Building Society too. Yep. So she may have had a hand in the plans for the mill. And she's been sending herself flowers signed from Alan.
She tries to make a phone call to her father. And the first thing she says is, no, everything's okay. Everything is not okay.
No, some jackass is riding my ass, honking at me.
Her mother calls her a very strange girl.
She is.
But remember, women don't kill their daughters. They have not seen Midsomer.
She's Reg's daughter, not really Felicity's daughter. That's how she feels about it.
Why don't they just make Felicity a stepmom? Like, that single change would make all that understandable.
Maybe. Yeah, but I think the idea is just Brenda's so weird, even her own mother's not real crazy about her. Then they go over to see Alan.
And they find the pictures, the Polaroids.
And Barnaby is rough on him. Actually, grabs him, pulls him down into a chair.
Forces him to look at these pictures.
Because now they've got the search warrant.
And they're like, we couldn't show you these pictures. Her face looks like a butcher's block.
Yeah.
In the next scene, they show the pictures.
Yeah. But at least they didn't show us Brenda's body.
I guess.
So we can't evaluate Brenda's bad corpse acting.
Okay, Brenda, the actress, is nowhere near that scene.
Yeah, because we don't get to see her.
No.
Though, if she could pretend to be a dead body without a head, that would be impressive corpse acting. I'd give her points for that.
Indeed, it would. Certainly better than Alan's dead body acting later.
Yeah. So then we've got the barbecue at Gray's where everybody's sort of conspiring, and Troy takes up the offer of extra meat if there's any gone begging. And while everybody's in Gray's garden contriving whatever they're contriving, Barnaby and Troy break into Sarah's house.
Because you can do that as a cop.
Yeah. Shouldn't we have a warrant? Yes, we should. You go first.
So they go into one room in Sarah's house.
The box room, over and over again.
It's Keystone Cops. Right? Now, okay, this is a potter who could not afford to give to the mill project.
Nope.
She lives in a 3-story Tudor house in England.
Which she bought because she knew Simone and followed Simone.
How did she afford
to this village?
What is she selling her pottery for?
I don't know, but it must be some good pottery.
So they go upstairs and they find the corner of lesbianism.
Yes.
There is a picture that has to be 24 by 36.
It's a poster.
Inches.
Yeah.
Where was that printed?
Not a home printer at this age.
No, and Simone is in a negligee outfit and Sarah is at her knees.
Yeah.
And there are other pictures of Simone. Who took that picture?
Well, you can have a timer on a camera on a tripod.
I guess she has a good camera.
Or Vince might have taken them.
Vince may have taken them.
For all we know.
We could have.
Vince is Simone's ex-boyfriend.
But who processed those pictures?
Well, if she's a photographer and a potter, we never saw her kiln or anything.
No.
So maybe she also has a darkroom.
Maybe. I doubt it.
I also doubt it.
I don't think she went down to the local chemists and got them printed either.
Yeah.
Troy once again shows his grasp of the English language.
Yeah. He calls him a couple of old dykes.
Which is just mean. He's just so mean. I realize they're murderers.
They don't know that yet.
I know, but it's still mean to call them that.
But Barnaby knows better.
Barnaby knows better.
They go to see Harry Vellicourt, the red herring. He's an old cop. He's also Gray's dad, and he has an outstanding gnome collection.
And he is the anti-Barnaby.
He is.
He is. He says, I'm divorced. I drink too much. I'm overweight. I eat too much. I smoke too much. My kids don't talk to me. And
yes, I'm a copper.
yes, I'm a copper. And
Or I was a copper.
Barnaby is none of those things.
No.
He is the anti-Barnaby.
Yeah. They're the yin to each other's yang. But
And
he
they
does
also
have
just-
a better gnome collection.
They also just park in the middle of the street.
They do. But he lives kind of in like a trailer park sort of subdivision-y thing.
The good thing about Vellicott is he figures everything out. He's like, I bet you have pictures of Simone in beaten up.
Yeah.
And you want to go into my caravan to have a look and see if it was in there. Go ahead.
Of course you do.
He is the innocent man.
Yeah, he is. He's portrayed like this ominous threat, but yeah, he's not. And then
Next, from Midsomer, we have Barnaby TV.
yeah, Barnaby's on TV.
And he talks about the Saab 900,
Mhm.
which should be a Saab 9000.
Right.
And then they show a picture of the sketch.
It's a photo fit of Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yes. I don't know if Vince realizes he could have framed Arnold for this.
Yeah, because Vince is this tall, scrawny, scarecrow, sunken-eyed looking dude.
And Arnold is not.
Not. He's the opposite of that. But it's kind of fun to see Barnaby talking to a news anchor, asking for the public to help them identify this car. And then there's this awesome little moment. Again, if you remember, we talked about this last time, where in the books, Troy is married to a woman named Maureen, who constantly accuses him of having a thing for Cully. And in this episode, and in the last episode of the show, we definitely get these little hints that Troy does think that Cully's cute.
Cully comes over to Elfrida's and he's like, if you weren't the governor's daughter.
Exactly. He says that when he sees her going in the house.
Oh,
Oh, I didn't hear it that way. I heard it like, oh, if you weren't the governor's daughter.
but Troy's a romantic. I'm going to say,
Of course, you know, Elfrida thinks they're brother and sister. So,
that was the first episode.
yeah. We've already done the incestuous bunking.
Alan gets offed. It
Yeah.
might be Lazy Eye. It might be somebody else.
Speaking of eyes, he's a good actor, but he's not a good corpse actor.
Troy opens up one of Alan's eyes and his other eye opens.
It tries not to, but
Tries really hard not
it
to.
flutters. It flutters.
He's not Rat-Arsed. He's dead.
Yes. And they find out that he's been drugged with haloperidol, which George, who's a doctor, says is a sleeping pill. But that's not what haloperidol is. It's actually an antipsychotic that's used for schizophrenics and for people with Tourette's syndrome, which is a completely different situation and makes you wonder where the killers got it. A lot
I
of
don't
people
know.
may have some sleeping medication, but if Sarah has secret Tourette's, there's all kinds of things we missed out on.
Yes. The dog pulls the Andersons around. They get accused of being the murderers. They're not.
From pompous ass to petty thief,
And
Barnaby says. God, Barnaby hates Nigel Anderson so much. You never see him really hate anybody
Because he's
except-
skimming from the till. He's stealing from the brewery.
No, it's because he's so pompous.
Yes.
He hates him before he knows that he's taking money
They
from
really
the
don't
brewery.
like each other.
No.
So they find Vince's car and they find Vince.
And Troy punches him.
So Vince does a runner
Yeah. Because, that's what you do. When the police come in your house, just run.
through
For the
the
rest
house.
of your life, apparently.
Through the house. Troy gives him a bump.
He
and
punches him in the gut.
punches him in the gut. And Barnaby has no patience for Vince.
None.
Absolutely none. But it's Joyce's birthday coming up.
Yeah.
So they're going to go see Cully with Elfrida and Bunny and Cully to Cully's show. Now, Cully is at least smart enough to figure out that they're giant pot smokers.
Yeah. And she lets it go.
She lets it go. Clearly, Cully may have imbibed in some substances at Cambridge.
Well, she did get sent down.
Yes.
Or she stepped down. Or she walked away or whatever.
Something.
She quit. But when Barnaby goes to Sarah's house alone, because Troy is so thoroughly male, he's been sent off to buy, what is it, Grigio
Grigio Fablona, something.
expensive parfum,
Italian
and
perfume.
Chapung for Joyce. He goes over to see Sarah and he goes to get the milk out of the fridge and he sees a chicken leg.
Dun, dun, dun. The lesbian vegetarian does not eat chicken.
Which we've learned at Gray's Barbecue. So that's our first big clue that things are not what they seem. Then we see this awful play. Now I have to say, both Mark and I each of us.
Does
both of
anyone
us,
know what this play is? Because we have looked.
We did a thorough search of the internet.
I shall write a novel named Hollow Moonlight.
How life dashes our hopes and dreams.
Oh, it's just horrid.
Horrid. And Cully's wig looks like a Romulan wig.
She's like Mrs. Fisher.
Mrs. Fisher with Romulan bangs.
Well, Mrs. Fisher is a Romulan.
No, Franny Fisher's wonderful.
Franny Fisher is one.
If you haven't watched the Miss Fisher mysteries,
You should.
you should.
They're very good.
But we find out that Simone was good at makeup because Elfrida cries because she's embarrassed. She thought the champagne was for her, but it's
Grigori
not.
Fellini.
Ah, thank you. That's Gray's deodorant
Yes.
and Joyce's parfum.
Next, Troy naked.
Yeah, Troy nipples. Woo, woo, woo.
Troy is in bed. And
Why does Barnaby call him in the middle of the night?
middle of the night. We watch these episodes and rewatch certain things over again.
I'm like, pause it,
And
rewind.
we're in the living room with all of the children watching with us. And first of all, I didn't notice that Troy has an X-Files poster.
Yeah, right above his bed.
Which I am a huge X-Files fan.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't even notice it. Then
You were too busy looking at his nipples, weren't you?
Well, no. I was trying to figure out what videotapes he had behind the bed.
He has the bill for sure.
Yes.
But then he has
the show that has everybody in it that we never get to see.
Right. But then he has 2 VHS tapes that have handwritten labels on them that no matter how much we paused it, zoomed it, turned our heads, got up to the TV, we couldn't read.
We looked.
So if anybody else is able to identify what those 2 VHS tapes are, one says ILLIT. That's all we could read.
It should be. If they were smart, they should be old episodes of
Dixon of the Green.
No,
or something.
not Dixon and the Green, the show that Barnaby's in first.
Oh.
Old episodes of what is the name of that show that Barnaby is in?
Bergerac. Where he's so hunky in that show.
He's very hunky.
But he has a tiny gun.
It is Magnum PI of England. Bergerac.
No, Magnum PI is the American version of Bergerac.
Okay. I will find that X-Files poster and I will put it in the show notes.
Yeah. So he's got an X-Files poster. He still sleeps in a twin bed with sheets and blankets that look like they came from his mom and dad's house.
It's surprising that Maureen lets him have that X-Files poster in the bedroom.
Then they go
in the middle of the night.
They go to see Felicity.
They go to see Felicity.
And we find out that that Reg is away because he's upset because Brenda's died, right? So he goes to see his brother. So Felicity's home alone, or is she?
No, Gray Patterson's there. Mm-hmm. Gray bonking.
God. So not only is his highlighted, over-gelled hair just, he's not that attractive.
He's stupid.
And can't he find a woman his own age?
Oh, and at Velicourse, we found out that that's his dad.
Yeah.
So Gray Patterson's not his name.
No.
And we don't know how he gets his money.
No.
He certainly didn't get it from dear old dad.
But he's afraid to sleep with women his own age. That's for sure.
So he sleeps with Mrs. Anderson. He sleeps with Felicity. And it's strongly implied that he sleeps with Simone.
Yeah. And he would like to sleep with Sarah, but she's not into dudes.
No, this is a moment of great taste from Sarah.
Yeah. So they go to see her in the middle of the night. She's offended or whatever. She went shopping, but she didn't buy anything and blah, 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 blah. And then Troy and Barnaby go home now that it's morning. And a red van pulls up in front of Barnaby's house and out rows Simone.
How did they know where Barnaby lives?
That's kind of creepy. But her coat looks like it's made from trash bags.
It is pleather.
It is such a tacky coat. Joyce makes her a cup of tea with extra sugar in it.
And at this point in time, I think Barnaby has figured this out.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I think he's figured it all out now.
So they say to Simone, we're going to go to the station. And while we're at the station, we'll go get Sarah.
Yeah.
And they drive off. And
because she doesn't have anybody else.
Troy sneaks in.
Again. To Sarah's house.
And he goes in the little room again.
For no reason. Walks out of the little room.
Goes back upstairs to the lesbian love corner.
Digs through Sarah's underwear drawer.
Yeah, her underwear is remarkably boring. It was kind of beige-ish.
The two pairs we see.
Yeah.
But then he finds the key.
To
Alan's house.
But he wishes he could find, oh my, where could I find Simone was being kept? Oh, let me lean against the wall. Oh, there it is.
He fell through the wall. There's a secret door.
And he finds the deck chair that was in the Polaroid.
Dun, dun, dun. Because that's where you keep a deck chair, is in your attic.
They head back to the station. And Barnaby is listening to the giant shovelfuls of bullcrap that Simone and Sarah are giving him.
There was a man and a woman, and they wore ski masks.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
And they wore ski masks, and I think his name was Steven or Steph. And when she said it, he hit her, and then he took the rest out on me. And that's why my bruises wipe off with a tissue. Why did he hit you
again?
For the pictures.
I guess.
Barnaby doesn't roll his eyes, but he so wants to. Because he knows everything she's saying is absolute bull. Because she's a chicken eater. Doomed by chicken.
Doomed by chicken leg. But Sarah is so in love. She has the love for Simone.
Yep.
And so she won't give Simone up. And Vince, I gotta say, Vince is a pretty good criminal.
Yeah.
He doesn't give anything up. Nothing at all.
Like, my car was stolen. You can't prove it wasn't. You can't put me there.
Yep.
You got nothing on me, copper.
Yep. You got nothing on me, copper. So in the first of many endings, we find out that Sarah's going to go up the river.
Yep.
To Orange is the New Black prison.
Because her fingerprint is on the whiskey bottle at Alan's.
So she killed Alan.
Yeah, for sure.
And
kind of admits it.
Yeah. And Simone is going to walk free because she says Alan deserved it because he beat Simone.
Which was an absolute lie.
Alan did nothing wrong in this episode except for embezzling $300,000.
And being a loser.
Well, he's a big loser.
And Rat-Arsed.
Rat-Arsed.
But Simone plays Sarah like a fiddle.
Absolutely. Thank you.
She does whisper, thank you. Thank you for going to prison on my behalf while I move to Greece with my boyfriend to get married.
With our other companion.
And shack up with another lady.
Barnaby goes home. Well, no, first of all, Barnaby's in the office and he is super pissed.
He says, shut up, Troy.
Shut up, Troy. He answers the phone. What?
Yeah. I love that.
Barnaby is super pissed.
He's so frustrated because he can't get anybody but Sarah. And he knows Sarah's not the most guilty one of all of them.
No, Simone is who he's after.
Yeah, he'd like to get Simone and Vince, but then he goes home.
So we have the ending in the interrogation room. We have the ending in the office. Now we're on to our third ending in Barnaby's house.
Where he's whinging about how he can't arrest anybody.
I can't arrest everybody.
He's like, well, maybe I could arrest Reg. And Cully's like, what? Losing his daughter isn't punishment enough for embezzling from Tesco's?
And I guess Kath is like, oh, well, whatever.
Kath's fine with it now. She's over it.
Yep.
So he can't get anybody.
And the pub owners, what does he say about them?
Oh, that being pompous isn't a crime.
Yes, being pompous isn't.
It should be.
So end. No.
3 months later.
Fourth ending now.
Troy's at the big house with the little door.
The big house with the little door and the ladies.
And the big box of candy that barely fits through the little door.
That looks like the Millennium Falcon.
That should have a file in it or something.
Something.
If you're going to take a box of candy that big to prison.
But I think what they're showing is that Troy has matured enough.
To take her candy?
To go and talk to her.
Yeah, I guess.
Because he does it without Barnaby knowing.
He's not afraid of the gay lady anymore?
I guess he's not afraid of the gay.
Okay.
He won't get on him like in the bookshop.
Okay. She's not going to give anything up. He says, call us if you change your mind. And he shows her the newspaper clipping of Simone and Vince getting married and the lady who lives with the two of them. And clearly Sarah's going to think about this. And then...
Another ending.
Yeah.
Where Barnaby
is dictating a letter that a woman is typing for him. The woman with the great big typewriter who has a desk next to theirs.
Yes.
She's taking dictation from him, which I've never seen them do either.
We
and
missed an ending.
What ending did we miss?
We missed the Bunny and Elfrida episode.
That's right, with the weed killer.
Okay, we'll get back to that.
Yeah.
So the phone rings and Troy's like, it's Sarah Lawton. And Barnaby's like, who? Whatever. 3 months goes by. I have no idea who these people are.
Sarah Lawton. And he's
so,
like, ew.
So the idea is that Sarah gives up Simone.
Yeah, he's going to get his collars after all.
The ending that we missed was Bunny and Elfrida being caught by Barnaby, because back at the Barnaby's house,
Cully's admitted that they're pot smokers, which he apparently didn't pick up on. Then he remembers there's this little flashback montage of him eating the bunny brownies and then walking on the wall singing. And he's like, oh, and all the pieces come together. And he says that when he goes to their house, he says he has been asked to make the rounds of all the homes that have greenhouses.
Yes.
Which would be a gazillion in Midsomer.
Yes.
Half of them probably have bodies in them.
Yes.
Because, people grow the marijuana between the tomato plants.
Cannabis sativa.
But Bunny's fumigating the greenhouse for greenfly. So
he can't go out there.
Yeah, but he might come back later.
And
wink.
Elfrida says, if you were 40 years younger. And Barnaby says, if you were 40 years younger,
I'd arrest you.
I'd arrest you for selling cannabis.
Yeah.
So that's the episode of Faithful Unto Death.
So we've got a couple of big questions here.
What does Gray Patterson do other than sleep with older women?
We've talked about that. I've got a different question.
Yes.
When Barnaby is interrogating Sarah and Simone, it's revealed that they took Ellen for 300,000 pounds.
Okay, 300,000 pounds. Okay, split 3 ways. That's 100,000 each.
Right.
Yes.
Yes. Though, as far as we know, the investment in the mill was only 90 grand.
90,000 pounds is not 300,000.
No, there's a big difference.
Where did they get that number?
And where did Alan get the rest of that money? Like, was Simone's jewelry the crown jewels?
I don't know.
That he sold? And remember, he still got a box of money in the toilet cistern.
It was empty.
But he took the money out of it to give...
No, I think when Sarah killed him, she took the money out of the cistern. Because I bet you Schmogle. I bet you Simone told her where it was.
Okay, but he goes and gets it out of the toilet to give to who? Oh, to give to Nigel.
To give to Nigel.
So he has enough in there to give Nigel 1,500 pounds.
Yes.
But that's not all of it. So Simone must have taken the rest of it.
By the way, Nigel and his wife come out pretty well here because they get the 1,500 pounds back.
But they invested 2,000.
Yeah, but they can.
So they're still 500 in the hole.
But that's enough to pay the brewery, apparently.
Yeah, maybe they cover the other 500. So there's that. But my bigger issue, and I think I know the answer, but when there is the neighborhood barbecue at Gray's and Barnaby and Troy show up, there's a lot of wink, wink, nudge, nudge going on among the neighbors. There's a lot of hand signs. It's clear that they'd planned to get together to talk about what they were going to do to get their money back. But there's extra chicken. And once you know that Simone...
Who do we know likes chicken?
Guilt chicken. Once we know that Simone is at Sarah's...
Sarah? No, Sarah doesn't eat chicken.
It's kind of easy to think that maybe all of those folks know that Simone isn't actually gone.
I think that is a definite possibility there because...
And they've all gotten together.
We talked about this, and Gray shows some actual concern that when Sarah tells him that Alan knocks around Simone.
But that's long before that scene, and it could be that he doesn't know about the plan yet.
And Sarah could completely tell him that that's the plan.
Yeah. Actually, Simone's hiding in my attic, and we're going to get ransom money from Alan so everybody can get their money back.
We're all going to work on it together.
Yeah. Now, they may not know that they've taken him for $300,000 instead of just 90 to get their money back.
They're going to try to get their money back.
Yeah. The Andersons, Felicity and Reg, they may all be in on it. But then when Alan turns up dead, they don't know anything. They're out of it.
The thing that I'm problematic with this, again, for me, is that Simone must be playing the long game because she moves to Morton Findle 5 years ago and gets with Alan, marries him.
Yeah.
The mill project doesn't seem to be a long-term project.
No, wait a minute. Okay. Now, I'm not sure of the chronology there because Sarah lived above Simone and Vince.
Yeah.
But when Felicity tells Barnaby and Troy who Vince is, that he's Simone's old boyfriend, they say, but wasn't she married to Alan? And Felicity kind of rolls her eyes like, well, that's Simone. She may have been married to Alan all that time.
So what made her go bad? Because she's evil, right?
Well, Alan is kind of a disappointment, I think.
She's a manipulator.
Yeah.
And how long ago did this plan go back?
I mean, she's bisexual, and she and Sarah had a relationship before they moved to Morton Findle.
Yeah.
And Sarah followed her there.
And I got to think, I like Sarah.
And conveniently bought a house next door to them.
I like Sarah. She's a very nice person when she's not killing Alan. And she's caring, and she's really played as a sympathetic character. Mm-hmm. Wouldn't she be like, oh, Simone, I don't think that's a good idea.
I don't know if Simone was in on her killing Alan.
Oh, I totally think she wound him up.
I think she wound Sarah up, but I don't think she said, here, use these pills.
Oh, I do.
You do?
Yeah. I have no love for Simone.
Oh, I don't either. But I also don't know how much directive Simone provided to Sarah.
I think she's going to tell Barnaby that Simone told her to do it.
She definitely knows that Simone and Vince were in the car that chased Brenda off the road.
Yes.
She's a dupe. Simone's taken complete advantage of her.
So Simone is it, and she the problem I have with her motive is we're not really given a motive other than Simone's greedy.
Well, we also don't even have a motive for why Alan decides to embezzle the money from the mill project instead of just building the mill.
Yeah, we don't. Bad project manager. We have nothing for that. And then going back to what I said before, the lesbian subplot seems tacked on here.
It's just an excuse for Sarah to be loyal to Simone.
It is.
They could have easily just have been sisters, secret sisters.
Why couldn't they be sisters?
Because it wouldn't be torrid, and Troy couldn't be weirded out by it.
And if you have pictures of that,
of you and your sister like that,
that's again the first episode.
That's Badger's Drift territory.
Incestuous bonking Badger's Drift territory.
I have one solution that explains all of this.
Yes.
I know what drove all these people to be as nasty and wrong as they are.
And what is that?
Brenda's hair.
Brenda's hair.
Brenda's hair would make anybody crazy.
We were all high on bunny cakes, and then we saw Brenda's hair. We all just lost it.
Lost it. It's a fun episode. There's lots of little things, including Troy's nipples, to enjoy.
And Roger Allam, who we love.
Yeah. And since he's the only corpse we see, he's
The best corpse acting, even though his eyes open.
He's the corpse of the week.
Corpse of the week.
Because he's the only corpse. So he gets to win the award this week, even though the one eye twitches.
And we don't have an aptly named pub. We have a regularly named pub.
Yeah, the Queen's Head just isn't very interesting.
But we know we could actually go there in Marlow, Little Marlow.
Yeah, but forever in our house, they will be dogs of the hot variety.
Dogs of the hot variety.
A veggie burger.
It's an episode of food. Dogs of the hot variety and
Shepherd's Pie of
Shepherd's
Doom.
Pie of Doom and
I've
the
got
chicken leg.
I've got a coconut and you don't.
It's lots of food in this episode. Our next episode will be Faithful Unto Death, which is...
No, that's this one.
No, yes. Our next one is what? What is the name of the next episode?
It's the one with the cult.
It is the one with the cult. The next episode is named Death in Disguise.
So between now and the next episode, you have just enough time to craft your very own pyramid hat to wear while you listen.
While you're listening, please craft a pyramid hat.
We'll be wearing them.
Absolutely.
And
so,
matching jumpers.
If you like what you hear, please like and review us on any of the podcast things that we're on.
Because we're on all of them.
We're on all of them. Hopefully we're on iTunes soon. I sent them a Nastagram today and said, why are we not on iTunes? And they said, it takes 5 days. And I said, it's been 5 days and I haven't heard back.
Maybe they count days like they do in Midsomer.
Maybe.
Who knows what day it is?
Who knows what day it is?
And leave us a comment. Do you think that all the neighbors were in on the kidnapping of Simone, or was it just Simone and Sarah who contrived that plan?
And unlike other episodes, do not send us any bunny cake recipes.
Yeah. Did you have hair like Brenda back in the 90s?
I'm
If you
sorry.
did, send us a picture.
I'm really sorry.
Maybe you had pink plastic glasses. Maybe you went as Brenda for Halloween.
Is Oasis and Dr. Feelgood in your CD player?
Hey, we'd love to know what you think about the episode of the show and the episode of this show.
Our Twitter handle is @Midsomer Maniacs. The website is midsummermaniacs.com. And we're available on all the podcast platforms that you can give us.
Where you might listen to your podcast.
Yes, including YouTube's.
Where you might have found the very podcast you're listening to. Hey, so until next time, bye, Maniacs.
Bye, Maniacs. Coven dedicated to the Virgin Mary.
Okay, it's not a Benedictine coven.
Convent.
Convent.
A Benedictine convent.
They're not witches.
Let's start. No,
It's not Tsunami.
Tsunami.
She's a goat Tsunami. Welcome to Midsomer Maniacs.
Hey, Maniacs.
I'm Sarah.
And I'm Mark.
And today we are on episode 5, which is the final episode of season 1 of Midsomer Murders.
First season comes to an end with Death in Disguise.
Dun, dun, dun. There's no disguise.
Yeah, if you change your name, that's not really a disguise.
No, but there is death.
There is
Right off
death.
the bat.
Right off the bat.
2 minutes and 30 seconds in, death.
right away. Before we get into this, just a reminder, if you let your kids watch the show, they'll be able to listen to the podcast. But if the show is too much for them, the podcast probably is also.
I mess up sometimes, and Mark's pretty good at editing me. Just every once in a while it slips.
Also, we're recording this on the day that episode 2 goes public, and we just want to thank everybody again for all the nice things you've said. You guys are really phenomenal.
It's super exciting to see that so many people are listening, and that's all we really ever wanted. We just felt like we were the only 2 people in the universe who love this show. And it's just so fun to see your comments and your responses and know that we're not the only maniacs out there.
Absolutely. Everybody all across the globe, and especially the people on Facebook and YouTube and Instagram and Twitter have been fantastic.
Yep. Keep it coming. We love to see your comments. You guys have such good interpretations and ideas and answers to crazy questions, and it's great. We're doing it all together.
Thank you very much. And now on to Death in Disguise, which was filmed. Now, I got this from Wikipedia.
Okay.
And we have a problem with this.
Okay.
It says it was filmed in November and December of 1997. It must have been the warmest November and December on record, because it does not look like November and December.
I will give production designers all kinds of credit. I know that they make it look like it's snowing when it's not. I know they can do amazing things, but it is so clearly summer at this house. The hollyhocks are in bloom, which, granted, they could be silk, they could be in pots, we don't know. But the trees are in full leaf. There's moss everywhere. It's just so not December, even in England.
I have to think that Wikipedia is wrong.
I think so too. We may have to look up some other sources on that.
And the show was broadcast on the 6th of May, 1998, which is a further 2 weeks after the second 2 episodes. So there was 2 episodes that were 1 week after another. And then there was 2 weeks in the 3rd episode, and then another 2 weeks in the 4th episode. There must have been soccer or cricket on or something.
Something British that was getting in the way.
And this is Carolyn Graham's 3rd book that was released in 1989, 3rd book in the Barnaby series. Mm-hmm. But the 5th show...
If you count the pilot.
If you count the pilot, and directed again by Baz Taylor and Douglas Watkinson, wrote it, again, the same team that did the last episode, which is Faithful Unto Death.
Mm-hmm. All set in one place, the Lodge of the Golden Wind Horse.
Which I have to assume is in Coston.
Near Coston.
It has to be.
They have the worst logo ever. Like half the words are upside down.
It's not good. It's not good. And
like you have to turn your head all the way around to read all of the words. And everybody says wind horse different. We have like golden wind horse or wind horse or wind horse.
I'm surprised somebody didn't say wind horse.
They could have said wind horse.
There's no aptly named pub in this episode. In the background of one of the shots, we see a pub called The Crown, which we'll talk about when we get to locations. But that's basically it for the major parts that we usually see. This was filmed all over England, including...
Is it one of those where the exteriors and interiors were shot in different places?
No, it's pretty good. It's filmed in Amersham, and the other place it's filmed in is...
You can hear Mark flipping through his Midsomer locations book.
Cuddington. That's where the Crown Public House was. And finally, the major location was in this place that has the best name ever, which is Nether Winchindun.
Winchindun.
Nether Winchindun.
Nether Winchindun.
And this is at Nether Winchindun House.
Okay. Just makes me think of nether regions. Winchindun.
What does nether mean? Nether. It's not upper or lower.
No, it's not big or little.
It's nether.
Maybe somebody from the area might fill us in.
In the nether region house.
Yes. We learn pretty quickly that the Lodge of the Golden Wind Horse has been in place in this house for 10 years, founded by Bill Carter and Ian Craigie.
2 old crooks.
Yeah, they're old crooks. They've gone in on it together. Bill wants out.
But there's a change with Ian. Ian has now drank the Kool-Aid.
He's the master. Wait a minute. Okay, first of all, Flavor Aid.
Yes.
If you're talking about Jonestown.
Yes.
Get it right. He not only drinks the Flavor Aid, he invented the Flavor Aid. He made it up and then drank it.
Yep. He made all this up and now fully believes it.
Absolutely. But Bill wants out. He wants Ian to like buy him out, and they fight about it. And then, oops, Bill falls down the stairs, breaks his neck. He's our first death.
Right away.
2 minutes and 30 seconds in.
So then Arno is at the bottom of the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
Arno is one of the, are we going to call them? It's not really a cult. I'm not going to say it's a cult.
What do you mean?
Well, they're not super culty.
They aren't?
It's more commune-y.
But they have like ceremonies, and they all wear the clothing, the roby things, and they do the stuff under the tree.
He calls them travelers. Let's call them travelers.
That's just what they call members of the cult. You can call it a commune if you want. I'm going to call it a cult.
So Arno is one of the cult members.
Arno Gibbs.
And he finds the body at the bottom of the stairs.
Yes.
And then we go to...
Can I tell you something about Arno?
Yes.
Arno Gibbs, played by Charles Kay. I have an interesting fact about him. Well, he's in another Midsomer. He's in Vixen's Run in 2006. And he's in a Jonathan Creek and a Frost. And he's probably in the bill, too. We don't even mention the bill because everybody in England...
And yet they don't play it here.
Even people who aren't actors have been in the bill. Yeah. But anyway... Here's an interesting little fact for you. He was in Amadeus, the movie version of Amadeus.
Oh.
And he played Orsini Rosenberg.
Okay.
Who in Death of a Hollow Man, the Midsomer that references Amadeus.
Yeah.
You remember the guy in the dressing room who tells Nico that he has to go outside because he's mentioned the Scottish play?
Yes.
That's Orsini Rosenberg.
Ah, okay.
So that's the character that he played in the movie.
Excellent.
They played the same character.
Excellent.
Anyway, there's your little factoid.
Okay. So
Arno finds Bill at the bottom of the stairs.
And looks up at the top of the stairs and sees...
Ian,
the master.
The master, standing there. The master of a cult.
Yes. Then we are introduced to May Cuddle, who may be my favorite person in this episode. I didn't like her at first, but now I've learned to love her.
If you see her through Barnaby's eyes, she's this annoying busybody who makes him crazy. But if you take her at her face value in the episode, she's great.
In this episode, she doesn't gossip, she plays cello, and she helps Barnaby. And she only goes to Barnaby when there's a death.
Actually a death. She's played by Judy Cornwell, which all the Anglophiles out there will recognize as she was a great character in Keeping Up Appearances. She was Hyacinth Bouquet's sister. And she was awesome. She was also in a Doctor Who in 87. Well, she was like in 4 episodes of Doctor Who back in 87. She's a well-established actress. And if you see photos of her when she was young, she was gorgeous.
I don't doubt it. And actually plays the cello. I'm pretty sure she actually plays the cello.
I think she does too. And she and the actor who played Arno were both in this show called Supernatural.
Ooh.
Not Supernatural.
Not the North American Supernatural. Another.
It was back in the 70s. Oh. So they probably met.
Why have we not watched
then.
that show?
I don't know. Because it's on video and we can't stand
probably
what video looks like. Anyway.
May jumps in the car. And the important thing about the car here is...
It's fantastic.
It is fantastic. It's a Morris Traveler.
I love that car.
The car is beautiful.
It's got the wood on the back.
Yeah. And it can take bees in hives.
Later.
She drives like a maniac through town and goes to Barnaby's house. The important thing about Barnaby's house is he's cutting the skeleton out of a fish. He's deboning a fish.
Do you think he caught that fish?
I believe he caught that fish.
I think that's what we're supposed to think, is that he caught that fish.
And Joyce is making a sauce, but...
It's lumpy. But okay.
She says it sort of tastes okay.
Yeah.
So he hides from me.
He's got a knife and a fish skeleton.
He has the trash open. And he could drop the fish skeleton in there, but it's not going to be as funny.
No.
When May finds it.
When he hides.
Because Cully and Joyce are like, we'll stop you from May.
Oh, Joyce says, I'll take care of it.
Because she's had assertion training.
I'll get rid of her. And then her 240-pound assertion training
Plus
fails
VAT.
her. Because May just plows right through the door.
Right through them.
She has the most fantastic coordinating outfits, too. Her hat band, her shirt, and her skirt are all made from the very same fabric.
We are going to get on to outfits in this episode.
She says somebody's died at the lodge and Barnaby has to go.
So
he's got to go check it out.
They're off to the lodge and Barnaby finds the cop's already there. Troy is already there. Troy in a white shirt and white pants. I'm not really sure what's up with that.
Maybe he was playing cricket.
Maybe. I'm not sure. They find the dead body. Bullard makes a couple of jokes. We meet the other people in the cult, including the Beavers.
Well, we meet Trixie Channing.
Trixie Channing, who is the least culty of the cult members.
She really is.
I'm not even sure why she's there.
She likes the master a lot.
I guess.
But you never see her wearing the getup.
No, she's never in the getup. Oh, she might be during the regression.
Just that one time she has the robe on.
She might have the robe on that
And we
time.
meet Tsunami.
Tsunami, who is pretty.
Well, okay. And they even say in the episode that her name means beautiful.
Which it doesn't.
I looked this up. If somebody speaks Hindi and knows better, please let us know. But from my Googling powers, Suhami with an M as in mama is not a name. It's Suhani, and that means beautiful. And actually now in London, it's kind of slang for hot tamale baby cakes.
So like, boo, she's my Suhami.
Suhani. Yeah.
Suhani. Oh, are you my Suhani?
Yeah, baby.
Okay.
So we meet Trixie and Suhani and
The Beavers. The Beavers.
Which we got to talk about next. And Tim. Which I always want to say, like they say it in Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Tim? Like, Tim always has to be a question in my head.
So Tim's on the roof. Mm-hmm. And the Beavers are in the foyer.
Yes.
With necklaces on their heads.
The star and the eye, which Ian wears too, but he wears around his neck like a normal person.
His neck like a normal person.
So,
but the best part about the Beavers
is their matching outfits.
Every single outfit in the episode they're matching.
So I've got some stuff on the Beavers.
Okay.
So Ken Beaver is played by Colin Farrell.
Oh.
Not that Colin Farrell.
Colin Farrell.
A different Colin Farrell. Which, you have to feel sorry for the actor because no matter how, what kind of career he's had, Google hates him now.
Absolutely.
He can't get hit on the internet for love nor money. And then his wife, Heather Beavers, is played by Diane Bull. This is a sad fact. So this episode aired in May of 98.
Yep.
She died in December of 98.
Oh.
She was only 46.
That's horrible.
So she had cancer while they were filming this episode. Very young.
That's sad because they're great.
Oh, she's great. But once again, the books have little bits that are even better.
How are the Beavers in the books?
So we'll talk about the background of the Beavers and the secrets of the Beavers, but they're obviously very into this cult, right? They are all in. They both live there. They wear their matching outfits. They've got their necklaces on their heads. They're all in.
They're helping Bill pass over.
In the book, Guy, Suhani's dad, when he comes to the commune cult for the first time and is kind of looking around, he picks up a book written by Kenneth Beavers.
Okay.
And if I gave you 1,000,000 guesses, you would not guess the name of this book.
No idea.
Are you ready? It's called The Romance of the Enema.
Why did they take that part out?
I don't know. Maybe it was on Bill's bookshelf when Barnaby's in there and we just don't notice. The only book I noticed in Bill's room is a book about Cleopatra.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ken.
The Romance of the Enema. Well,
when I saw that, I was like, that's too fantastic. And I don't want to even imagine what it's about. It's just bad. And it makes you think of that acorn tea completely differently.
Yes, indeed it does. The plant-killing acorn tea.
Yes. Anyway.
So they're helping Bill pass over, in which Troy gets snarky right away and asks, has it helped?
Yeah.
And they answer him like he's completely serious.
Yeah, because they're completely serious.
Bullard says that the guy who fell down the stairs may have been drinking, and May just breaks out.
Yeah. He was never a drinker. He never drank.
And we're introduced to Tim by Craigie.
Mm-hmm. Tim, how do you think Tim is? He's got a little bit of a wispy mustache.
I'd say 17.
Yeah.
There's 17 written all over.
At the most.
Yeah.
Maybe 16. He's certainly not an adult.
No, but he is problematic, and we'll get there.
And he's mute. He doesn't speak. He hasn't spoken since he got there, which has been, 18 months, they say?
Like a year.
Yeah,
You said a
like
year ago.
Yeah.
So off they go, Troy and Barnaby, and as they're leaving, Troy's driving takes new heights.
Oh my gosh, the straw, the hay.
The hay actually comes into the car.
In the moonroof. And out of the back of the truck where the hay was comes Christopher Wainwright.
Yes, who is much better known as Bill from True Blood.
Yeah, played by Stephen Moyer. Now, there's a weird line just after that where Troy says, Shirley just calls to Newcastle.
No, that's not a weird line. The weird line is later.
But what does that mean?
It means that you take coals to Newcastle when they already have all the coal.
Coals to Newcastle. Yes. Okay, I wrote down calls to Newcastle.
No.
The subtitling let me down.
The idiom means that why on earth would Joyce need assertion training?
Gotcha.
She's already assertive enough. And Barnaby says, if only it had been cooking.
Yeah.
He talks about Craigie being a good man, and then the line that we've gotten wrong, which I'm very hard to figure out with this line. Troy says, praise, love, and grow your own goat. That's what it sounds like. Mm-hmm. But it's praise, love, and grow your own goods, according to the subtitle.
Okay.
I remember us saying praise, love, and grow your own goat to each other.
You and me?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you were going to say it was some kind of Anglican thing.
No. I thought for a long time it was goat, but it's goods.
There are goats in this episode.
Yes, it is a goat-filled episode.
Including a runaway goat.
The runaway goat.
Then we have a time leap.
The days in these episodes, again, are all screwed up.
So we can only assume that Bill's death has been declared an accident. Barnaby and Troy have moved on, because the next time we hear about Bill, it's because the cult members are all out under the tree scattering his ashes, and Barnaby and Troy are there to observe the funeral, to be, Barnaby's being respectful. Anyway.
Yes. But Barnaby picks up Cully at the bus because she's up in Perth, Scotland.
Trying out for
a Macbeth role.
One of the witches.
And that's where we see the Crown Pub.
Yes.
And then he invites her he says, let's go for coffee. And then he goes, well, I'm going to a funeral. You want to come with me? And then he just ditches her.
Well, I guess she said no.
I guess she said no.
So I got something about the funeral, though.
There's lots about the funeral.
I was trying to figure out how much of what they say at the funeral, because Heather kind of does all the talking at the funeral, how much of it was mumbo jumbo invented for the Lodge of the Golden Wind Horse?
Scourge of the Negative Order.
Yes. And how much of it was like references to other kind of new agey things? So she says that Bill will be a Chohan of the First Ray.
Yeah, which to me, the first thing that reminded me of was Father Brown and that weird cult that's in Father Brown that's all around the sun.
With the sun?
Yeah.
But Chohan of the First Ray is a thing.
Please do tell.
There's this whole kind of, I don't want to say it's weird, because if you believe, then that's fine. But there's this kind of conglomeration of religions where like Jesus and Buddha and Muhammad and all of the like major deities are all lifted up to be the 7 rays.
Oh.
But now there are 12.
Oh.
Because it has recently been revealed, and by recently I mean within the last 5 years, that there are 5 additional Rays, but they're secret.
It's a shame about Ray.
I fell down a rabbit hole of strangeness looking this up. I can only say I'm glad I work somewhere where they don't watch our search history, because between the poisons and the psychotic medications and the chill hands of the first Ray that I've been Googling, my coworkers
So who
would
is
wonder
the
about
first
me.
Ray?
They're not ranked like that.
Okay.
It's like they're all kind of equal.
Okay.
Boy, just give it a Google. There's some amazing gifts out there for these websites.
Well, luckily, May could check in with Bill because she's been talking to Bill.
That's right. His spirit was kind of lingering around, right?
And we get a little more information about Chris Wainwright. He's a BBC cameraman who was in Rwanda. Bad news.
He's been traumatized.
He's been traumatized.
So he needs some time.
Now, this is an ITV show, and this is the second BBC reference.
Yeah, and kind of negative, because Agnes in Death of a Hollow Man,
She
worked for the BBC.
Worked for the BBC, and now Chris, who is death in disguise,
Dun, dun, dun.
is not actually a BBC cameraman.
Right. Then we get the big storm.
Well, Trixie and Ken and Heather are coming back from getting the bees.
We don't know where the bees came from.
Well, I know why Trixie went, because she got some bonking while she was out away from the commune.
Some blue envelope bunking.
Some blue envelope bonking.
So they're moving the bees and being absolutely ridiculous about it.
And Trixie, the beavers won't let them go more than 30 miles an hour. And then Trixie says that she should sing to the bees.
Yes, because they get a flat tire and Ken's changing it. And Trixie does kind of seem to get a laugh.
Yeah. And
then there's the big storm.
They get to back to the manor, and the master gets out of bed and just freaks out about where Tim is.
Where is Tim?
And everybody freaks out where
Where is Tim?
There's no clear indication that they don't know where Tim is. Like, they don't, Tim, are you in your room? No, they just go right to freak out.
They immediately assume Tim's outside, even though Tim is terrified of storms. Later, we hear that he's terrified of storms, so as soon as there's a storm, he's going to hide, right? But
in a closet, which makes perfect sense.
That's a perfectly good place to be if you're afraid of the storm. But they trudge outside in the rain. I got to say, the master looks kind of funny in a raincoat.
He does.
Like Jesus in a puffer coat.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
It just doesn't go well together. But when Chris says, why are we looking outside? Why would he be outside? May says it's his way to be out in the open, which directly contradicts his fear of storms.
Exactly. And then a cannonball falls off the roof.
It's not a cannonball.
It's not a cannonball.
It's a stone sphere.
At best, it's a stone sphere.
When it's sitting on Troy's desk, it doesn't look like stone. It looks like styrofoam to me.
Indeed, it does.
But some prop person worked very hard.
Very hard. And
they pretended it was super heavy.
It was really heavy. And May feels a regression coming along.
Yeah. So there's this weird scene. Okay, so Suhami is outside milking goats.
Yes.
And Chris comes out to talk to her and smooch with her. And he's got the crowbar.
He says he finds the crowbar.
And he says, well, you didn't do it, did you? And then he puts the crowbar in his pocket.
Again, is that a crowbar in your pocket, or are you happy to see me, Tsunami?
It's not Tsunami.
Suhami.
She's a goat Tsunami. And I know I have lady jeans and they have notoriously shallow pockets, but could a dude fit a crowbar in his pocket?
Not even that little crowbar.
It's over a foot long.
Yeah, it's easily.
And it's kind of funny because after he sticks it in his pocket and then he goes to hug her, it's like pronging out of the back of his shorts.
I'm glad that's what's pronging out of the back of his shorts. There is some bad acting in this scene.
Yeah.
They are two young actors.
Yeah.
And they're learning their chops.
Yeah.
But I'm sure that both of them feel maybe that scene could have been better.
And they run across the beavers who are carrying a whole bunch of twigs and stuff. Thatch, thank you. I was looking for the word. Because they're going to go thatch the new beehives. But are they? Yes. They're out to meet the reporters from the county press.
So the Beavers are ready to throw everybody under the bus.
Well, because they suspect something.
They suspect that Bill was murdered.
And that the cannonball was meant to kill
The
May.
world's heaviest cannonballs.
Yes, because now we've had 2 attempted murders, right? Chris pushes May out of the way when the cannonball falls. I'm just going to call it a cannonball because that's what they call it, though it's not. We know. And I think the Beavers are afraid.
I think so. So they take the cannonball to the station, and Gaius Quintus almost shows up.
Yeah, not now, Gaius Quintus.
So May has...
I can't even hear Gaius Quintus and not think about May in that stupid Roman getup later. It's just so funny.
So let's explain that May has
a spirit guide.
Who's
a food taster.
Who's a food taster from 75 AD Rome. Well, not Rome. He's Roman.
Yeah, he's Roman in England. Yes.
And he says there are dark forces at work.
Yeah. And she says that she heard somebody whispering in the master's room the night that Bill died, talking about,
don't do a post-mortem.
Yeah, why did you do that? Now what if they do a post-mortem and Gaius Quintus is coming?
So then Troy does a really good May.
He does.
He's got little hand gestures and everything.
Yeah,
that's a pretty good.
He does a pretty good impersonation of May.
And then, like a record scratch, we're in another world.
Yeah, we're in the world of Felicity.
No, the Gamlins. Guy first.
Oh, that's right, Guy Gamlin.
He's getting makeup to go on TV.
Who is Tsunami's dad? We'll find out.
And
I'm just gonna call her Tsunami now.
And her mom, who is fantastic.
She is the most epic drunk. And then she snorts coke.
Her husband is this developer guy. He's like rich.
Extremely wealthy.
And he actually does a nice thing. He says, I'll give you a ride to our daughter's birthday.
Yeah, I'll take you out to the lodge.
It may be the only thing that Guy Gamlin does is nice in the whole episode, but...
Because he knows she's an epic alcoholic.
Yeah.
And she probably can't get there on her own.
She says, no, I don't want anything from you. And he says, not even my money. And she just throws the phone.
She's got a pretty nice cordless phone for the moment, and she just flings it across the room.
Anymore.
It's in a bunch of pieces. And then she goes and snorts coke off the top of the piano.
And that actress has never snorted cocaine before because
I wouldn't know.
That was a pile of snow big enough to kill an elephant.
And she scrapes it together with like a family photo frame or something.
Photo frame,
yeah.
Which was nice.
Guy Gamlin, he's played by an actor named Miles Anderson. Now, Miles Anderson is one of those actors. He always plays the spit part. He's always a little skeezy. He's even in another episode of Midsomer called Last Year's Model, which is a 2006 episode where he's kind of skeezy.
Yeah.
He's just one of those actors. But when I looked him up to learn more about him, I found out he was born in Rhodesia, which is now Zimbabwe.
Yes.
And his dad was like a government official in Zimbabwe who was pushing for equality and rights for the people of Zimbabwe, and then was ousted by a prime minister in the 60s. So Miles Anderson still does fundraising and goes back to Zimbabwe and is very political.
That's fantastic.
So he's like, he always plays the skeezy asshole character, but he's actually a really good guy.
You know, my theory is that the people who we see over and over again are the people who do two things. One, they show up, know their lines, and are on top of it.
They're professional.
And two, they're really easy and nice to work with.
Yeah.
So no matter what character they play, there's like, oh yeah, we'll get that guy.
Yeah.
He'll show up and he'll know his lines and he'll be awesome to work with.
He's also in a Campion.
What Campion is he in?
The King's Road. If you guys haven't watched Campion, have we mentioned Campion?
No, we haven't
You
mentioned
should watch Campion. It's awesome.
Peter Davidson as a...
When he's, 13 or something.
Vivant detective.
He's great. And then Susan Tracy, who plays Felicity, she's also in another Midsomer. She's in King's Crystal.
Yes, she plays the wife in King's Crystal.
Which is in 2007.
Who
Anyway.
is equally dislikable.
My note says Felicity, so drunk. When Guy comes to the house, the first person he meets is Trixie.
Yep.
Who we immediately learn he slept with.
Yeah. Like how many people has he slept with that he just randomly runs across these people?
I don't know, but they can't even agree on how much they've slept together. He says a 1-night stand. She says 4 nights, actually. And later he says a 3-night zoological fling.
As with the episode, their days are all screwed up also.
And she hates him.
She does. And him and Craigie meet, and there's like totally a power struggle there.
Ian stands up to him.
Yep.
He wants to go chasing after Tsunami, and he says, no, you'll see her at dinner.
Yep.
Come on.
And Felicity stumbles in from the road.
Like cross country. Like the cab drops her off where? It looks like relatively near. And then it takes her like half an hour and 20 acres of brambles to get to the house.
I'm glad it wasn't raining that night.
Yeah, she just falls in while they're getting ready to cut the nut loaf.
And she doesn't even recognize her own daughter. She thinks Trixie's her daughter.
She goes to Trixie, Sylvie, Sylvie, Sylvie.
Oh, and Jim falls out of a tree right in front of
Yeah, that's right. His tree.
So the idea is that they're here for Tsunami's 18th birthday, and she's getting £3 million.
She's going to inherit her money.
Clearly, we're part of the wrong family.
Yeah. You can change my name to Tsunami if you want.
I'm just going to tell you that our children are not going to get £3 million when they turn 18.
No. So they try to have this dinner that is all made from their own goods.
Yes.
Including nut loaf.
And strangely formulated bread.
Bread that looks like a pile of rocks?
But sort of.
It's weird.
Nut
it doesn't
loaf.
look good.
Meatloaf's other brother.
But then...
Nut loaf.
His loony brother, Nut Loaf. That gives Bat Out of Hell a whole new reason. So they're getting ready to, they're kind of like trying to tame down dinner, and then May is like, oh, Gaius Quintus is coming.
The regression begins.
And the regression begins, so they all have to go into like the solarium or whatever.
Since the pilot, this is the weirdest scene in the show.
It is.
Since Barnaby's fever dream.
But I have to say, before we get to May and Gaius Quintus, we have the matching purses.
Yes. All of the women of the cult.
Tsunami, Trixie, May all have the same purse. We don't know if Heather has it.
Heather never has it.
Well, because then Ken would have to carry one too. And Ken with a little carpet bag with golden stars embroidered on it would be too funny.
So they all have these bags, and you got to bring May's into where the regression.
That's when we find out that at least May and Tsunami have the same bag.
Yes. And there's the regression, and May goes under and pushes a ball out the balls of her feet. The best part is, how many takes did this take?
How many times did they giggle and have to stop?
Because the only thing funnier than the regression happening is the regression fever dream.
Yes.
Where May is dressed up like a Roman.
It's not a fever dream. It's her as Gaius Quintus, the food taster.
Yes.
But it's an old overweight lady wearing Roman armor. And I can only imagine that the scene setters and the production team must have just thought that was so fun. They set up like 2 tents, a campfire, got a fake pig, and put some armor on that looks like a middle school play, and off they went. And she's great.
She is fantastic.
She even talks with a man's voice, mush, mush.
But they'll yeah.
Like
Arlo's like, Antarctica?
Arno's so stupid. He loves her so much.
No, it's mushrooms, and the lights come on, and we find
Ian has been stabbed.
And he points across the room.
Like he's reaching for somebody.
Tim's
at his feet. He's got a big carving knife, the nutloaf carving knife, in his chest. He's a pretty good corpse.
Yeah,
I gotta say.
They do a good job. Well, he dies pretty quickly.
Yeah, but he lays relatively still. He's not breathing.
No.
Noticeably.
And you're not sure who he points to.
No.
It could be a number of people.
Could be Guy. It could be Chris. Really, those are the two kind of people in that direction.
So Barnaby and the cops arrive, and this is not messing up here. There's no doubt. He's got a pig sticker inside of him.
Oh, but he wasn't murdered, Mark.
No, he wasn't. He was astrally harvested.
Yes, that's what Heather says. What do they call the knife? It's not like a spear of destiny, but something like that.
Something like that.
An astral spike or something.
Tim has a little bit of blood on him, but not as much.
That's because he's hugging the master, because
And
he's genuinely upset.
We find out the master has been hiding. So there's the disguise.
Yeah, the wig.
The wig.
It's a good wig.
It is a good wig.
It's a convincing wig.
Because Ian Craigie has cancer, as we find out.
And he's
later.
been going through chemotherapy, so he's gone bald.
Everybody points fingers at everybody else. So Troy has to spend the night to make sure that everybody is there.
He has to sleep on the landing on the floor.
This is a manor house. Let's give the Beavers a room, okay? Mm-hmm. We'll give Arlo a room and May a room.
Arno.
So that's 3.
Yeah, Tsunami's got a room. Trixie's got a room.
That's 5.
The master's got a room. Bill had a room.
7.
It's not that they don't have a room for Troy. It's that Troy needs to know nobody's leaving. So he has to sleep out by the stairs so they would wake him up if they tried to leave.
So the Gamlins go to bed together? Is that what happens?
They're married.
They're married, but they hate each other.
Yeah, but he's got the booze.
Speaking of the Gamlins, Felicity asks Guy if he did it.
Everybody asks everybody if they did it.
Yeah.
Speaking of Troy sleeping on the landing, there's a little flub up.
We cannot understand this flub.
In that scene, Troy has on the pinky ring that he's had on since Badger's Drift.
Yep.
But he also has on a wedding ring on his left hand, on his third finger.
It's clear as day.
It's a band on the right finger.
Now,
on the correct finger.
Okay, maybe the actor's married.
No, he wasn't married.
He was not
So
married.
it's not a mistake that he just happened to forget to take his wedding ring off before they shot.
You know, if we ever got Troy on the show, which would be fantastic, that might be the first question I'm asking.
What's up with the ring, dude? Of all the questions, you wouldn't say, did you want your
Did
hair
you say
parted like
goods
that?
or goat?
Yeah. Say Rat-Arsed. Say it for us.
Ass bandits.
Ass bandits. Rat-Arsed.
Barnaby goes home and needs a whiskey.
Yeah.
Troy thinks I'm a bastard.
And then they go. Barnaby shows up at the lodge in the morning, wakes Troy up, and one of the first people they talk to is Trixie, and Barnaby asks
Trixie.
Thank you. He questions Trixie.
Interrogates her.
What?
Interrogates.
Okay. He says, "Why do you wear so much makeup?"
And you've got a cheek.
It is probably the rudest question we've heard him ask of anybody. But he claims to notice that she's wearing makeup to cover up some bruises and a scar.
And we know he's a makeup expert from the last episode.
Yeah. Because him and Elfrida have been sharing makeup tips, is that it?
I guess so.
Okay. And that's when they get their first taste of, is it acorna?
Yeah, I think that's what they call it. It's coffee made from ground acorns.
Yeah.
Well, they don't actually taste it.
Well, yeah. Barnaby pours it into the fern when nobody's looking.
And Trixie sure loves getting the mail because she gets those blue envelopes.
The blue envelope. Ooh.
They interview Guy, and Tim and Guy are fighting. And then Tim goes up into a tree because he's upset. And Barnaby interviews Guy, and Tim uses the force on Guy Gamlin.
He's like trying to strangle him from a distance from up in the tree.
He's trying so hard, and then he slaps his hand.
And that's probably the first shot where the poor cameraman has to be higher up in that tree than Tim is.
Yep, indeed.
That cameraman must be
have
like
to
15 feet in the air.
I gotta think he was on a crane. It was on a crane, or it was on a scissor lift or something.
That they like wedged in the branches.
Yeah,
I hope so.
Because it's an expensive piece of equipment, and you want it steady, unlike the pub shots. So you want it steady. So you're gonna want a solid. He's not gonna rush up and be hanging out in that tree with the wind and everything.
And a big camera.
It's got to be on a boom
You're right.
or on a scissor lift.
Gotcha.
But still, interesting day on the cameraman field.
That's the scene where Guy says that he and Trixie had a zoological fling.
Yes.
Which I guess means that they did it like animals.
I guess so.
I'll say it that way so you don't have to beat me out. And then Felicity announces that she's gonna stay.
Yes.
For only for 2 months.
Only for 2 months.
Because she and May are like best friends now. She's gonna take a course.
And Troy has found up some information. First of all, they find out that Ian Craigie has no will.
Right.
That they can find.
Because they ask May, she says that Arno is the
The admin
the
person.
admin guy. They confront Arno in the greenhouse where the sickest tomato plants ever are getting all this TLC and apparently not benefiting from it.
Is Arno spraying rat poison on them or something?
No.
Or the acorn coffee?
Yeah, but he used to be like a legal clerk, so he was responsible for Ian's will, but he knows that Ian wanted to update it, but he doesn't know what he updated it to.
Yeah, and they find out a little bit more about Ian's past, and then Troy finds out about the beavers.
Dun, dun, dun.
Up in Hull.
Yeah.
In the north.
Which is, a shipping lane, right?
Yes.
Right? It's where the big ships come in and out.
Yes.
The beavers ran a brothel.
And were fined £87,000.
What do you think the brothel was called?
The Beaver Brothel. If you have names for the Beaver's Brothel, please tweet or send them to us.
See, I think it should be like beaver and brothel, but with like a sea shanty twist.
Don't be so hard on the beavers.
No, but like a not ye olde beaver brothel.
Leave it to the beavers.
No, like a fisherman twist. Because it's for the guys coming off the boats.
I don't know.
Maybe it's the beaver brothel boat.
Maybe it was on a boat.
All I know is they had profit sharing.
They did.
Nobody was pressurized.
No one was pressurized.
That's what Ken says.
No one was forced to get into a pressurizing chamber.
Yes. Nobody had the bends from the beaver brothel boat.
You're not going to tell anybody else, are you? Oh, no, I'm not a gossip.
No.
Back home at the Barnabys.
They're having this nice dinner that Cully cooked because it's different, It's good. It's edible, so Joyce didn't cook it.
It's in a different style.
They have a tiny TV over in the corner.
In black and white.
No. It's in color.
Yeah.
But it's tiny.
It's tiny.
It's like 12 inches by 12 inches, which I know TVs weren't giant.
From 1976.
But were you surprised that the Barnabys have a TV in their dining room?
It was weird. It was strange. Because he's going to want to watch the cricket on a better TV than that.
Well, no, I just didn't think they were the kind of family who would watch TV in the dining room. Like, if you're going to watch TV and eat, you take it in the living room.
And if you go as far as to light candles and, have Cully cook, that's a special dinner.
Have wine in nice glasses. There are no candles, but they have wine in nice glasses. But it's a good thing that the TV's on.
Because
they find out that Chris Wainwright is getting married in the royal style. I don't know who that lady is that he's marrying, but the real Chris Wainwright, the photographer for
So then who
BBC.
is Chris Wainwright? Dun, dun, dun.
Besides that guy whose name is hard to say.
One of the things Barnaby does at this meal is he sets up the whole death scene.
Right, with the bread and the pepper grinder.
Yes, and Cully's like, well, the pepper stabbed the Parmesan.
No, which would mean Tim stabbed Ian, but he didn't.
Yeah.
So they go to confront Chris.
Well, they find the press at the house first.
Right. But when they confront Chris about his true identity,
he's with the goats.
He's with Tsunami.
And the goats.
And they're sitting in the grass surrounded by goats.
And the escapee goat happens.
Yeah, so the goats are all tethered to stakes, I'm assuming that they're tethered that way because that makes them easier to milk. So Tsunami just goes.
But there's no mention of goat cheese or goat's milk or anything.
Maybe they put it in the nut loaf.
Maybe.
As soon as they sit down, one goat just gets free and just walks off, and nobody notices
free
it.
as a bird.
Everybody pretends it didn't happen.
Yeah.
But then the whole time they're having this really tense conversation with Chris about who he really is.
He's actually Bill's nephew.
He's sitting on the ground, and there are giant goat teats right next to his head the entire
goat teats.
time. It's hard to pay attention to. Maybe I'm sick. It's hard to pay attention to what he's saying when right next to his head are these two big swinging goat teats.
Okay. So to go into Greenland a little bit, nothing you see on camera is by mistake.
Right.
They
framed it up. Are they saying he's a teat?
The director said, make sure you get the teats in there.
So you're telling me that they purposely positioned that goat with the big swinging udder to be right next to his head?
I guess. Why else would you do it?
They weren't paying close enough attention and they were focused on him.
I believe they're professionals.
So they purposefully put the goat teats behind his head.
There's two scenarios. One in which the goat teats have some special meaning for them.
They're calling him a tit.
or two, he did it really well with the goat teats behind him
And
once.
they didn't want to shoot it
and
again.
They didn't want to shoot it again.
Well, they already had one goat take off, so maybe they were like, let's just get this
I know that director hated those goats.
before all the goats take off.
Yeah. And they throw Tim under the bus.
Yep.
And they go to Craigie's room and they find some documents. They find a new will.
Yep.
And who is the beneficiary of the new will?
So May and Arno are going to inherit everything as long as they agree to maintain the work of the lodge.
Barnaby goes and finds Tim, who's up a tree.
Barnaby at least uses the ladder.
Barnaby goes up the tree with the cameraman.
Yep.
And they have a kind of nice scene here. Barnaby does a good job.
He's very kind to Tim. Tim is mute seemingly because of some kind of trauma. Or did you get the impression that like Tim is autistic?
From what I read on the Wikipedia page, in the book, Tim, there's some level of mental retardation. I don't know. I didn't read the book. It's just from the Wikipedia entry. That's clearly not the case here. He's just traumatized.
Yeah, I think the impression we're supposed to get from, just in the show at least, is that he was traumatized before he arrived at the lodge, and that's why he doesn't speak.
Though he's not a runner.
He can run, he just falls down.
Apparently.
But he can book it pretty fast. Barnaby, he's kind to him. But Tim says that Ian was killed by magic. And Barnaby's not really sure what that means.
The blade appeared by magic.
But it's something. And it's the first word that Tim has spoken since he came to the lodge.
And where is Troy?
Troy is off visiting Mrs. Cook, who was the first landlady that Ian Craigie stayed with. His name's
Bill.
Crawley.
Yeah.
Stayed with when he got out of prison. And she has cows.
Attack cows, it looks like.
Well, they attack each other.
Yeah. They're frisky cows.
They're humping away while Troy's trying to not fall into piles of cow poo.
He gets in the house and he is rewarded. What's he rewarded?
Mrs. Cook is a cook.
She is a cook.
Yeah,
And
she makes prune nibbles and has persuasive cake.
Persuasive cake that Troy is just stuffing his gob hole.
Yeah. I thought it was kind of cute. I remember the first time I saw that scene, I was like, is she trying to put the moves on him via sweets? Like, is she?
No, I think she's just happy to have a visitor.
But yeah, I think she's just kind of lonely and she's a good cook. But you got to assume that he called ahead and she prepared the prune nibbles for him.
Absolutely.
Because she is looking forward to having company. But her cows are not.
Well, they're having their own company.
Yeah, each other.
Arno and May have a nice scene where
She's
May
playing the
asks
cello.
him if he killed the master. No, it's the whole subtext of them wanting to be more grown up and become closer together.
Yeah.
And then Arno asks May if she did it, and she freaks out. It's a great comedy beat.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's not as good as when the beavers are in the garden tending to the bees, and Ken says, "Ooh, Heather, honey." And she goes, "Yes." And he goes, "Heather, honey." And she goes, "Oh, I thought you were being affectionate."
Yes. It's just a little tiny scene between them.
It's just like a camera pan, but it's so clever. When Troy gets back to the office, Barnaby kind of ribs him about how long he's been gone. And then they find out that Guy is now dead.
Well, they're not charging as much. So Craigie believed what he was doing. They're
and
not
Joyce's course would have been considerably less expensive.
Not $240.
According to the
plus
price
VAT.
list in the pamphlet.
Yes.
They had a lot of offerings. That was a full-size 8.5 by 11 with 3 columns on both sides.
I would love to see what was on that piece of paper. Because it was just gold.
It was just Rat-Arsed all the way down the line.
May calls and says there's another dead body at the lodge.
Yeah. Guy's dead. He apparently had a heart attack, but he has a bottle of pills in his hand. It's an empty bottle of heart pills. So our first assumption is that he had a heart attack and didn't have the medication that he needed, so he died. And Trixie is gone.
Absolutely gone. Mm-hmm. But May says somebody who was sending the blue letters is probably where Trixie's at.
Yeah.
It may relate to her covering up a scar and bruises.
Yep.
So
this is also when we find out that Ian had cancer, and Guy is on a dolly in the morgue because George and Barnaby have a nice little conversation, and Barnaby says, tell me that it was suicide, and he says no, and George kind of says he didn't have any medication in his stomach, and he would have had that medication. But Guy's kind of like, he's on a gurney, but it's like a half height gurney.
Yeah, it's lower.
Like a dolly?
Yeah, a little
kinda.
bit.
And he's out in the hallway.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's like
Maybe
they
it
just
was a
kind of
busy
stuck
week.
him out there.
It was maybe a busy week.
I guess. We've already got 2 bodies, but one's been cremated already, so. And they've still got Ian in the morgue. He's been there for a while. There's some good dead acting there.
Yep. There's
Ian's a better dead body in the morgue than he is in the chair.
He is a better dead body in the morgue.
Yeah, so they go to check out
Trixie's boyfriend's house.
Raymond, because he's got a return address.
So, first of all, we're confused by something. If you're in Britain and you're bonking, do you have to leave the door open? Because
Gray Patterson does.
Once again, the door is open.
Ray and Trixie do. It's not just that it's unlocked, it is open.
Troy says they're at it with the hand symbol.
Which, okay, you might think she got there, she leapt into his arms, they rushed upstairs to be together.
Now, when they rushed upstairs, did they use the rope banister?
They must have.
Is the whole theme of the house nautical?
But on the way, they stopped to make some chips.
They did.
Because the chips are still warm in the kitchen.
Delicious.
And delicious. Yeah. So maybe Ray was making some fries.
Making some fries.
Because he sent Trixie
his
a
chip
letter.
can.
Who knows when Trixie's going to show up? You don't know.
You don't know.
Even if they get the post several times a day, you don't know when she's going to get away. So he's just making some chips. She comes to the door. He goes, takes the chips out of the fryer at the perfect level of doneness.
Crispiness.
And then they swing on up the rope banister to the bedroom, and they forget to close the door.
I guess. And they have a lot of giggling going on. They're having fun.
They're happy.
They're very happy.
But Troy says, I think they're doing it.
They're at it.
They're at it, yeah.
With the hand symbol.
The fist.
So we find out that Raymond is actually the one being abused, and
His now ex-wife
attacked Trixie.
And that's why she had to wear so much makeup. And this is also where we learn that Trixie has a matching purse to May and Tsunami.
That has golden thread.
Yes.
And Troy and Barnaby are eating chips the whole time. And then Barnaby tells Troy not to eat any more chips.
They must be really good chips. Ray says his ex-wife was abusive, and Troy says, well, she must have been big or something like that. And Ray says she was like Arnold Schwarzenegger. So I only can assume that he used to be married to Vince.
Not married. Maybe Vince, because remember the last episode, the picture of Vince.
The photo fit of Vince looked like Arnold Schwarzenegger, Simone's ex-boyfriend. So maybe Ray was married to Vince.
Maybe.
That would explain the divorce.
That's quite a crossover.
With
Arnold in the background going, I had nothing to do with this.
It's my little conspiracy theory.
Okay.
Then they're in the pub.
Now,
if we point something out that makes you want to go, I missed that in that scene, I'm going to go pull up that episode and watch that little bit again. This is one of those moments. We've got a 2-camera shot of Troy and Barnaby having a conversation. We only see one of them at a time, right?
The wonder of Barnaby is perfect.
It's fine. But when the camera is on Troy,
it's going up and down.
It's like the cameraman has had a lot of acorna.
Yeah.
It's shaking, like to the point where I had to look away because it was almost making me nauseous.
Barnaby gets some beer, a lager.
A Guinness and a lager for the 2 of them.
And he sees the guy playing darts and he figures it out.
Aha. He has his moment.
They rush off back to
the lodge to find Arno and May playing keep away with Tim like he's a dog. Who does that?
He's 17.
Good boy, good boy. He's not a dog.
But obviously he loves them.
Yeah.
Take me through the night of the storm again, he asked the Beavers. The Beavers say they had to sell everything because of the fine, including their condo in Spain.
Costa del Sol.
And Arno comes in and we find out the truth about Bill's death.
Yeah. And we get a reenactment of Bill falling down the stairs with an awesome stunt Bill.
Yeah, it was an awesome stunt Bill.
If you remember, Bill has a black beard and blonde hair, bad blonde hair. Stunt Bill has quite quite the wig.
Yes, he does.
It's worth like slowing down because he's doing like a backwards somersault down the stairs. The wig is fantastic.
So we find out that Tim actually caused Bill's death.
Yeah, he got scared.
He's going to protect the master.
Yeah, he was trying to push him away. He wasn't trying to push him down the stairs.
Yep.
So everybody was kind of covering for him. Arno knew that Tim had done it. I don't know if May knew that, but they've poured whiskey on Bill after he fell to kind of give the impression that maybe he was drunk to help protect him.
Now, there's a scene after this. I don't have it written down, but there must be a scene after this because the thing I have next is there's the fight on the roof with Tim and Chris. Where is Barnaby and Troy before that? It must not have been important.
They pull up
Yeah.
to see Chris and Tim on the roof fighting.
Yes. So Chris and Tim are fighting on the roof, and it's clear that Chris is trying to kill Tim.
Yeah, he's got the crowbar, though Chris claims that he was protecting himself from Tim. Because like you do.
Exactly.
You go up on the roof to confront somebody who then tries to kill you.
Tim falls through the window. That's a pretty big effect.
And Barnaby to the rescue with the comfy sofa.
That's a pretty good stunt effect, that somebody actually went through the window.
Yeah, though I'm sure it was safety glass.
I'm sure it was sugar glass, yeah.
Yeah, but Barnaby is an action hero right there.
Barnaby gets everybody out of the way and gets the couch in position.
It's almost like, when the firefighters have the big trampoline and they run around so you can jump off the building. He's got the sofa. He's like, whoa, he puts it right in the right spot.
Chris is very concerned if Tim is okay because we find out Chris is the killer.
He's hoping that Tim's dead.
Because Chris threw the knife that killed the master.
Because he used to work in the circus.
And Barnaby practices his Spanish and says that he was really good at throwing knives.
Yeah, because he's talked to the manager of the circus.
But who killed Guy? Barnaby thinks it's his daughter.
No.
But no, it was once again Chris. Because he made the audacity of saying,
"Give me my pills."
Yes.
Treated me like a servant. But who are Tim's parents?
So Arno comes up to Barnaby at the end and says, I did a lot of lying here. Am I in trouble here? And what's my charge? And Barnaby says, in a nice turn of phrase, that all he has to do is raise Tim.
Take care of Tim.
So May, Arno, and Tim come out pretty good here.
Yeah.
But where are Tim's parents? Barnaby would be like, no, we need to take him to see his parents.
All they needed was one line early on that said, "We know who Tim is. He's an orphan.
He escaped from an orphanage.
He was in a bad foster situation. He's much better off here. We'll take care of the paperwork." Like, that's all they had to do.
Like 2 lines.
But instead, they leave it as if Tim, this underage kid, appears from nowhere and has no history. And like, whatever the traumatic event was that made him mute, somebody's just going to get away with it.
Well, maybe his dad, Darth Vader, had not taught him how to use the Force grip yet.
He's still practicing from the trees.
Back at the Barnaby's, Cully gets a mail, and the mail says
she's going to be a witch.
She's going to be a witch. She's off to Perth for 3 weeks.
3 weeks?
3 months.
3 months.
3 months.
Yeah. Good riddance.
They go out to celebrate because I'm sure Barnaby is the first to suggest they go out to eat.
Because he doesn't want Joyce to cook.
And the press arrive, and Barnaby gives them the beavers on a silver platter.
Yeah. Which any good reporter would have known anyway. It's not like they'd changed their names.
No, like, it's pretty simple.
They were still using their own names.
And that is Death in Disguise, which there is no disguise.
There's one bad wig and a couple people going by false names. That's it.
It's not really disguise.
I guess you could say that murder is pretending to be suicide or an accident in the case of Guy and Bill, but not really.
Not really.
I don't know where the title comes from.
It's a weird title.
And that wraps up season 1 of Midsomer.
Season 1 of Midsomer. So we have the pilot and 4 episodes of season 1.
I think we need to do a little recap, don't you?
I think we should do a little season review.
Let's start with Best Corpse.
I gotta go. For Best Corpse, I gotta go Agnes in the morgue.
Why?
Because she is rock solid there.
Perfectly still.
Perfectly still. She's in. He opens the drawer and pulls her out, and it's clearly her in the drawer with the door closed.
I'm gonna go with Max Jennings, Written in Blood, because he's got
good.
that kind of capillary stuff going on, and you sort of see his eye twitch a little bit, but I don't think I could keep my eyeballs still when somebody was prying him open, and he definitely
Alan Hollingsworth.
Definitely looks dead.
Yes, he does.
All right, how about craziest killer of the season?
Craziest killer, I'm gonna have to go with
Honoria Lydiard. Yeah,
she is like, and I chose her picture for the title card of the second episode because she is bat crazy insane.
She's like Normina Bates.
And for no, like,
and Anna Massey's she's
like,
just great.
We're never really, like, I had the whole thing about her motive being the last of the Lydiards, but that's not even talked about. Like, Death of a Hollow Man, the crazy guy in that has a better motive than...
Yeah, because at least he wants his career in his theater back, and he's crazy. But she's just psycho killer crazy. She doesn't even care if she gets caught.
She's nuts.
How about best Barnaby line?
I gotta go with the very first line. Oh, really? I wouldn't have guessed. When he shows up and it has all the tape and the police car.
The crime scene tape.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with, you're just jealous because I've got a coconut and you haven't.
Oh, that's a pretty good line.
How about dumbest Troy moment?
So Troy has had some spectacular moments, bad driving. When he loses Alan Hollingsworth and runs around like a chicken in the courtyard.
Yeah.
It's not really all that good. But for best Troy screw up, I got to think him leaning against the wall and finding the hidey hole in
Faithful Unto
Death.
I'm going to go with the Faithful Unto Death moment too and just go with Rat-Arsed. How about worst Joyce cooking?
I got to go back to the pilot once again. Got to go back to Killings of Badger's Drift with the neck of lamb with mushroom dumplings.
Ugh.
It just sounds disgusting. I'm sorry.
I'm going to go with the fish sauce.
The lumpy fish sauce.
It's lumpy, but it's kind of okay.
I get it's in a different style.
How about best guest star of the season?
I have to think that the best guest stars of the whole the pilot and the first season have to be the Rainbirds. It has to be Richard Kent and Elizabeth Spriggs. They're just fantastic to watch, and I never get tired of them on the screen.
They're so fun. They're so devious, deliciously devious.
And they're fun and they're quirky and it's just so weird. We've talked about that this is really the first typical Midsomer episode. There's lots of dead bodies. It gets to it right away.
Death in Disguise is like the first kind of what will be a typical Midsomer episode.
And we certainly see that in episode 1 of season 2, which is Death's Shadow.
You haven't let me say who my best guest star was.
Who are your best guest stars?
I'm going to go with Anna Massey. She plays Honoria Lydiard.
Yeah.
Again, not only is she the craziest killer, she's just so perfectly rude.
Yes.
The whole episode.
She just leaves the room.
Yeah, you just want to hit her all the time.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't her, I would have to go with Death of a Hollow Man, his wife, who we thought might be his sister, the little old lady.
Oh, yes, Donald Pleasant's daughter.
Yes, because she is wonderfully batty.
Yeah, she...
Yeah. She's so great with her stuttering.
Yeah.
She does such a good job.
She does a great job.
But Anna Massey's my pick.
Okay.
Yeah. We would love to know what your favorite corpse was of season 1.
Craziest killer. Best Barnaby line.
Dumbest Troy moment.
Worst meal by Joyce.
Or your best guest star. Any of those. We would love to hear your thoughts. Leave a comment. Because next time.
Season 2, episode 1, Death's Shadow. One of my favorites.
We're getting into some good ones now. I'm excited. Thanks again for listening. It's so exciting to know. Even if only 5 people were listening, we would be super stoked. But as near as we can tell, the first episode was listened to 250 or so.
Something like that. It's
great.
Analytics are hard to tell, but way more people than we ever thought would be listening to this and recommending it to other people already. And we're just super excited. And thank you so much for listening.
It gives us a really good excuse to hole up in our home office away from our teenagers and have an hour or so of fun together in front of mics. And we're glad that you're along for the ride.
Bye, Maniacs.
Till next time. Bye, Maniacs. So Arno Gibbs, the same actor who plays Arno Gibbs, who I can't believe I didn't write down his real name. Wow, I failed on that one.
I can look it up for you.
Look it up.
Arno Gibbs is played by Charles Kay.
Okay, so I'm going to start that again.
Yep. Thanks for joining us on the Mystery Maniacs podcast. If you enjoyed our crazy podcast today, don't miss out on future episodes. Follow us on social media for updates, behind the scenes content, and exclusive sneak peeks. Subscribe, like, and share to spread the word. Bye, Maniacs.